You brats, if you don't want to die, stand up, kill him, and show some guts. That was the first thing I heard in this world. Not birds, not waves. A man with a beard full of somebody else's blood, screaming at me to murder a stranger for his entertainment. I opened my eyes and immediately regretted it. 50 pirates in a circle. Dark clouds pressed down on the water like a lid on a pot. Sea wind howling through the rigging hard enough to sting. And in the middle of that circle, on the deck of a ship the size of a small church, 9 slaves lying in various shapes that human bodies are not supposed to make. I was the 10th. Do it. Kill Dreadfang. Only then can you become members of our Black Whale group. That's right. Add a little suspense. Suspense. 50 men wanted me to die slowly enough to make the betting interesting. 4 seconds earlier, I had been holding a bowl of chips, waiting for a launcher to finish. The game was called New Day. Steampunk apocalypse, 13 pioneers, a fake sun bolted into the sky after the real one went out. Vast open world, insane randomness, AI running the whole thing. It ate the entire streaming market during closed beta. I know all this because I made money off it. Rare item flipping, strategy guides, the whole business. If you played New Day and you looked up how to beat something, there's a decent chance you read my post about it. Which is a very funny thing to be thinking about while a man built like a refrigerator picks up an axe. My memory was fine, crystal clear. Bedroom, chips, launcher. And then a spike went through my skull and somebody poured an entire encyclopedia into the hole. SteamWorld, flesh colonization armor, Black Whale, Takasagata Rift, 13 witches, 13 sexual phases, new sun world, otherworldly languages. 10 seconds of that. I had to bite down and wait for it to stop. I've been transported into the game world of New Day, and a second set of memories arrived, which were worse because they weren't mine and they were sad. The body I was standing in belonged to a kid from Huangtown in the Moonstone Islands. Orphan. Failed the town's awakening test, so no university. Went fishing one day and something came out of the water and burrowed into his spine. So he did the sensible thing. He went to the big city alone to work, to make money, to pay a doctor to cut the thing out of him. His so-called relatives met him at the city and sold him to human traffickers. The traffickers sold him to the Black Whale Pirate Group, and the Black Whale Pirate Group put him in a circle on a deck as a betting chip. Orphaned, terminally ill at the start, kidnapped. On gaming forums, where people lie about their starts for fun, mine would still be described as hellish. Then the panel opened, and I found out why. Name, Kai. Personality, Lamp. Race, ordinary human, mildly infected. If not treated promptly, you could very well become a tentacle monster obsessed with reproduction. Wonderful. Love that for me. Constitution 7, Strength 8, Agility 14, Luck 6. Average adult is 10 across the board, so I was below a random accountant in every category that mattered and behind on luck too. Inspiration 35, 3.5 times normal. And in New Day, high inspiration means one thing. The higher your gift, the worse your start. Then the second screen came up and I forgot to be scared. Above the vast ocean, you have awakened a unique spiritual talent. Deep Sea Fallen Star. 2 entries, not 1. Talents come with 1 entry. 1. Weapon proficiency. Bigger appetite. Slightly better luck. Succubus aura, if the universe is feeling generous and weird. I had 2. The inspiration of the lamp, which meant the world would keep whispering useful things at me, and the other one, Deep Sea Affinity, level 1. Although you do not have the blood of a deep sea species, your spirituality still exudes the faint aura of ancient beings from the deep sea. Weak ancient species will regard you as their equal, while most deep sea beasts will no longer see you as human, but as one of their own. This ability can be turned on and off arbitrarily. I stood on a pirate deck surrounded by men taking bets on my corpse, and I nearly laughed. Because that entry does not drop. That entry appears when a player gets assimilated by an ancient thing from the bottom of the ocean, and their body finishes deforming into something that isn't a person anymore. That's the price. You pay your face and your species, and then maybe the sea calls you brother. I got it at character creation with all my limbs still attached. That's not a talent, that's a boss's talent. I have personally written a guide on how to survive a monster that had that entry, and then the sea proved it. Your deep sea affinity has affected the deep sea creature in your spine. Sensing your terrifying aura, it has ceased its infection of your body and extended a temporary act of goodwill towards you. Your body has been infected by a mutation, granting you 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility. The thing eating me from the inside took one look at what I was, decided I was management, and stopped chewing. Then it apologized with stat points. My spine went from a death sentence to a gym membership. 5 strength and 5 agility this early is not a small number. That's not a nudge. That's my entire starting body doubled in the 2 categories that decide whether the next 10 seconds happen to me or to somebody else. I stretched. Something in my back popped in a way that felt like permission. Boom. Right. The refrigerator. The big man in front of me threw a punch into a slave's chest, and the sound was wet, and the slave stopped being a problem for anybody. Blood went up in a fan. The pirates cheered like a goal had been scored. No time to think. Pirates love gambling, and the more exciting and bloody the gambling, the more they love it. They dragged 10 of us out of the dark hold and put us on the deck to beat each other to death, and the one who lived got dinner and a job. A real job. Finley on the payroll of the Saw Shark, one ship of the Black Whale pirate group, who happened to be the leaders of the 4 emperors of the high seas. That was the prize. Employment. Except this wasn't 10 men in a brawl. It was 1 man and 9 snacks. His name was Dreadfang, 2 meters of him, jet black tattoos crawling over a chest like a cargo door. The other 9 had agreed beforehand to gang up on him, which was smart, and it had gotten all 9 of them exactly nowhere. Bang, bang. He picked up a slave by the throat and put him through the deck. His chest muscles twitched under the ink. He looked around at the flat bodies, stuck out a bloody index finger, and pointed it at me. Kid, you're the only one left. Here's a thing your body knows that you don't get a vote on. When something bigger than you gets close, you're afraid. Doesn't matter what you've read. My hands were shaking on the hilt of a curved knife I don't remember picking up. Huth. Huth. I'd been in this world for about a minute and a half, and I was going to die in it. May, ageless witch, steam-powered mechs, powers that break the rules of the world. I had a talent that hidden bosses get, and I was going to be a stain on a deck in a place with no name. No, not even a stain. There wouldn't be a body. These men would put me in the water, and the water would take care of the rest. So I smiled at that, which I think was the first honest thing I did in this world, and then I stopped being scared and started counting. My agility is not low. Dreadfang just fought 8 men. His stamina is gone. I have 5 extra strength and 5 extra agility that arrived 30 seconds ago. He is heavier and stronger, and he is also very, very tired. I have played this matchup. I have written about this matchup. He didn't come at me. He stood there wheezing and picked up a long-handled axe. Hey kid, stick your ass out. I'm going to chop your ass into... Opportunity. I dropped my center of gravity and came up underneath him with the knife. Clang. No time to swing the axe. He got his forearm in the way and took it on the bone. Court death. Then he roared and put his whole hip into a kick, and I found out something important about Dreadfang. He doesn't feel pain. I got the blade back and my body out of the way, and the wind of that leg went past my ribs. First time I'd ever put a knife into a person, and his answer was faster and meaner than anything I'd budgeted for. Thank goodness I didn't get greedy and try to finish it. But his arms were shaking now. That's the thing about being a man made of muscle. You're still a man. Speed and reaction time. Those are mine. He can have the rest. The deck went up like a stadium, because nobody had ever stabbed Dreadfang. They'd thought about it. 9 of them had tried it as a group. Nobody had actually made it happen. Kid, that was a beautiful cut. Kid, do you know what your odds are? A full 30 times. 30 times! Kill Dreadfang, kid, and you'll be a free man, a member of our Black Whale group. Not only that, I'll treat you to a bottle of rum. If you win, I'll reward you with another woman for 1 night. By the goddess above, I've landed a single blow and you're all getting excited. Do you think Dreadfang is a coward? 30-1. I'd been a person in this world for 2 minutes and I was already an investment opportunity. Dreadfang's eye twitched. He tipped his head back and looked down his nose at me like a knight who had just noticed a peasant, which is a hell of a posture for a slave in a death pit. I neglected you at the last moment, little one. I won't give you a second chance. 2 quick steps and the axe came for my neck. Stiff. Slow. Telegraphed from the shoulder. I went sideways and opened his deltoid to the meat. Critical hit. That one ripped. That one took flesh out of him and put it on the deck. And even a man who doesn't feel pain still needs the muscle he just lost. He shook his head like water was in his ears. After killing several people, he was now having trouble standing upright. The advantage is in my hands. The crowd flipped like a coin. That's pirates for you. Loyalty is a betting position. Dreadfang, killing the last person is this difficult. If you really can't manage, just pull out your weapon. Kill him now. Dreadfang, in your final moments, remember your woman is still in someone else's arms. Give it your all. That last one landed somewhere real because his whole face changed. Because Dreadfang wasn't born a slave. He was a low-ranking gangman who stole his boss's woman and got sold onto this ship for it. And the entire time he'd been down in that hold, he had been telling himself he was nothing like the rest of us. Different species. Just temporarily inconvenienced. Trash from some backwater. I absolutely cannot die at the hands of a country bumpkin like you. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the fish. He was breathing like a pressure cooker with the lid still on, and I could see him doing arithmetic behind his eyes. Blind swings won't land. This one is too fast. Wait for the opening. Come on, I'm right here. And then he didn't attack. He backed up, and he reached down and grabbed a disgusting octopus-looking thing off the deck. The whole crowd inhaled at once. Dreadfang, I can't believe you dared to use parasitic sea beast. No way, Dreadfang, you're the one who used parasitic sea monster in the end. That's the end of the bet. Kid, you'll be headless soon. Parasitic sea monster. I went cold from the neck down because I knew that word from two directions at once. The kid's memories had it. Fishermen in the Witch Sea are more scared of these than of drowning. They take a person into the water and bring back something else. And my memories had it too, because in the game you don't see one of those until the middle chapters, when you're geared. But to men who have stopped believing in taboo, a parasite isn't a horror, it's a battery, extremely lethal. Also, for a short window, it makes a human faster and stronger than a human is supposed to be. I'll kill you! He pressed it into the open wound on his shoulder. The tentacles went in through the hole, then they went deeper. Dark blue veins came up through his skin like something drawing a map on him from the inside. Dreadfang was already strong, and the speed and strength he was about to have were not numbers a starting character can argue with. I kept backing up. I was so weak. That's the part people skip. I had a talent that hidden bosses get, and I had a body that couldn't take one solid hit. Damn it! Which bastard put this sea monster on the ground as a weapon? Shouldn't this kind of thing be kept safe by Sister Ship Doctor? All right, a bet's a bet. Pay up. They started arguing about money. Some of them started rooting for me because of the money. I didn't hear any of it. Everything I had was on his feet. Go to hell. And then a mountain with an axe in one hand came at me, and my body made the decision without asking. Too fast. Instinct only. Bang. At the moment we hit, Dreadfang smiled. He was confident. It was the right read, honestly. He had every reason. The smile came off his face at the same time as his consciousness. The scimitar went through his heart. Huff, huff. I twisted the handle because I'd read that you twist, and I looked at a man staring at me with total disbelief while his chest emptied onto the deck. He was stabbed, thud, down he went. The deck went dead silent. 50 pirates who had spent the last 10 minutes watching a slaughter could not process what they had just seen. Dreadfang, parasitized, deleted in one exchange. My hands were still shaking, and out of the corner of my eye, I watched the answer peel itself off his shoulder. The parasitic sea monster came out of him. It took flesh with it, and it did not care, because it was in a hurry. It got as far away from me as it could get. It looked like a rabbit that had just noticed the lion. Why is it running? Deep Sea Affinity. Weak ancient species will regard you as their equal, and most deep-sea beasts will no longer see you as human. The thing in Dreadfang's shoulder had gotten one good look at what was standing across from it and decided this was not its fight. So it quit, mid-shift, and left him holding an axe with a body that had just been promised strength and then had it repossessed. He went stiff at the exact moment he needed to be fastest. Nobody else noticed. Sea monsters are unpredictable, everyone knows that, and pirates are not paid to think about it. We won. I let out a long breath, and my knife hand would not stop trembling. This start had not given me 1 minute to prepare. It had given me a knife and a crowd. I looked at the blood cooking on the blade, and I smiled a little. Doesn't matter how. I won, and I'm alive, for now. Well done. You made me a lot of money. Well done. From now on, you're free. Ha ha ha, Dreadfang, you dare to use such a dangerous sea monster? Even the sea monsters modified by Sister Ship Doctor are not something you can use. Captain Grimpatch, I like this kid. Don't mistreat him. The silence broke into a party, mostly among the men who had bet on the long odds. I sat down. The world got very quiet and very far away. Dreadfang was still breathing, a little. He was saying something, moving his mouth. Nobody heard it. 50 men were counting coins 2 meters from his head, and the last words of a slave are worth nothing on a market like this one. So I sat there on a stranger's ship, in a stranger's body, and I did the math on my situation, and the math was not good. Because here's the thing about a talent that only bosses get. Everyone in this world wants to know how it works, and the only way to find out how a thing like me works is to open it up and look. The betting got settled, the money changed hands, and then a middle-aged man in a black captain's hat came over to decide what I was going to be. I was leaning on the rail watching seabirds, doing the arithmetic, because I knew where I was, and where I was bad. In New Day, the Black Whale Pirate Group is not a gang. It's a terrorist organization wired directly into the main story, and it has the highest self-destruct rate of any faction in the game. Their entire long-term business plan is to sail into places nobody should sail into and summon something from another world that will end this one. Their crew retention numbers are exactly what you would expect from that business plan, which is why they're always hiring. Who knows, I might be used as cannon fodder one day. So this was not a place to stay. I needed a job that let me get near the edge of this ship. Kid, tall, thin, in his 40s, black pipe, thick beard, and his eyes had no whites in them at all, just pure black all the way out to the rim. Captain Grimpatch, captain of the Saw Shark, one ship under the Black Whale Group. I had never heard of him. New Day has an absurd number of NPCs, and this man had never once been worth a forum post, which told me nothing except that with my current body, this nobody could do anything he liked to me, and the ocean wouldn't file a report. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Dreadfang. This is truly beyond my expectations. Your last strike was ruthless and fearless. This is a required course for every warrior like us. Thank you. I'll add it to my resume. However, as you know, according to the rules of our Witch Sea, any crew member who contracts a marine disease is considered a plague, a scourge, and should be immediately buried at sea. If it were a naval vessel, you would have been tied up tightly and thrown into the sea. Fortunately, our Black Whale Pirate Group doesn't care about these rules. You should be very grateful. I should thank you. I nodded like I meant it because my body weighed about as much as one of his arms. Okay, let me think about what kind of job I should arrange for you. He tapped his temple with a finger and looked over his own ship, like a man reading a menu he'd already ordered from. We have enough crew members for salvage operations, and you're a young man, so you probably don't have the professional knowledge or the physical fitness. Are there any vacancies? Captain, the assistant who helped me process the medicinal herbs is dead again. Give him to me. I actually flinched, because that was a woman's voice, and it was gentle, and it came from my left. I turned around, and there she was, in a half-raven mask and a black apothecary's robe. Black hair, half a pale face showing under the beak, young and completely wrong for this deck. 50 men who smelled like blood and 1 girl who smelled like a pharmacy. The Saw Shark's only ship doctor. One of the very few people aboard who could read. Nobody knew her name, so everybody called her Featherfoot, and my pupils went small because I knew her. Not from the kids' memories, from videos. She's famous. Not witch famous, not princess famous, but she is one of the most beloved characters in the entire Witch Sea section, and she has the fan art to prove it. On paper, she's a lunatic pirate doctor with an obsession with deep sea life. Under that, she's something else. She's an agent, planted in the Black Whale Group by the authorities, quietly feeding out information, quietly sabotaging operations, quietly saving people who will never know her name. And in the middle chapters, she dies. When the Black Whale Group moves to massacre a city, she injects herself with a lethal mutagen to stop it, turns into a banshee, and in the middle of screaming, she kills thousands of pirates and something like 100 players. Beautiful face, ruined at the end, and one hell of a story. Players spammed resurrect her under the official video for months. Whole armies of Witch Sea players joined the evil faction just to try to change it, and I could do nothing about any of that because I was a guy with 7 constitution. Still, good news. Working for her had to be safer than working for any of the other 50. Captain Grimpatch stood up and blew out smoke. You want this guy? Has the last helper died? Featherfoot, this is the 7th one already. 7 people. I revised my opinion of safety in real time. She leaned down until her mask was almost touching my face, and I got a lungful of medicine, and her red eyes went over me like a checklist. Yes, I have repeatedly instructed him, but he still made a mistake in handling the medicinal materials. I need a new assistant, someone who can read and learn quickly. Can you read, kid? I nodded with confidence. I could read. I built an entire career on reading. He thought about it, then clapped my shoulder. All right, kid, work hard with Featherfoot. Our Black Whale Pirate Group never shortchanges talented people. If you join us, you will earn 10 times more money than you did working hard before. Once we return, I'll give you 10 gold coins. Then everyone who looked down on you will be kneeling and licking your shoes. 10 gold coins. That is a real number. That buys a decent little house in a big city. That's quite a big promise, Captain. I did delighted. I'm good at delighted. She turned and walked. Come with me to Ship Doctor's office. You have a mission today. Yes, little crow, big sister. I nearly called her Featherfoot to her face. On the forums, that's her name and it's affectionate. On this deck, she was my boss, and if she said 1, I was not allowed to say 2. The ship doctor's room was on the second deck, and it was, by the standards I had 10 minutes of experience with, a palace. My previous residence had been the slave hold, where 50 people shared air that had given up. This room was the size of 3 of those. Herbs and disinfectant. Light coming through frosted glass and copper chandeliers, dropping patterns onto wood paneling and brass instruments. And on a wooden platform to the left, 7 glass jars with sea creatures in them. I stood in the doorway like a tourist. My starting assets in this world were 1 dead man's shack in a town I'd never seen, and nothing else. How wonderful it would be if I could have a room like that in another world too. She checked that the door was shut behind us. Take off your clothes. I blinked. I had heard on the forums that the Witch Sea region was a place of outstanding people and simple folk customs. I had not expected the folk customs to be this powerful. Take it off. 2 words, no room in them. Okay. I took the shirt off. It had another man's blood on it and my own sweat, and it needed to go anyway. My upper body was nothing, genuinely nothing. There are millions of bodies like that, except for my back. Because of the thing in my spine, there was a pattern under my skin. Azure. Something between a spider and a nest of tentacles, spreading up from the base and out across the shoulder blades. She bent down and got close, and she stopped being anything like a person for a second. As expected, you've been infected by a special sea beast. This sea beast doesn't suck blood, doesn't damage subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the unique aura of sea beasts. It's surprisingly gentle. So that's why she'd wanted me. She'd seen my back while I was busy not dying to Dreadfang. She is a ship doctor who specializes in the study of deep sea life, and her interest in it is not academic. It's the other thing. Most sea creatures try to eat people on contact. She had seen a lot of ocean. She had never seen one lie down quietly inside a human and behave. How amazing. It's a pity there are no machines on this ship to safely examine your spine deep inside your body. This could write a paper that would go through the whole medical community, and it seems quite cute. She was shaking a little. Her visible cheek had gone red. Her voice had left professional behind 3 sentences ago. And then she reached out and started slowly touching it. Ah. Crow, big sister. Sister Crow, calm down. I said it out loud, gently, because I could feel her breath on my back, and it was very warm, and because her fascination with sea monsters had just cleared every estimate I had for it. Deep sea enthusiasts. Terrifying people. If I hadn't said something, I had a genuine concern that the next step involved reaching into me and pulling my spine out to look at it in better light. She looks small. She is a real transcendent. Cough, cough. She coughed twice and straightened her mask and became a doctor again in about 1.5 seconds. Change your clothes later, then take a good shower. Oh, and find a secluded place to change, preferably without being seen by outsiders. There are guys in that group who like your type. Noted. Filed. Deeply unwelcome. She got a set of clean clothes out of a cabinet. Cotton coat, shirt, trousers, non-slip boots, gloves. Thank you, Sister Crow. Good workmanship, too. I could feel it. Somebody paid for these. Then I felt something hard in the folds. I pulled it out and the blue text came up in front of my eyes. Collector. A brass steam pistol, made using a special process, with twice the penetrating power of a regular pistol. I stood there with my mouth open, because that's not a gun. That's the gun. In the Witch Sea, pistols are common as boots, but that specific one comes out of the Iron Hammer Armory, and it is the single most recommended tool for opening up new territory on the entire player forum. In a game with a cash shop, you spend 648 UN to get that as a gift. She had it in a stack of laundry. Why, Sister Crow? I broke out in a cold sweat. That gun was worth about 5 of me. I had recently become fluent in what I was worth. She saw my face and looked pleased about it. You are my henchman, and I don't want another henchman to die so easily. Besides, you have great medical value. In short, this is for your survival. You'll need it immediately. Then she picked up her notebook and drew my back from memory and smiled at the drawing. We'll be using guns soon? I tilted my head. I did not have to fake being confused. She put a finger on her chin. Don't you know? I remember now. You were a slave before, and you had no idea where Sawshark was going. Isn't Sawshark's destination a big city? Reasonable guess. The ship was full of slaves. Slaves go to markets. And men like me, according to this world's own advertising, tend to end up sold to some appalling rich woman on an island somewhere. She picked a list of medications off the table. No, Sawshark's next destination is not the city, but the rift, the dangerous rift located on the deep sea. She said it the way you'd read a weather report. Rift. One word, and my heart went sideways. In New Day, the rift is a door. On the other side of the door are powers and technologies and resources that don't exist here. And the only reason the New Sun world survived losing its sun at all is that humanity went through those doors and took things. The rarer the thing, the worse the door. For an ordinary person, a rift is the one event that can change your entire life. For a player, in the early game, it is the fastest way in the world to get strong. Given the rarity of my talent, was this crisis going to end this quickly? I looked down at the beautiful gun in my hand and stroked it, and my whole plan rewrote itself. Sister Crow, what kind of dangers are involved in the rift we're going to? Fear. Nice and visible. I needed intel, and men give you intel when they think they're comforting you. She walked over to the jars and gently stroked one of the squid-shaped ones. A large sea monster cave, where monsters capable of completely devouring a merchant ship reside. The moment you see them, their writhing, crawling, damp bodies slowly seep into you, devouring you from head to toe, like swallowing a cherry, bit by bit. And her lips curled up under the beak of the mask while she said it. Moreover, this is only the known intelligence. Large sea creatures. Family. I want to be clear that I understood the emotional register of the moment. She was doing a villain smile at me about being eaten alive. She had put real work into that sentence, and what I was thinking was, those are my cousins, and I am about to be introduced. The rift these men were terrified of had been custom built for me, but I couldn't show it. She was my direct superior. She had just given me a gun, and she was clearly enjoying her own delivery. You have to give people that. So I took a slow breath and did terrified, and she brightened right up. But don't worry, in the rift, your job is to be my assistant, which means treating my injured crew members. Sea monsters are not something you need to deal with. As long as you work hard, I will protect you, even if you encounter danger. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to prove that you have value to be protected. She patted my shoulder. So that was the deal. Don't do anything stupid before we reach port, and I get a bodyguard with a medical license. Then her tone dropped. All right, that's enough of the small talk. Next, I will introduce your work. According to the ship's regulations, your dinner will depend on your work performance. If your work causes losses, not only will you go hungry, but you will also be punished with caning. The job itself was simple. Clean the room, process the medicine. Cleaning was nothing. She's a neat person, the room proved it. The medicine was the part where the previous 6 went. Because besides normal herbs, there's another category of raw material in that room. Sea creatures. Every one of those small things in the jars is carrying something rare inside it. Pearls under a jellyfish's bell. The specific venom in a specific octopus. They're all extraordinary animals, and their bodies make extraordinary potions. And because of renewability, and because of her personal preferences, you are not permitted to harm them while taking it. They're soaked in a special liquid. They are still extremely dangerous. Improper handling can be fatal, which is to say, the job is to reach into a tiger's mouth and pull one tooth without hurting the tiger. The last guy had been drinking. He forgot his gloves. He died of marine venom. Take it. 2 books, Guide to the Use of Marine Animal Medicinal Materials, and Guide to First Aid for Normal Humans. Retrieving the medicinal herbs is the main task, but it's a bit difficult for beginners. You can practice in a safe sea monster jar on the table. If you do a good job these next few days, I will give you a special reward. A reward. I sat up straight. Under any other pirate on this ship, the reward structure was bread or no bread. She unlocked an inner door with a key, and behind it were more jars. At a glance, 40 of them. If you can get more than 3 before tonight, add meat to your dinner. If you can collect all 5 jars of herbs, I will give you a life-saving injection. If you have strong learning and practical skills and can do more than 10, I will give you a super amazing potion. The value of this medicine is so high that even if you worked hard for a year, you might not be able to afford it. What if there are more than 15? 20 is the level I'm at when I come personally. She snorted at me. Actually snorted. More than 15? Are you kidding me? I understood the joke. Pulling material out of a live sea monster sounds simple and is mostly patience and hands, and she has been doing medicine for years, and she was setting her own ceiling at 20 by nightfall. Don't set your goals too high at the beginning. Be realistic and be patient. She picked up her medicine box. All right, I'll go check the ship's hygiene and distribute the medicine. Remember, when dealing with marine mammals, don't lose patience. Patience is key. Remember this. Every single one of these sea creatures is extremely precious, incredibly precious, precious enough to earn you 10 more years of work. And then she left me alone in a room full of them. Call. I sat down in a chair and opened the Guide to the Use of Marine Animal Medicinal Materials. It's a good book. It's mostly case studies, and the case studies are mostly about how somebody died. Life in another world isn't easy either. Some people die extracting medicine, some people have to deal with a mortgage, and some people have to study. 5 minutes. Okay, it took me 5 minutes, and I completely understand now. Closed it. Done. My inspiration is 35, and that book was written for people with 10. Now. My stats were garbage, my body was a rental, and I needed development time I did not have. But she had powerful potions, and potion rewards convert directly into things I can survive later. So before I stole anything from anyone, I was going to be an outstanding employee. I went into the back room, put the gloves on, and got to work. In theory, with Deep Sea Affinity, this was going to be free money. In practice, the specific effects of Deep Sea Affinity still needed testing, and this was a great place to test them, because if I was wrong, the failure state was localized to my hand. First subject. A black octopus about the size of a human head. I put my arm in slowly. Water, then the underside of the head, then the mouth. Then middle and index finger up and peel the granular material off, carefully, the way the book says. Slowly, be patient. Then every tentacle on that animal locked around my wrist. Damn it, we made a mistake. I understood it in my head. My hands had not been informed. And then the thing from the bottom of the ocean squeezed and made a sound. I want to be accurate about the sound. It was not a shriek. It was low and it was wet and it was almost musical, like weeping arranged by somebody with taste. What is it trying to convey? Fear? Hostility? Assimilation? Is it introducing me to their god? Cold sweat, top to bottom. Because Deep Sea Affinity does not come with subtitles. I don't speak the language of the deep. All I had was instinct and a body that apparently knew things I didn't. Feel it. Slowly feel it. If I take it slow, I can decipher the terrifying language of this creature. I let my whole body go loose and put everything I had into my hand. And then, in one moment, it came through. Ah, that feels so good. Again, again. Grass. I said a word I will not repeat, grabbed the material, and pulled my arm out of that jar so fast I hit my elbow on the frame. I stood there with my pupils the size of pinheads, staring at a horror from the ocean floor. What the hell did I just sense? Is that a message a deep-sea monster should be sending to a human? What about its dignity as a monster? Could it be that my mistake just now led to this sea monster having a more comfortable time? Wait, what part of this sea monster did I just touch? I decided not to pursue that line of inquiry. I'm not a deep-sea creature enthusiast. That's a whole different job description, and it was already filled on this ship. But I had the material, and I had learned 2 things about my talent, one of which I would have paid money to unlearn. Bang. The door opened and a small head came around the frame and looked at me while I was still visibly shaken. She'd been passing by. She'd heard a sea monster make a noise and heard me retreat. Are sea monsters still too terrifying for ordinary people? She shook her head gently. At this rate, forget more than 5. 3 by tonight is questionable. There's even a possibility of developing thalassophobia. How am I supposed to work under her now, I thought, while she stood in the doorway feeling sorry for me. It's not easy to train a good assistant. Stay calm. Take it slow. There's still plenty of time before nightfall. Don't be afraid of one failure. This is something that cannot help but be fearful, I thought. She pulled her head back out and went off to work because the closer the ship got to the rift, the more men were coming to her with symptoms. I patted my own face. Then I looked at 40 jars of strangely shaped little animals and rolled my sleeves back up. Because now I was certain. These were not monsters to me. These were human children holding lollipops. All I had to do was be fast enough and confident enough to take the lollipop. 1 hour tops, which left me with a whole afternoon of free time on a ship I intended to leave and a gun I intended to keep. I looked out the little window at the collector on my hip and made a list. The fog was thickening. We were not far from the rift. I didn't know how to shoot, and I didn't know how to fight with a real weapon, and both of those were going to be relevant very soon. And I needed to walk this entire ship and count everything on it. That's the decision. Let's get started. A busy day went by in a blink. Night came down, and the saw shark went on through the dark. Done. I dropped into the chair, room clean, whole ship surveyed, and I'd spent an hour standing on deck with a few pirates learning which end of the collector was which, because if you want a pirate to teach you to shoot, all you have to do is be bad at it in front of him. I'm back. How did the work go? She came in with 2 pieces of dry bread in her right hand, the medicine box on her shoulder, and a leather whip in her left. Whip. I sat up in that chair like the cushion had opinions. I feel so much more energetic now, because I had done my homework that afternoon, and my homework had been about her. New crew get targeted on ships like this. The pirates find a reason, and then they find a stick. And a former slave with no background at all is a bullseye. So I'd asked around about the ship doctor. The adorable, cunning Miss Raven from the fan videos is, to 50 bloodthirsty pirates, a terrifying and eccentric woman. She laughs while she examines you. She refuses anesthesia during surgery. She uses violence on patients who don't follow medical advice. Through violence, Featherfoot is a figure feared by many crew members. Now, being generous, some of that is a woman undercover in a pirate crew taking her own quiet revenge on pirates. Being honest, my working theory was that she also just enjoys it, especially considering the whip. Sister Crow, let me help you put your things away. I got up fast, took the medicine box, the bread, and the whip out of her hands, and put all 3 on the cabinet, with the whip on the bottom. How's the work going? She turned her hand over and asked. She had a plan, by the way. I found this out later. Captain Grim Patch had given her management advice that day, and the advice was that after the sweet, you must give the bitter, and that she should establish authority with the new hire tonight. She isn't tall, and her voice isn't frightening, so she can't do what he does with his eyes. The cleaning is complete. As for the medicinal herbs, according to the guidelines, a total of 19 jars of medicinal herbs were collected. How many? Her eager little hands went completely limp. 19, I said it seriously. I said the original owner had experience handling sea creatures, and that the number was not exaggerated. It wasn't 50 jars, because I was lazy and I wanted to be believed. It wasn't 20 jars, because that was her number, and you do not take your boss's number on day 1. Ah? Her hands were doing something complicated in the air, and there was real confusion in her eyes, and a little bit of panic under it. 19 is not a number you get by trying hard. 19 is a number you get by cheating, and the standard way to cheat is brute force. Are you sure you're not a reckless fool? Haven't some of the sea monster tanks already been destroyed? She went and checked. All of them. Every jar, one after another, because those were the most valuable objects in the room, and I was a stranger who had been alone with them for 8 hours. 19 jars extracted. Extraction clean. And her sea creatures, which were normally listless little things drooping in their water, were bouncing, which meant almost no operational errors, because animals that have been mishandled do not bounce. It's done beautifully. She let out a breath. Her face went a bit pink under the edge of the mask. She was, briefly, happy. Then she thought it through again and realized there was now no reason to hit me. Well, she sighed, and I jolted in the chair like I'd been whipped anyway. What are you sighing about? I spent half an hour on the world's most difficult task. Because I could feel it. I had done an outstanding job, and the woman genuinely wanted to punch me. She adjusted her mask. Here's what was actually happening, and I only pieced it together over the following days, and when I did, I had to sit down. She did not want to hit me. She is not a sadist. She is a hardcore aquarist. She wanted a professional-sounding excuse to make me take my shirt off again so she could look at the pattern on my back, and then, symbolically, give my backside a couple of slaps for the authority. But 19 is a lot of work. How about I slap him 19 times, too? No, that's just insane, a hellish idea. She talked herself out of it. Out loud, in her own head, in front of me, because I must have put in enormous effort. Read every word of the guide carefully, racked my brains, been frightened half to death by the terrifying cries of sea monsters along the way, and overcome my fear anyway, and finished the task beautifully, while hungry. Having worked that hard, she couldn't very well take Captain Grimpatch's advice and go find fault with me. So she flopped into her chair, exhausted, and smiled. 19? How did you do that? It's very difficult to achieve this just by working hard. I rubbed my hands together and reached for the dead kid's memories. I was born in Huangtown on the Moonstone Islands. I helped fishermen deal with some marine animals, and I also went to university. I'm fairly quick-witted, which is where I learned something about this world that mattered more than the gun. After centuries of peace, every country here runs academies to manufacture transcendence. My starting country is called the Kingdom of Shells. Money, industry, and an education sector on the rise. Plenty of excellent colleges. And nothing like schools on Earth, because admission requirements are brutal, and the overwhelming majority of students are the children of nobles or the children of powerful transcendents. May ordinary person needs freak, inspirational talent, and has to pass a stack of professional exams, and the acceptance rate is a rounding error. Oh, you also took the college entrance exam? She had not expected that. This little slave had sat the same exams she had. Even among ordinary people, a family that pursues education usually has some assets, which makes ending up as a slave on a pirate ship a very low probability event. Yes, I have a bit of a talent for inspiration. I took the entrance exam for the Royal University twice, but failed both times. I applied to the medical school that is affiliated with Goldfinch Kingdom. Oh, did you pass the exam? The temperature in the room dropped about 9 degrees. The whip appeared in my mind's eye, fully rendered. If I passed the exam, how could I end up on a pirate ship, spending my days as a crazy female pirate, chatting and laughing with a captured slave? She put her chin in her hand. What do you think? You know, there are very few places available for these jointly run medical schools. We can only get what the nobles and wealthy merchants leave behind. Of course, my own abilities were not up to par at that time. I became complacent after just becoming a first-order physician apprentice and missed this precious opportunity. After I obtained my physician apprentice certificate, I went out into the world for various reasons. And she got a little sad saying it, which she did not intend to do. Physician apprentice certificate? Because I know that law. Under this kingdom, only a junior physician certificate makes you a legitimate doctor. May apprenticeship certificate does not qualify you to practice. This woman is running the medical department of a ship of 60 men on a learner's permit. She's a black market doctor. Which, on a pirate ship, is completely normal, and I said nothing. I've been underestimated, she thought, and clenched a fist. Don't look down on me just because I only have an apprentice certificate. It's just that my status isn't suitable for taking certification exams. In the study of deep-sea diseases, I might be even more skilled than the legendary healer, Bloom Enchantress. Oh, I see. Glug. My stomach spoke up. Ship rules. New crew don't eat in the restaurant until they've completed a pirate mission. Hot food is for people who have earned it in the correct order. She looked at the bread on the counter and sat up. She had come in here to establish authority and hand out a reward, and instead we had spent 20 minutes talking about failed exams. We were having a great chat. At this rate, I'll lose all my prestige. I'm afraid that in a few days, people will secretly call me Featherfoot. They already do. All of them. Every single one. Have some bread first, with dried fruit. I took it and bit into it, and the dried fruit went off on my tongue like something wonderful. Cool. Compared to bread on Earth, that loaf had the structural properties of masonry. To a man who had not eaten all day, it was the finest thing in the world. I almost forgot about your reward. She opened a hidden compartment in the medicine chest, and there were several extraordinary potions in there, sitting in foam like jewelry. I swallowed. I'm a top-tier player. I know what potions are worth. If you want to punch above your level in the early game, healing and strength potions aren't luxuries, they're the entire strategy. She started digging and narrating, which I now understand is just how she thinks. This medicine is too strong. Your body can't handle it. This is for dogs. That won't work either. This is for women. That won't work either. Then she came up with a yellow syringe, and the liquid in it looked like poured metal. My eyes went wide, because if I was right, that was the single best early game consumable available to a normal player, the yellow needle. This is too expensive, and… She bit her lip and hesitated, and I watched a whole argument happen behind that mask. She'd known me for 1 day, but I had a decent impression on her. I didn't behave like a slave. I was serious about the work, and I learned fast. We were about the same age. Unlimited potential. This is an improved version. Giving that to a new hire was too generous, and she knew it. And there was an unknown sea monster living in my spine, and no way to know how long I'd last. She looked over at me again, and there was pity in it. With that physique, it's questionable whether he can even make a safe return without taking some supplements. Besides, if we don't give it to him, he'll be tricked away by that greedy Captain Grimpatch sooner or later. Fine, let's just bleed a little. Because as his boss, as long as he's alive, she'll eventually be able to extract even more value from him. That's what she told herself. I want that on the record. That is the reason she gave herself out loud. Here's your reward. Remember, this is the Black Whale Group, Saw Shark's ship doctor, given to you by Sister Crow. It's also my improved masterpiece. Thank you so much, Sister Crow. I will remember this forever. I took it with both hands with bread still in my mouth, which is not how you receive a priceless object, but it was the situation I was in. Yellow injection, modified. A special potion produced in the Rift region of the Goldfinch Kingdom. It can significantly enhance a person's energy and endurance within 20 hours. It also slightly enhances self-healing ability, stats, and venom resistance, permanently improves physical constitution, and randomly changes attributes. This medicine has been reformulated with special deep-sea medicinal materials, making it more effective than the original. Note, most potions that permanently increase attributes cannot be used repeatedly. Yellow needle. That's great stuff. If I hadn't had a mouthful of bread, I would have said something embarrassing. Combat power and permanent stats in one dose. In the early game, there are very few permanent stat items an ordinary player can even reach, and this is one of the best of them. Yes, the attribute change is random, but the statistics on the yellow needle are generous, and the imported ones cost a fortune. If the collector was worth 5 of me, the yellow needle was worth 10, a full 10. Wait, how did I become a unit of measurement? She struck a pose like she was the one about to get injected, and flashed her signature pirate smirk. Do you know what this is? I know, I've heard of this potion in big cities. It's quite expensive. Thank you, Sister Crow. I meant it. I never mean anything, and I meant that, you know. Her mouth went into a wide grin that turned creepy at the edges. This is my improved product, a superior product derived from the reformulation of marine mammal liquid after numerous experiments. If I were in medical school, I could definitely apply for my own patent for this drug. Then she shut the kit and suppressed the smile, because bosses do not grin. Good things come at a price. Only if you can complete the extraction of 19 jars of marine animal medicinal materials every day can you earn the money for this potion. By the way, my improvements will take time to take effect, and they'll arrive at the Rift tomorrow morning, so I can use them then. In the Rift, you'll also need the power provided by the potion. Arrive at Rift tomorrow morning. And there it was, timeline confirmed. So while I still had her talking, I did my real job for the day and turned everything she said into a map. The Saw Shark is a low-ranking ship in the Black Whale Group, 60-odd crew, and because they're short-handed, exploring this rift requires the entire crew mobilized. Most of the slaves, too, the entire crew, everybody off the boat, and 5 small steam launches with propellers rigged at the stern for emergencies, which are not difficult to reach. Everyone will participate in the rift instance, along with the escape ship. That is not a fantasy. That is a plan with a schedule. It needed one more thing. It needed a moment when every single person aboard was too busy to look at me. She watched me sit there thinking and decided I was frightened. Which is fair. Not everyone is a pirate, blinded by treasure, with no reverence left for their own life. Don't worry, although the rift is dangerous, the Black Whale Group rewards the crew members who participate in major operations. This rift trip is one of the major operations. Black Whale Pirate Group has a strong foundation, and with just 6 months of experience, you have the opportunity to obtain a professional card and become a transcendent. After this rift trip, if you can work a few more jobs with Saw Shark and gain 6 months of experience, I can help you apply for a Cup Phase Physician Apprentice Professional card. If you're lucky enough, becoming a Tier 2 professional isn't just a dream. A Cup Phase Physician Apprentice Professional card. I put my chin in my hand and thought about it properly, because she was offering me the best thing she had. Class cards come out of rifts, and they are the entire ladder. Without one, you're a person. With one, you're a transcendent. and every card carries a phase. 13 phases in the new sun world, each one a whole flavor of power and meaning, the way metal, wood, water, fire, earth work in another story. The cup phase, which is what a physician apprentice is, stands for evolution, flesh and blood, life, and eternity. I remember the abilities of nearly 100 extraordinary professions, which is a thing you learn when you write guides for a living. Physician apprentice, Tier 1. 2 passives, basic disease resistance and basic self-healing constitution. Faster learning of medical knowledge. 1 basic healing spell. She was doing her Captain Grimpatch impression as she talked, deepening her voice. Whether within the Black Whale pirate group or elsewhere, doctors are a scarce and respected profession. This rift mission is extremely important. If we can find the hunter's treasure in the mission, it will be a great achievement. If you find the treasure, you could even say that as long as you survive the voyage out of the rift, you'll be safe, even without any dangerous voyages afterward. After 6 months of hard work, you'll obtain the valuable Doctor Apprentice career card. 6 months. I frowned, and then I asked her the question. Not to be cruel, it just happened to be the true one. Sister Crow, am I really going to live to see 6 months from now? And she stopped, like something had been put in her mouth. Because how easy is it, really, for a rookie pirate to survive half a year in this crew? Never mind that the voyages are getting worse. Never mind that the Kingdom Navy is cracking down harder every month, precisely because the Black Whale Group is one of the 4 emperors and has made itself impossible to ignore. I already had my own answer, and my answer was, no, thank you. Because I have absolutely no interest in the nanny profession right now. What a trash profession. In peacetime, without Deep Sea Affinity, I'd have taken it. Honestly. A doctor is a fine thing to be. Respected, employable, in demand. But according to the lore, the power that ends the world has come back, and the Black Whale Group has gone completely insane chasing it. And the woman in front of me dies as a monster trying to stop them from killing a city. So if I really followed Featherfoot, studied medicine diligently, kept my head down and did the work, I could see the whole arc of it. Soon enough, I'd be playing out my last scene in this world. Working hard for the Black Whale Group, right up until the Black Whale Group killed me, exactly like her. Studying medicine won't save the world, and it won't save you either. Also, it takes 6 months. The air in that room went delicate. Neither of us said anything for a while, because we were both about to walk into the same hole in the ocean, and neither of us had a strong opinion about coming back out. It was late. She shook her head. Don't worry, you're already a member of the Black Whale Group. You'll be fine tomorrow. Go to sleep early, I still have some work to do. There aren't any extra crew rooms, so you'll have to sleep here. There's a blanket next to the bookshelf. Okay, my eyelids were done negotiating. Dreadfang plus long-term malnutrition had emptied me out completely. I got the blanket and lay down and let the noise of the pirates and the sound of water take the day away. A brand new world. Perhaps it's not so bad, and here's the part I didn't see until I thought about it later. She had a lot of work to do that night. She didn't do any of it. She sat at that desk and didn't write for a long time. Because a slave she'd owned for 8 hours had asked her whether he would live 6 months, and she had discovered she didn't have an answer for herself either. She thought, with some contempt, that she was a third-rate ship doctor on a pirate ship, a good-for-nothing who failed to get into medical school. On the waves of this vast ocean, how many people can truly control their own destiny? Then she put her head down on the desk and went to sleep too, and the next morning the sun came up on the deck of the Sawshark, and the footsteps got loud, and the voices got excited, and I woke up to the sound of 60 men being happy about something that was going to kill a lot of them. Rift. We've arrived. The rift is right in front of us, and the time to get ashore has come. My warriors, grab your wine and assemble on deck. Captain Grimpatch can project. I want to be fair to him. That voice went through the entire ship, through wood and iron, into the ship doctor's office, and rearranged my dreams. Is Captain Grimpatch really that loud? She was already up and ready, and she had a look on her that I hadn't seen yet. She'd slept maybe 4 hours, and she was lit up like a festival. Get ready to go. Take 2 cans of painkillers, 10 bottles of healing potions, 5 injections of sedatives, a bottle of sea monster oil, and bandages. In this rift mission, your job is to distribute medication to the wounded as quickly as possible. Okay, I packed. Landing is always the best day of a pirate's year. It's also a good day to do great things. Everything into the bag, collector on the hip, and 1 vial of yellow. Time. I rolled up my right sleeve, gritted my teeth, put the needle into my arm, and pushed. The gold went into my blood, and something underneath the blood caught fire, and then the fire went everywhere. My whole body felt hot. You have received the yellow injection and gained an energy boost buff and a gold self-healing buff, which lasts for approximately 24 hours. Energy boost. Your stamina is greatly enhanced and you gain a temporary 3 agility and 3 strength. Golden self-healing. During its duration, it consumes the body's supernatural potions to heal external injuries. Your constitution has been permanently increased by 5 points, and your strength has been permanently increased by 1 point. I stood there and felt every inch of myself get an upgrade. 5 points of constitution is not a nudge. Some Tier 1 professions don't hand out 5 constitution. And here's the thing about the yellow needle. Normally, it gives with one hand and takes with the other. 5 constitution usually costs you a point of agility. That's the deal. That's the documented behavior. I didn't lose anything. Agility went up, which was, as far as I could tell, her fault. Her improvement. The thing she made out of marine mammal liquid across who knows how many failed experiments, on a learner's permit, in a room on a pirate ship. Cool. Constitution is defense and it's endurance. I took a long breath and felt the whole system come online. I could now take a punch from an ordinary black whale pirate and keep standing. 2 punches, probably. Even without a single extraordinary skill, that stat line alone was enough to clear early game content and beat up everything in a beginner village. Unfortunately, it had happened on a black whale pirate group ship. How? She asked, genuinely curious because it was her recipe. It's pretty good. It feels even more effective than the yellow needle I've heard about. If this injection can be patented, it will definitely make a lot of money. Patents aren't so easy to apply for, she thought, and adjusted her mask. Although her new subordinate was praising her and seemed a bit silly, he always managed to hit her sweet spot for some reason. She shouldered the box. Let's go. Follow me to the deck to assemble. That old bastard Grimpatch always has to drink and give a speech before entering the rift. Oh, and don't tell the captain I gave you the yellow needle. That guy's wanted it for ages. Don't tell the captain? Normally the captain is the man with all the power and all the status. She ground her teeth and balled up 2 small fists. Yes, that guy always likes to write gold coin IOUs and then use them to take other people's things. The kind of loan that's never repaid. He now owes me 50 gold coins. That's 3 vials of extraordinary injections. In short, while you need to maintain the proper respect for the captain, it's best not to take his words too seriously, and she punched the air a few times. I nodded, and I filed it, because this was the single most useful piece of intelligence I had received since arriving. When I first met Captain Grimpatch, I thought he looked like the boss of a ruthless company. I had not appreciated that he was scamming the ship's doctor. No wonder he's a captain. We went up through the corridor and the steps and out onto the deck, and the light hit me in the face. I came into this world and saw the sunlight for the first time. I put a hand up and looked at it anyway. A huge white sun, burning hard, holding up the whole world. And I remembered the promotional video because I'd watched it more times than I'd admit. The old sun has fallen. The new sun sustains the last of human civilization. That's the whole reason the era is called the New Day. The light was clean, and it was warm, and it wasn't real. Fine. It's the only one on offer. Every pirate on the Sawshark was out. The slaves had been pulled up too, 40-odd of them, blinking. They'd formed a big circle with the important men at the front, and in the center of the circle was Captain Grimpatch with a bottle of rum, humming. Humph, humph. We are pirates, bottles in our left hands, scimitars in our right, filling chests of the dead with gold, filling chests of the dead with gold, filling chests of the dead. What kind of dark ballad is this? I want to note that he has a hoarse voice, and when he sings, it stops sounding like a sea shanty and starts sounding like something whispering from under the hull. He saw Featherfoot and stopped. Featherfoot, our best ship doctor, you've finally arrived. Are you ready to use the sea monsters needed to enter the rift? My new talent for getting things done is pretty good. You did a great job and saved me a lot of work. The parasitic sea monsters I needed are ready. Wait, the sea monsters needed to enter the rift. She said that in the same tone you'd use about rope. All right, enough talk. Get to the point. Information about the rift and our objective. This isn't your average treasure hunt, Captain. You have great talent, Featherfoot. This is the first time I've heard you praise my skills. We at Sawshark are in dire need of talent right now. Then he looked at me with those all-black eyes, and then he drew a jet-black sword and turned it into a speech. Gentlemen, due to instructions from above, we must prevent other pirate groups from sabotaging the Black Whale Group's operations. I haven't told you the real objective of this operation. That treasure, more precious than tons of gold. even more precious than a legendary professional card. Now that the rift is right in front of us, it's time to say it. The real objective. I straightened up, because captains don't hide targets from their own crews unless the target is so valuable that telling people early gets you killed by your own men. The pirates were looking at each other, delighted and offended at the same time. Captain, something more precious than tons of gold. Could it be Blackbeard's shipwreck? I heard that Blackbeard's shipwreck contained over 10 tons of gold. Blackbeard. Captain, have you really found the shipwreck of such a big shot? No, no, no. He shook his head, enjoying himself enormously. It is an ancient treasure left behind by someone even more famous than Blackbeard, and it is the location of the treasure that our great captain found, the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. And he drained the bottle. The sound that came off that ship was not a cheer. It was closer to a wave hitting rock. Abyssal Seeker. I swallowed, and I want to be honest, I am not a lore player. I don't grind main storylines, and I'm not a Witch Sea regional. But everybody who has ever touched this game knows that name. He's a legend hunter. And according to the legends of the Witch Sea, he is the only person, after the death of a witch, to hunt down a giant whale in the deep sea and win. And unlike most legends, he left nothing behind. No offspring, no apprentices, nothing. Because he spent his life covered in the blood of things from the bottom of the ocean, and the world was afraid of him. And being feared is a very effective form of contraception. Legend says that after he died, he split his treasure into pieces and buried the pieces in hidden places in the sea and left them there for whoever was brave enough. And the Abyssal Seeker is so far away in time that most pirates have stopped chasing his treasure. Far enough away that people have started to wonder whether he existed at all. The treasure of the Abyssal Seeker is real, I'm certain of that. I've seen the artifacts. Every single thing that ever came out of one of his caches has been a top-tier item, and every one of them sold for an obscene number on the forums. Featherfoot was worried, which tells you something. Captain, is it really the Abyssal Seeker's treasure? Because a legendary hunter's treasure is not easy to obtain. That's not a warning, that's arithmetic. If it were easy, it would be gone. Of course! This information was obtained by our great captain. The Abyssal Seeker's treasure is right behind us. He turned around. The saw shark slowed, and a small desolate island came up out of the water. Bare rock, nothing growing. And in the rock, a rift, shaped like a mouth caught mid-yawn, breathing out something dark. Sea Beast Cave. Then Captain Grimpatch took one last long, greedy look at the slaves. 40 of them. He drew that sword again and addressed them directly. Under normal circumstances, once you arrive in the city, you will be sold and become toys in the games of those shameless nobles. There will never be a day when they can turn things around. However, now you have a chance to show your courage in the rift. If you have enough courage, make a difference in the rift. I will grant you your freedom, and I will also give you 5 gold coins. And some of those men's eyes actually lit up, which was the point, because none of them were going in as explorers. They were going in as cannon fodder, and he had just made them volunteer. Then he turned to us. The treasure of the Abyssal Seeker will determine the future of our Black Whale group. If we find the treasure, everyone who participates will be rewarded with 50 gold coins. In addition, depending on their merits, they will also receive extraordinary favors personally bestowed by our commander. 50 gold coins is a life. And in a world where extraordinary power and social class are the same word, a favor from the commander is more than a life. Those two rewards don't change a man, they change a family line. Bang. The ship stopped in front of the island. And Captain Grimpatch turned around with his arms open and greed pouring out of his face like heat off a stove. Ha 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 ha! Everyone! Enough of the small talk. After all, glory and gold are right before our eyes. Then he jumped for the mouth in the rock. Everyone, follow me into the rift. Follow me. Featherfoot said that as a ship doctor, she normally walks in the middle of the column, and that as her follower, I should stay next to her at all times. Up the rope ladder and onto the island. And the rift sat there quietly with its mouth open, waiting for everyone to walk into it, which is exactly what everyone did. Captain Grimpatch went first, because he was the captain, and I will give him this much. He went first with a sword in his hand and no hesitation in his legs. His speech had worked. Everybody except me and the woman next to me was fired up. If the hunter's treasure truly exists, then this rift definitely harbors terrifying dangers. I took a breath and made myself paranoid on purpose. Because Deep Sea Affinity makes me immune to attacks from sea monsters, and it is worth remembering that the ocean is also full of things that are not sea monsters. Don't be afraid, everything will be all right. She said that to me, and then she stepped off into the dark. The passage narrowed, the light went, sounds started coming up from ahead that were not made by men. No limit on the number of participants, no special inspiration, just the most ordinary rift. That's what I thought at first, because rifts come in flavors and this one hadn't declared any. Some have caps, some have rules that will kill you for breaking them. The unregulated ones are the best places in the world to farm monsters. Then I got deep enough for the world to talk to me. You have entered Sea Beast Cave. The ceiling opened up into a cavern with stones in it that gave off a crystalline blue light, salt air, the smell of fish and something older than fish, and, way off, something roaring. Your inspiration is being tested, because in a rift, the more inspiration you have, the more the world is willing to tell you, and mine is 35. Identification successful. Sea Beast Cave. Rift distortion, 0%. This rift has been processed, with no distortion and no possibility of global expansion. Nature, void. The cave is damaged and seems to have little value for exploration. Description: a sea beast cave, inhabited by monsters that exist between the deep sea and the land. This is their monster lair. Inspiration: in your vision, you vaguely see a blue box emanating a peculiar aura beneath crimson eyes on the wall at the end of this cave. I have read 1,000 panels exactly like that. Seeing one hover in real air over real rock with real men breathing around me is a different experience, and I do not recommend getting used to it quickly. 0% distortion. That's the number that mattered. In New Day, a rift starts at around 10% distortion, and the number goes down every time somebody clears it, until it hits 0 and stops producing anything. So powerful people have already been through here, repeatedly, for years, which meant that, with all those predecessors, nobody had ever found the box. And the box is obviously the thing Captain Grimpatch came for. Beneath crimson eyes on the wall at the end of this cave. I filed that phrase somewhere safe and kept walking with the group. How was your first time using the rift? What were your thoughts? Did you feel any special inspiration? She turned around and looked at me, thinking. Yes, I sensed enlightenment and the roar of a monster. I said it low, and I didn't hide it, because it wasn't a secret worth keeping, and lying about small things is how you get caught lying about big ones. Also because I could hear breathing, a lot of breathing, getting closer. I can sense that you have a lot of inspiration. She was a bit startled. Her new hire kept producing surprises. A high level of inspiration is a good thing. If we manage to get back safely this time, I can teach you the meditation method, which can enhance your perception again and even give you a third eye. She smiled a little, and she had not walked 20 steps into this cave before she started making plans for after it. Please stop setting your own flags. Ship Doctor, is there any noise around us? I whispered it, mostly to interrupt her. Don't worry, this is your first time using Rift, so you lack experience. This is Rift distortion to 0% Rift. Normally, these Rift entrances are secure, and my intuition tells me, wow. A bat with a head the size of a head came off the wall shrieking and went for both of us. Danger drives the instinct to fight. I had the collector out and up before I decided to do it. Bang! The bronze round went through the thing and took most of it with it, and blood came apart in the air. Just an ordinary monster bat, not a sea beast, not strong. I looked at the smoke coming off the barrel and let out a very long breath. Kill a small bat to gain 7 spiritual points. And I nearly grinned in a cave full of pirates. Because that's experience. That's the currency. In New Day, you kill things in a rift and you get spiritual points, which is what you spend to upgrade extraordinary skills. Unfortunately, I had no card, no skills, and Deep Sea Affinity is not the kind of thing you upgrade with points. So my spiritual points were, for the moment, decorative. Also, rifts are stingy. You don't get much for a kill, and you get nothing at all for killing something far above your level. Some rifts tagged with blade aspect pay out properly, but mostly the real income is class quests. 7 points, for me, right then, was excellent. This gun is quite powerful. No wonder it's a pioneering weapon. I turned it over in my hand. Of course, I'm a pretty good shot too. First time firing a gun in actual combat, and it went fast, straight, and final. Then I glanced at her. Well done, just as I expected. She smiled, very slightly, to cover the fact that she had said there was no danger about 1 second before the danger. Although, in fairness, she had watched me kill Dreadfang on a yellow needle, so a bat was inside her forecast. I had nothing. The bats weren't the problem, obviously. To these men, a bat isn't a monster, it's weather. The problem was the thing that owned this cave. We fought through them going deeper, and inside 10 minutes the swarm had lost interest and gone home. And as the bats left, the cave started making other noises. Splash. Hiss. I looked around, and in the dark I could see shapes that were not finished being shapes yet. They are waiting for an opportunity. The sounds got denser. At the front of the column, Captain Grimpatch frowned, drew his prized black sword, and dragged the tip along the cold ground. Follow me, speed up, they're coming. I kept my eyes on the captain because I could not be sure the way I could with the bats. Deep Sea Affinity is a specific promise about a specific category, and until I knew what they were a coin flip. Then he remembered something and turned his head toward me. By the way, Featherfoot, do you have a tube of yellow needles? Did you bring them with you? I feel like I need them. Bang. My pupils went tight because a blue thing shaped like a toad came out of the dark at a speed that had no business belonging to something that size and went for the wobbly captain's hat. Damn it. He got the sword up backhanded, spun into it, and caught the bite on the blade. Boom! And the toad's strength launched a full-grown transcendent captain 30 meters down the cave and landed him in front of me. Deep sea toad. 6 meters. 2 blue eyes like set stones and a mouth built with the assumption that everything is food. The entire crew retreated 5 meters at once, in unison, without an order. It looked at 60 armed men the way you look at ants on a counter. And even at 30 meters I could feel it. Deep sea type, that's mine. Captain Grimpatch wiped blood off his mouth and put a hand out to the nearest person, which was me. Is there a cure? That impact had been enormous, and he had internal damage. I gave him a healing potion out of my bag. He drank the whole thing in one motion, took a breath, went into a draw stance, and stared at 6 meters of amphibian. Damn beast. Then he went at it like weather. The toad opened up to meet him, and they hit in the middle, and I watched, and I revised my estimate of Captain Grimpatch upward because he had the advantage. You beast, die! Muscles up, everything into the blade. Cut. The edge went through the teeth first, and then through the rest of it, and the toad came apart into 2 red halves. Captain, our god! By the goddess! The whole column breathed out. No, this is just the beginning. Because I could feel the aura of the deep coming up out of the rock, and it was getting thicker, like fog with intent. Damn it. He felt it too. He's a transcendent. He knew. A low sound started rolling around the cave, and then the dark grew eyes. More toads came out, and more, walking forward with their teeth already showing. 1, 2, 10. More than 100. I turned in a slow circle and understood that we were not in a cave with monsters in it. We were in a mouth. Every face on that expedition changed. Their strongest man had used everything he had to kill one of these. Captain Grimpatch gripped the hilt because a captain has to speak in a moment like this. We have no way to turn back. The only option is to fight our way out. All combat personnel, those who are capable, follow me and lead the way. Those who are not, follow Ship Doctor and cover our rear. Steam shotguns came up, super hammers, giant blades, and the cave turned into a place where humans and monsters were going to spend some time on the same problem. The 2 strongest men on the Saw Shark, Captain Grimpatch and the first mate, went to the front to cut a road. Some pirates and most of the slaves took the rear so nobody got opened up from behind. I got my bag open and had everything out before the first man reached us, because as she'd said, I was the doctor's assistant. I was not going to be fighting monsters. I was going to be holding people together while they came apart. Deep sea toads are strong enough that these men, who kill for a living, needed 2 of them per toad. The slaves with weapons weren't fighters, they were shields, and they were bait. And under that, the casualties started arriving instantly. Help me, Ship Doctor. Sister. A man crawled to us with his left arm gone at the shoulder. The stump looked like a bloody cotton ball. He was crying blood out of both eyes. Behind him came everybody else who couldn't hold anymore, gathering around us because fear moves toward medicine. She adjusted her mask, and something in her went absolutely flat and professional in a way I had not seen yet. Help him stop the bleeding. I got down and put a bandage into the wound and got painkillers and a healing potion into his mouth at the same time, and green light came up in her hand. Healing spell, may extraordinary skill, costs spiritual energy, closes external wounds. But the spell needs time, so you stop the bleeding and you dose him while it works, and that is the entire job. And it works. That's the thing about this world. With supernatural support, a wounded pirate goes back into the fight as soon as the potion and the spell catch up with each other. The rate was still too fast. In one stretch, there were 10 more wounded in front of us, then more. Boom, something big happened at the front, and then the first mate arrived, dragging himself, and I got my first proper look at the man. Covered in blood, and on his right arm, dark blue veins moving under the skin like several snakes had crawled in there and were now looking for the exit. He lay down and said, with everything he had, "Help me." "Deep sea toxin," I said it out loud, because I'd read that exact description in her book 6 hours earlier. Dark blue veins, the venom of the deep sea toad. She frowned hard, and this was terrible news, because the first mate was one of 2 reasons the front line existed. Deep sea toxins carry spiritual power. They're an extraordinary effect. Ordinary potions and ordinary healing techniques do nothing to them. If that man weren't exceptionally strong, he'd have been dead already. More advanced techniques and surgery are necessary, which takes time and cannot be disturbed. She looked at me. "The rest of the wounded are your responsibility, and if anyone tries to bother me, stop him. I must remain absolutely focused." Out came the surgical instruments, and the special materials I had pulled out of her sea creatures the day before. May Goddess of the Sea and Bloom Enchantress watch over us, and may no mishaps occur during this time. Then she went somewhere else entirely and started cutting. Let's prevent any accidents from happening. And I got a very bad feeling, because our rear had already been breached, and a makeshift medical station is, from the perspective of the ocean, a plate. I tugged the bandage tight and looked behind me. At the breach, 10 meters of deep-sea monster was walking toward us, roaring, 1 step at a time. This one was not a standard toad. Bigger, skin gone gray and hardened, teeth a deeper red. A mutant. She saw it too, and there were a dozen men on the ground behind us who could not be moved. If she ran now, she abandoned them. So she didn't consider it, which tells you something about her, that the 50 men on this ship will never know. She spared me 1 sliver of attention. "Take out the sea monster oil and sprinkle it on us. This sea monster oil has a hypnotic effect and can also mask our human scent in front of the sea monsters. Hypnotic aid. You have quite a lot of strange medicinal herbs. I got it out and applied it to both of us, quickly, like I'd done it before. I hope it works." Boom. Boom! The mutant came 5 meters closer and then stopped, and it looked at me, huge blue eyes right into mine, and I looked back. This one's bloodline was much purer than the ones out front. I could feel the difference the way you feel the difference between a candle and a furnace. This little thing looks quite unique. Will my deep sea affinity work? Roar! It opened up and roared straight at us, and the sound had something ancient underneath it, and it went past the ears and hit the part of the brain that predates ears. The wounded man on the ground nearly had a cardiac event. Every single person there went white. She was frightened too. She was ready to abort the surgery and, if it came to it, let this blue toad taste a medic's professional opinion. And then it turned around and jumped back into the dark. Everyone froze, then breathed, and I was the only person present who knew what had just happened. Because that roar had not been aimed at us. It had been aimed at me. And with instinct alone, I understood it. The general meaning was, you eat. It hadn't missed us. It wasn't uninterested. In its eyes, I was also a monster, and these bleeding men on the floor around me were the buffet, and it had just stepped aside so that management could go first. I have no interest in cannibalism, but I confirmed it. Deep Sea Affinity works on these. The things that had every man here shaking would not attack me. Some of them were actively being polite. This place is my home turf. Most of the pirates were busy, which meant I could, right now, walk into that pack and out the other side, and nobody would follow me because nobody could. This is a very good opportunity to escape. The only problem was standing 8 feet behind me with a scalpel, because she is a healer, and that does not mean her combat power is low. And if I ran now, there was a real chance I'd get plucked off the floor of this cave like an eagle taking a chick. Should I really run away? And then the other thing came back to me, the thing the world had whispered when I entered. At the end of the cave, beneath the scarlet eye, The treasure of the Abyssal Seeker. Captain Grimpatch was right. It's here. That's why 60 men were spending their bodies in this hole, and I had Deep Sea Affinity, which meant that a thing worth a fleet was sitting in a place designed to kill anybody who wasn't me. Normally, I'd need months of development before I was allowed to walk into a rift at all. He fearlessly faced the beasts of the deep in the rift. A bad idea arrived, fully formed, and I looked up. And something was already looking at me. On the ceiling, a bat the size of a man opened its wings. Dark red eyes locked on my position, much bigger than the others, much more serious. Blood-eyed bat. The upgraded version. That's an elite monster. Blood in the air had brought it down out of the roof. The sea monsters had left because of me. This thing had arrived because of me. That's the honest shape of my talent, and I want that on the record before anybody calls it a cheat. The ocean loves me, and everything with a taste for blood does not care. Trouble. I took a breath and got ready to kill it, and thank God it was a common monster, because as a hardcore player I have killed several thousand of them. The usual answer is that a First-Order Transcendent handles early-game monsters comfortably. I was not a First-Order Transcendent. I had a yellow needle in my blood and the collector on my hip, and between the stats and the gun, I was, functionally, close enough. Hiss! It dove. I didn't shoot. I held the scimitar and waited. At the bottom of the dive, I put the blade through its body. This monster is not afraid of pain. Which I knew, which is why I did it that way. It kept coming with a knife in it, mouth open for my throat. The head is the core, and it's also the hardest part. So I drew the collector left-handed and pulled. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds, fast, and the head came apart like a bag of water. Slay the blood-eyed bat and gain 51 spiritual points. 51. Awesome. The collector's barrel had gone hot enough to feel through the grip, and I stood there in a cave full of screaming and thought, very clearly, I am going to keep this gun forever. That should be it. Nothing else was going to come. Nothing else in this cave was stupid enough to argue with 100 deep-sea toads over the same meal. On the ground, the first mate was looking at me. Thank you, goddess. Thank you, ship doctor. Well done, my job. She thought that, actually thought it, having just finished bleeding the deep-sea toxin out of a man with hand tools in a cave. Her assistant was more capable than she had imagined. The first mate got up, stretched, picked his weapon back up, and went to find the front line, because Captain Grimpatch was still out there. Piece of cake. I clapped my hands and looked toward the noise. And I'll say this for the captain, under that much pressure he had cut a road through 100 deep-sea toads with a sword and a bad attitude. But men have a limited amount of body. The toads in that cave did not have a limited amount of toads, and there were worse things in the dark that hadn't come out yet. Without a goal, they would eventually be worn down and die in this cave. If this continues, she ground her teeth and made 2 small fists. Between what she'd done and what he'd done, the pressure had eased, but the question underneath had not moved an inch. Where is the treasure? There had been no news of it since the day the Black Whale group started looking. And then a scout came sprinting up out of the dark to the captain and said something in his ear. "Ha ha ha! That's awesome! That's absolutely fantastic!" That laugh went through the cave like a drum, and every man in it stood up straighter. Captain Grimpatch pulled his sword out of a toad and turned around covered in it. "Fellow sailors, Goddess of the Sea has blessed us. We've found it, the location of the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. Everyone, cast aside your fears and follow me with all your might." That's it. My mouth actually came open, because this was supposed to be a legendary treasure, and the discovery process had apparently been a man walking around a corner. She looked confused too. But in a rift, the captain's word is law, and also we now had to run at full speed. Run. She told me that this new recruit was braver than she had imagined, which I feel was the wrong conclusion from available evidence. So we ran. 60 people behind a pathfinder, over wet rock, through tunnels that got tighter, at a speed nobody had agreed to, and the whole time more things came out of the shadows to look at the food, because a running crowd is an advertisement. Men died on that run. Not fighting, just from running out of body. I was going flat out and my sense of time came apart. If it hadn't been for the yellow needle, I would have been on the floor with them. "I can't hold on any longer, Captain." "Captain, how much longer?" Some of them were audibly failing. And then the front slowed, and I slowed, and we arrived. A massive stone gate, cracked all over with rifts, with time on it like moss. Behind it, through the gap, I could see broken steps and an enormous wall. Despite everything behind us, Captain Grimpatch stopped. We finally arrived. Then he smiled and grabbed the Pathfinder by the collar and stared into his eyes, which was, and I hate to say it, correct procedure. Because deep-sea monsters cause mental breakdowns, and the fastest way to tell whether the man in front of you is still driving is to look at his eyes. Have you been inside? Is it safe? By the way, are you satisfied with the salary I paid you yesterday? The Pathfinder lifted his head and grinned. I stayed at the entrance for a while. There was no danger, and besides, Captain, I didn't receive your wages yesterday. Not only that, you also owe me 5 gold coins. This captain is quite cautious. I want to point out what happened there. He verified the man's sanity by checking whether the man was still angry about money. That is a genuinely good test, and it also means that Captain Grimpatch's unpaid debts are load-bearing infrastructure on this ship. That's right, I do owe you some money. He grinned, put the man down, took his blade, and stepped through the gate. We followed him in, and the first thing I did was turn around and put my shoulder into that stone door with everyone else. Boom, boom, perfect timing. It shut, and about 4 seconds later, something on the other side started hitting it. They shouldn't be able to get in without a little time. I looked at the door. Rifts all over it, but the material was special. It would hold for a while. I dusted off my hands, and through the cracks I could feel the enthusiastic presence of the sea creatures outside, which is a sentence I would like the audience to sit with. Then the fear arrived, all at once, the way it does when the running stops. My hand is bleeding. I've made enough money. Once I've made this one, I'll go back to town and buy my woman back from the gang. Damn it, I want to lie on my older sister's lap and on her chest. I survived, I'm still alive. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't you have a little courage? Look at the new recruits that Ship Doctor is training. They're all braver than you. Some of them were looking at me, because I was calmer than the veterans. She glanced over and said casually, "You can cry if you want, you can make a scene if you want, but you have to wait until we get back to the ship, understand?" I understand. I stretched. My shirt was soaked. What an exhilarating long-distance run, because for me it hadn't been terror, it had been cardio, and I'd finished it feeling loose and pleasant and slightly smug. Don't be afraid, we're safe now, for the time being. She tried to reassure me again, and shook her head, because even a deep-sea enthusiast feels the old animal fear coming off her own body when those things get close. Then I looked up and actually examined the room. It wasn't a temple, it was an altar. A grand staircase, 20 meters, going up to a platform. And near the bottom step, cut into the floor, one very deliberate line. At the top of the stairs, a huge wall, and the wall was carved edge to edge with dense, wave-shaped marks. Row after row of the same simple stroke, like a character for one, repeated 10,000 times. And at the base of the wall, my pupils shrank. A weathered blue-green box. We found it! Goddess! Treasure! Gold! Wealth! Blessings! Men who had just run for their lives through a monster nest started shouting. She smiled with total disbelief on her face. It actually exists. It really does exist. And even Captain Grimpatch's sword hand was shaking. Yes, it actually exists. Here's what he had been keeping from all of them, and I only learned it because he said it to himself out loud. There are many accounts of the Abyssal Seeker's treasure, and most of them are lies. According to the intelligence he had received from above, there were as many as 70 places where it might be buried. 70. This cave was one of them. Their saw shark was one of many ships, and they were gamblers, and this trip was a bet he had placed with other men's lives without telling them the odds. And he'd won. Ah. He sighed like a man in love and walked forward, mesmerized. I did not walk forward. I looked at the floor. Because the distortion of this rift is 0%, and this room is not hidden, which means people have stood exactly where I was standing many times over many years, and the box is still there. So the box is not obtained by climbing the stairs. I crouched. There's a very conspicuous line cut into the ground. This line is, I couldn't place it, and I could hear a faint wriggling sound, and when I looked at the walls, I could see small, white bones in the seams. Something's wrong. Sister Crow, this seems to be a warning line. We'd better not cross it. She looked down and saw it properly. It was cut like it had been done with a knife, in one stroke, by somebody who was not worried about the floor. Everybody took a few steps back. Now they all wanted the box at the top of the stairs, and not one of them wanted to be the one to try. Boom. Boom. The door started again behind us, being attacked from both sides, which meant we could not stand here and think. Captain Grimpatch gripped his sword, because he was the ranking man, and the ranking man has to move. And I'll grant him this. The saw shark is small, but it isn't stupid. There were more talents on that expedition than I'd bothered to notice. He turned to the third-rate scholar in the group, who had apparently studied history. Scholar, can you decipher the patterns on that wall? There were also scholars. Me? The scholar jumped, adjusted a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, went and squinted at 10,000 identical strokes, and coughed twice. Uh-huh. These patterns are clearly symbols of waves, so densely packed that they represent people's most primal awe of the sea. Being here must be a test of our reverence for the sea. It tests our reverence for the sea. Captain Grimpatch scratched his head and had absolutely no idea what to do with that. So he looked at the Pathfinder, because braking mechanisms is the Pathfinder's department. Are you confident? The Pathfinder looked at the line and smiled like a professional. Leave it to me, I'll succeed. After all, I'm a professional. Hiss. I frowned. He did it properly too. That's the tragedy. He picked up a big rock and threw it across the line, and the rock rolled over, and nothing happened. And then he walked the exact path the rock had taken and stepped across. No ground-based mechanisms. 2 seconds after crossing, he smiled to himself, and he had earned that smile. Boom. In the instant before the smile finished, a gigantic tentacle came out of the wall above him at a speed I could not follow and gently patted him. Call out. I heard the sound of a man going into stone. He hit the wall, came apart in most of the ways a body can, bled everywhere, and did not get up. That's it. I was somewhat prepared for that, and I was still shocked, because that scout was a transcendent specialist and extremely careful, and the attack had been faster than a human nervous system. And there was no time to mourn a Pathfinder, because everybody looked up at once. On the wall, 10,000 strokes started to move. They opened. They turned scarlet like ink under water. And they were not wave patterns at all. They were closed eyes. It woke up. Hundreds of enormous scarlet eyes and a wall of blood-red tentacles looked down at us from a height nobody in that room could reach. I swallowed. This is what I was told. Beneath the crimson eye lies the location of the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. The wall of bloodshot eyes stared at every person in that room, and the stare went through skin and into whatever is under it. That is not a metaphor. 60 armed men stopped breathing at the same moment. Captain Grimpatch, who is over 40 and has seen weather, backed up, and backed up, and backed up again, until the back of his skull hit the stone door. Featherfoot started biting her nails and could not stop. These incomprehensible monsters are no match for us. The strongest man in the room held his sword and understood, in about 1 second, that his blade could not move this thing. Not a chance. Not with help. The legendary treasure of the Abyssal Seeker is something that pirates like them could never covet, because the wall of bloodshot eyes in the deep sea is, at absolute minimum, a world-class boss. To have any chance at all, you need 4th tier power, and 4th tier is not a rank, it's a social class. And I have to admit that placing your treasure under a thing like that does fit the legend. I've watched the videos. The Abyssal Seeker was not a clever man. He was not a mechanic. He built no puzzles and set no traps. His entire philosophy, according to everyone who ever wrote about him, was to prove his path with blood and break the law with force. And with the inspiration I'd gotten walking in, I understood the whole thing. A long time ago, that man came to this rift and put one of his treasures at the base of a monster's wall. And then he took his blade and cut one line into the floor. A warning line for the weak. Cross this line and the wall of bloodshot eyes deals with you. It's a safety net for anybody who can't, and it's a trial line for anybody who can. 60 men looked down at a scratch in the ground made by a dead man, and across all that time they heard him perfectly. Want my treasure? Then cross this line and fight the wall of bloodshot eyes. Kill. Charge forward. Nobody moved. All anyone could do was wait and see what the wall decided. Glug glug. And then 100 blood-red eyes rolled all the way over at once and fixed on the stone door. More precisely, on me. 100 eyes. I looked up and met them. The purity of the deep sea bloodline in that wall was on a different scale from the toads outside. Not a furnace. A sun. I don't speak the language of the deep. I never have. All I could do was open up and let instinct take it. Those 100 stares came down, and they carried one very simple, very old meaning. Hello. No, not quite. There was something under it, a kind of deference. The closer translation is, "Hello, sir." "Hello, this is interesting." My lips moved, no sound came out. And then a hand shot under my arm and pinched me in the armpit hard enough to change my religion. Give up thinking, don't try to understand, and don't try to feel. Because there's no research to prove it, but at sea you learn one rule early: never try to understand the language of these things. There are too many legends about deep sea monsters talking somebody all the way across the ocean. Ouch, ouch, that's my armpit. I had not budgeted for my boss to do that to me in front of a world-class boss. New, but I'm sorry, I've already understood. I nodded out of politeness, and because if I didn't agree quickly, she was going to do it again. Having said what it came to say, the tentacles on the dome retracted, and every eye on that wall closed, and it turned back into a carving of waves. It did nothing else. No attack. No siren song, no whispering, no pressure on the mind. It was completely indifferent to the creatures outside its line. It hadn't opened its eyes to frighten anybody. It had opened them to say hello to me. After a long time, the crowd flattened against the stone door started to breathe. I was terrified. I'd rather be swept high into the sky by the storm. I don't want to go to the gang to buy my woman back. As long as I'm alive, I'll sell myself to the gang. Hello. Interesting. I said it under my breath while my brain ran, because I had just been greeted, politely, by a monster that had disassembled a transcendent for stepping on a line. I was now certain of it. Not the toads outside, and not the thing on the wall, would attack me on their own initiative. This is Deep Sea Affinity. No wonder these are the talents of villainous bosses and monsters. And this treasure was not going to be difficult for me. The chest at the top of those steps was, for me, a short walk. The problem was that I could not disobey Featherfoot and Captain Grimpatch, because I weighed as much as a coat. We must slowly find an opportunity. I touched my own chest and looked around the room at 60 people for whom that box might as well have been in orbit. The first mate sighed, white eyebrows down. "What do we do, Captain?" Outside, the beasts were still working on the door. Time was a resource that was actively leaving, and the treasure was in a place none of them could reach. Captain Grimpatch looked at the line on the floor one more time. Then he took a bottle of very strong rum off a crew member's back and drank all of it. "We are no match for this monster." Then, and I want to be fair to him again, however, according to legend, the Abyssal Seeker was not a skilled puzzle maker. His treasures were often hidden in dangerous areas of the sea. In that region, there is often a ferocious sea monster. Our great leader of the Black Whale Group had already told us this. We at Sawshark are not unprepared for this situation. Oh, you guys were prepared. My eyes came up because that changed everything. Featherfoot, bring out those sea monsters you brought. She bit her lip. Then she looked at the big man behind her, whose job was carrying things. Take it out. Yes. Bang. 4 backpacks came down in the middle of the group, and a lot of blue liquid came out of them. And out of the bags, slowly, 4 writhing, twisting things came out and put their tentacles on the stone. Blue. Octopus-shaped. I knew exactly what those were, because one of them had tried to make Dreadfang invincible and then quit. Parasitic sea monsters. Much better quality than the one on the deck, mind you. These were graded. A delirious pirate said what everybody was thinking. "Captain, could this little thing possibly defeat the wall of bloodshot eyes?" She was visibly annoyed and explained it to the room, fast, in one breath, like a lecture she'd given before. According to the 11th issue of the Royal University Medical School's Ocean Journal, before parasitizing humans, parasitic marine mammals secrete an invisible substance that is extremely difficult for humans to observe, which in turn creates a special aura. This aura can deter other sea creatures from attacking humans. A remarkable balance exists among deep-sea species, especially among ancient deep-sea species, as they rarely prey on each other. Some cultists who believe in the deep sea rely on this to coexist with the deep-sea monster. In other words, if the damage caused to the human body by the parasitic marine mammal can be reduced by allowing it to secrete this invisible gas, humans could be temporarily recognized as one of the marine mammals. Of course, we still know nothing about the deep sea. This is merely speculation. Then her throat went dry and she stopped, and about 40 pirates stood there blinking at her. So I translated, because that was my job. Simply put, it means letting the parasitic sea monsters voluntarily become parasitic, so that they might be seen as one of their own by the wall of bloodshot eyes, and thus obtain the treasure chest on the steps. Yes, but the chances of this method being successful are very low. It requires risking one's life, I finished, silently. Bang, bang. Captain Grimpatch put his sword into the floor and interrupted her. That's right, my warriors, by using the parasitic sea beasts on the ground, we can conceal our human nature. Perhaps we can avoid fighting the wall of bloodshot eyes and obtain the treasure at the top of those stairs. Artificial Deep Sea Affinity. That's what they had. That's the plan. 60 men, 4 processed animals, and a very expensive imitation of the thing I was born with. She was interrupted mid-sentence and clenched her fist. The 4 sea monsters have all had their aggression weakened, and even if they are parasitized, the damage to their bodies is not significant. However, parasitic marine mammals are ultimately dangerous. Only humans with a certain level of adaptability to parasitism can maintain a relatively long parasitic period. Otherwise, the parasitic marine mammal, with its fangs removed, is likely to break free from the human. Yes, just as Ship Doctor said, these sea monsters have been weakened and are very safe. He said the second half of her sentence and dropped the first half, loudly, while looking around at everyone. All right, my warriors, is there anyone who dares to carry the parasitic sea monster on their shoulder, cross the rift line, and retrieve that treasure? And then he stopped scanning, because he already knew who he was going to pick. A dark-skinned salvage worker. Years of fishing and salvage. Which meant he'd been infected once by a parasitic fish-type sea creature, spent a lot of money, and lay in bed for a month before he recovered. And people who survive an infection develop resistance. He was the most suitable candidate on the ship, and every man there knew it. I'll come. He was an honest, tough guy. He looked at his captain, made a fist, and walked over, without saying anything else. He knew it was suicide, but the captain's orders are the captain's orders, and resisting achieves nothing. At least after he dies, Captain Grimpatch will treat his wife and children better. That was the whole calculation. That's what it cost to buy him. Truly worthy warriors of our Saw Shark, if we can successfully retrieve the treasure and return to our Black Whale Group headquarters, when the time comes, you who have made the greatest contribution will definitely have a whole box of gold coins. Moreover, it's important to know that those who manage to obtain the Abyssal Seeker's treasure invariably become renowned figures at sea. He said all that to a man he had already spent. The salvager didn't answer. He picked up the processed animal and pressed it hard into his own right arm. It felt a human and went in immediately. Ah! He set his teeth and let it happen. The scent of the deep sea. I could feel it arrive. Faint, wrong, but there. As she'd said, with the aggression stripped out, an ordinary man can hold one of those for a while. Call! And then he walked, slowly, and stepped across the line. 1 step, 2, 3. 3 full steps, and the wall did nothing. Every eye in that room went wide, because that meant the plan worked. That meant it was real. Captain Grimpatch's hand shook on the hilt. The unreachable had just become a distance. They don't even need to fight the wall of bloodshot eyes to obtain the legendary treasure. I watched the salvager, and I did not like what I could feel, because the thing on his shoulder had noticed something was wrong and was starting to leave. Keep moving forward. Captain Grimpatch opened his arms and encouraged him. The salvager got onto the steps and tried to go faster, and then he felt it detaching, and in that same instant his mind filled with an endless sea of blood-red eyes. No! I can't do it. He turned around and jumped for the line. The parasite came off him in the air. Boom. The tentacles came out and twitched, once. His legs turned into red foam at the edge of the line. He crawled the rest of the way to us on his hands, covered in himself. She gave the order, and I went and got him, pulled his upper body over, bandaged what was left, and put painkillers and healing potion into him. On Earth, with that damage, in a place like that, he would already be finished. But this is the new sun world, where the technology tree grew sideways, and a leg injury like that can be repaired with extraordinary surgery if you have money and status. Normally, even a noble would think twice about the bill. Still, there's a glimmer of hope. That's more than Earth would give him, and in the middle of that, with a man bleeding into my hands, I looked up at the captain. He should have been sorry. He was smiling. because it had failed and it didn't matter. The salvager had crossed the line. The method was confirmed. And better than that, unlike the first time, the wall had not even opened its eyes to swat him. From now on, all you have to do is keep trying. He turned and surveyed every crew member in the room. Is there anyone else willing to take on this mission? And I watched him start shopping. Besides salvage workers, who else has been infected by a sea monster and lived? And at that exact moment, Featherfoot felt something in the room shift, and she quietly stepped forward and went up on her toes and used her entire small body to put herself between Captain Grimpatch and me. Ah. I want to be clear that I noticed. I did the math the same second she did. People infected by marine mammals can survive being parasitized for longer. Isn't that him? And more than that, he wasn't infected before. He is currently infected. For anybody else in this room, that walk is suicide. I had just been greeted. He's the chosen one. However, this requires acting skills. I looked at the line and started thinking about a performance. Captain Grimpatch went down the line of faces, weighing each man like fruit. Because he needed the most suitable person and the most adaptable person, and at the same time, the person worth the least. Every pirate in that room was terrified of being picked. He looked at Featherfoot, shook his head, and looked slightly away. And then something bizarre happened. The parasitic sea monster on the floor started crawling toward me at a twisted, unhurried, extremely confident angle. Every head in the room turned to follow it. Oh dear, I had seen this coming, and it still felt like being pointed at by God, because it's not strange at all. Parasitic sea monsters are wild animals, and wild animals go for the weakest thing available. And of everyone present, excluding the slaves, nobody was weaker than me. This is an opportunity. My eyes went up the steps to the box. Miss this and I don't get back here. Why not take this opportunity to see the treasure of the Abyssal Seeker? Now. Deep Sea Affinity is an active skill. I can turn it off. I hadn't for a number of reasons. But let's try turning it off first. I thought about it and felt a layer come off my skin, like taking off a coat I didn't know I was wearing. And the parasitic sea monster kept coming toward me at exactly the same speed. It doesn't seem to be of much use. Does this little thing love me that much? I turned the affinity back on. At least that way it wouldn't suddenly remember its job description and bite me. Captain Grimpatch saw the animal choose, and he lit up like a man who has just been told his flight is on time. He scooped it up, hopped straight over Featherfoot, and came at me. My newest warrior, have you been infected by sea monsters? No point denying it. My back would testify. The thing in his hand stretched out a tentacle and twisted a few times in my direction, eagerly. It seems this parasitic sea monster really wants to parasitize this person, he thought. That way, it might be able to hold on a little longer. This sea monster seems quite eager to eat you, but don't worry, its fangs have been removed. Young man, I've always thought you were very courageous. Do you have the confidence to cross that rift line? Is it about having confidence, or not about being willing to take the leap? I felt something, briefly. Not fear, something more like disappointment on an industrial scale. Because he hadn't given me a choice, he'd given me a compliment with a hook in it. To him, trading my life for a slim chance at a legend's treasure was, in pirate accounting, a terrible exchange. No. In most men's eyes, it should be worth it. What a lucrative deal. Because ultimately I was a slave who had been a crew member for one day. I was the cheapest chip on the table, and I had just been pushed forward. Escaping the Black Whale Group was the right choice, and it had never been more obviously the right choice than in that exact second. Let's do it! I took a deep breath, and then a voice went cold beside me. No! Captain, he's my henchman, and besides, his body is too fragile to reach the top of those steps while being parasitized by the sea monster. This is a complete waste of manpower. Under that mask, her eyes were locked on the captain, and the room got very tight very fast. Ah, I had not expected my boss of one day to openly stand in front of the captain of the Saw Shark and tell him no. Nobody interrupted. In status, she outranks the first mate. There is exactly one person on that ship above her. He was silent for 3 seconds and then went cold right back. You mean, we're supposed to leave empty-handed? Because for pirates, returning empty-handed is a disgrace, and to certain extreme pirates, it is a more unbearable disgrace than their wives' infidelity. which is a scale of measurement I did not ask for and now have. Are we going to go home empty-handed? He said it again, harder. She took a breath. This is not a case of returning empty-handed. We now know that the treasure exists. We could easily return now and then inform the deputy commander and the others of the intelligence. With their strength, they could even defeat the wall of bloodshot eyes. At that time, this Abyssal Seeker's treasure will still belong to our Black Whale pirate group. After we return, this treasure will still belong to us. He twitched. Then he smiled. And this is the one moment in that cave where I thought the man was genuinely intelligent. How is that possible? You don't think we're the only ones with information about the Abyssal Seeker's treasure, do you? We just knew the timing a little earlier than them. The other 3 major pirate groups, and even the Bay Country's official navy, are all doing their utmost to find the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. After we return to headquarters, I wonder how many ships will come to this sea beast cave. By then, we probably won't even be able to see this rift. Then his voice went up. The age of exploration has arrived. Ship Doctor, you and I will make a name for ourselves amidst the waves. Now, faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how can we give it up? And she had nothing, because he was right. So she did the only thing left. She bit her lip and slandered me. He's no good. After fighting Dreadfang, he cried a lot, like a rat in a ditch. This kind of trash and coward only knows how to call for his mother, run away in a panic, and then run into a woman's arms. There's no way he can cross the rift line. There are only 3 of these precious parasitic sea monsters left. They should be given to... I want to talk about that sentence for a moment. After crying, I was left bewildered. Useless. Coward. I was grateful. I understood exactly what she was doing, and I was grateful. It still sounded strange. And then Captain Grim Patch put his hand on my shoulder. To be so young, yet possess the courage to defeat Dreadfang, that alone proves he is a warrior. By the way, young man, and I remember you killed a blood-eyed bat all by yourself with a pistol. With such courage, I believe you can definitely climb the steps of this trial and help us obtain the treasure of the Abyssal Seeker. He can't. She said it again, and it came out weak. Because this guy's performance, on the ship and in the rift, is just too good. Why is he behaving so well? I could feel the reproach coming through the mask, and I want to be honest, that was the funniest moment of my first 2 days in this world. My boss was furious at me for being competent. We hadn't spent much time together. I had, apparently, left a very good impression. And now, 1 day later, this man who had done everything right was about to die. She knew better than anyone what being parasitized costs. It's not only about resistance. Physical strength is decisive. Even after the yellow needle, my body was nothing next to the salvagers. Even a Tier 2 transcendent salvage worker couldn't do it, so how could Lin Kai possibly do it? Not to mention psychological resilience. Captain Grim Patch was, from where she stood, sending a boy to his death for a possibility that did not exist. Bang, bang, the door again. New rifts opening in the stone. No, she clenched her fists, and I later found out she was seriously considering punching the captain of the Saw Shark in the head to buy time. I want that on the record, too. Stop being unreasonable, Featherfoot. If all else fails, we can simply hold a vote. A vote, which would not change anything, and everyone in that room knew it, and that was the entire elegance of the threat. My eyes went up the stairs again, because I wanted to see what a legend had thought was worth burying under a monster. You two, stop arguing about me. I stepped forward and cut both of them off. Let me try. May ordinary voice in a very quiet room, and it went through those men like a wave. Every pirate there was taken aback. They had watched a scout get erased. They had watched a transcendent salvager lose both legs, and the newcomer had put his hand up. He's a real man. Somebody threw me a bottle of rum, out of genuine respect. I drank half of it. It was faintly sweet. I threw the bottle on the ground because that felt like the correct thing to do with it. This is suicide. She frowned, and there was nothing else she could do, because she was a junior ship doctor, and the man above her had already decided. Now, all she can do is lament her own powerlessness and weakness. Captain Grim Patch was delighted, which he tried to hide, and failed. Well done, kid. If you really find the treasure, a chest of gold, no, 2 chests. There are also career cards to embark on the path to transcendence, even your own ship. It's all yours. From now on, you will be the pride of Sawshark. By the way, you can also tell me what kind of woman you want. Even if you don't get it, Just for your courage alone, I'm willing to give you 50 gold coins in the name of the captain. That is quite a lot of rewards. I did not believe one syllable of it, because Captain Grimpatch's goodwill lives entirely in his mouth. In his eyes, I was a temporary tool and a living commodity, and profit is the only permanent thing on a pirate ship. I was much more interested in what was actually in the box, because I could feel it now, clearly. The Black Whale pirate group was not a good fit for me. It's time to prepare for the escape. But before I could escape, I had to figure out a way to get something good. He leaned in, eager to put the parasite on my shoulder personally. Captain, let me do it myself. I took the thing by a tentacle at the bottom, lifted it, and started walking toward the line. Because here was the problem. Deep Sea Affinity meant the wall would not kill me. It did not mean this was easy. This really puts my acting skills to the test. The animal was big enough that if I positioned it right on my shoulder, from behind, nobody could tell it wasn't in me. The real key was portraying the pain and struggle of being parasitized. Good. I put it on my shoulder and pressed down hard. And it went to work immediately, sliding those smooth tentacles down toward my arm and into my armpit. Call panic, genuine panic, and not the kind I was planning, because things were not as simple as I thought. The tentacles kept moving. They were extremely smooth, and they were stimulating. The parasitic tentacles were like a clingy kitten, constantly rubbing against my body. This feeling, it's so itchy, so smooth, and it feels kind of good too. To feign pain in such a comfortable situation is truly a test. I want you to picture this from the front, 60 men in a monster's cave, watching a boy walk toward a line drawn by a dead legend, with a horror from the ocean floor on his shoulder. And I was up there thinking, this thing feels like it could be used to develop a massage industry. I forced a pained expression and told myself to be professional. Then I stepped across the taboo line drawn by the abyssal seeker. Tap, tap, 1 step, 2, 3, 4, and every step got a noise out of the crowd behind me. Why don't I run and tease them? I estimated the timing and kept it slow, because slow is the whole performance. Within moments, I had passed the salvager's record. Ah, she was stunned. Something's not right. With his physical abilities, it's incredible that he was able to last so long. Is it because of the yellow needle, or is it because of the sea monster lurking inside him? When he comes back, I'm going to give him a full body checkup from top to bottom, inside and out. However, it seems that this opportunity will never come again. Then I stopped walking because a good performance needs a crisis. Oh no, he can't hold on much longer. Don't be afraid. Hang in there. Don't give up. Think of your family. Think of your unfinished business. Hang in there. Everything will be all right. Nothing is insurmountable. Women can be found again. Money can be earned again. You are still young, still a teenager, with limitless potential. Under the captain's leadership, 50 bloodthirsty men who had spent that morning betting on which slave would die first turned into a motivational seminar. Because I was, at that moment, their entire retirement plan. Acting out pain is really difficult, but thankfully all I left for everyone was a handsome back view. That's enough. I got a grip on the animal, accelerated, and went up the stairs. Accelerate. I have never heard men make a sound like the one they made, because the treasure of the abyssal seeker was one step away from a boy they had been planning to spend. Arrive! I crossed the last step, crouched down, and the first thing I did was wink at the wall of bloodshot eyes. This is, after all, something that came from under the wall of that old monster. I took it. The wall did not respond, which is fair. It's a deep-sea creature. It has no interest in whatever a dead man left on its floor. The box had gone mottled with time and dust, but you could still see it had been beautiful once. Somebody had paid for that box. I brushed the dust off with my hand, slowly, because 60 people were watching and I needed the seconds. Welded to the ground, no traps around it, not a mimic. There was a clear latch. I checked twice, then pressed it. Click, the lid came up. Wow, the golden legend. A smell of dust came out. Cough, cough. No glowing items, just dust. 3 things in the box. A parchment scroll, a blue card, and a golden amber gem. Behind me, the noise arrived. He really did it. He really persevered and reached that place. Look, the parasitic sea monster is still writhing and devouring his body. Can he hold on any longer? Quick, drop the things down. I wasn't listening. I unrolled the parchment. At the top it said, "Homage to the adventurers who have come here. Having arrived here, you, or all of you, must have already engaged in a bloody battle with the deep-sea monster. After I die, the great whale will eventually cross the white mist of the setting sun and return to this world. And on this vast ocean, there must be hunters to hunt them down. Adventurers who can fight the wall of bloodshot eyes. Please also accept this gift from this lone hunter, a gift to celebrate your battle, a battle between life and death. I looked down at my relatively neat clothes and at the sea beast massaging my shoulder. The massage from this parasitic sea monster was quite powerful and frequent. Massage can unblock meridians and promote blood circulation. He had experienced a battle of blood and flesh. I want the dead man to know I take his gift seriously. Then I read the rest, and the rest was coordinates. To the left of the Moonstone City clock tower, beneath the triangular vortex. Locations. All of them. It's a treasure map. The treasure of the Abyssal Seeker includes a map recording every place he ever buried anything. I memorized as much of it as I could hold, and while I did, I noticed the pattern, which is that his filing system was consistent. Put the valuable thing next to a dangerous sea monster. Most of the information about the Abyssal Seeker's treasure is a rumor. A treasure map of the Abyssal Seeker is one of the most famous objects in the entire legend of the ocean. If the Black Whale pirate group behind me knew, they'd probably jump up and down. Nice one. I rolled it up and looked at the blue card. This should be a skill card. In a rift, aside from cards tied to professions, skill cards are the most common thing you find, and if you meet the conditions, a skill card just gives a transcendent a skill, free. It was an abstract ink painting, a fisherman alone in a small boat in a dark gray storm, calmly fishing. The notification came the instant I touched it. Skill card, fishing under the storm. Learning requirements, none. Effect, this card contains extraordinary knowledge of sea fishing, allowing you to catch a plump, large fish even in a storm. Description, are you still frustrated by not catching anything while fishing? I sat there under a wall of closed, scarlet eyes on top of a legend's grave goods, holding a fishing tutorial. In fairness, in the Witch Sea, sea fishing is a genuinely good skill, and this is a genuinely decent card. But even the most extraordinary fishing skills seem inadequate when compared to the treasures of the Abyssal Seeker. I bit my lip. There's only one thing left. I reached in and picked up the golden amber. Its color wasn't bright. It was dim, almost dull, and inside it you could see flames burning, and the burning was warm. That's the strange part. It should have been frightening, and instead it felt like standing near a hearth in a house you've never been to, and underneath the warmth was something with no ceiling on it. The prompt that came up was not a prompt. It arrived like an announcement. Hunter's Ember. Description. The Ember Fire, obtained by the hunter from the fallen lighthouse, contains extraordinary power. Nature, lamp, blade. Ember Fire slightly enhances the strength of your Tier 1 to Tier 4 extraordinary classes. The Hunter's Legacy. Ember Fire contains the combat knowledge of a Abyssal Seeker's entire life. This Ember Fire greatly enhances your combat abilities and learning speed. Note, we are the hunters, they are the prey. May you inherit the hunter's will and slay all the deep sea monsters in this world. And inside the amber, if you looked at it long enough, you could almost see a man fighting a great whale in a storm, with eyes on fire, mad enough to look possessed. It was terrifying, and it was also somehow reassuring, and I have never been able to explain why both. Ember Fire. I have sold a lot of rare items. I know exactly what this is. Items of this caliber usually only appear in the story text. In player forums, several of the largest events in the game's history were fights over Ember Fire. The first ability is a small enhancement, yes, but it is not equipment and it is not a class card. It is a non-discriminatory buff applied directly to the essence of an extraordinary profession, for 4 tiers, forever. Even an old monster wrapped in divine armor gets stronger by holding this. And for someone at the very beginning, a buff to class cards is worth more than the class card. Then there's the Hunter's Will, which greatly increases combat learning speed and comes bundled with the accumulated knowledge of a legend. A great many second-tier professions offer nothing but learns faster as their entire identity. This thing is, functionally, a Tier 0 class card. A Tier 0 class card called Hunter. May absolute treasure, and just touching it I could feel what he had wanted. Not gold, not fame. He wanted the things in the water dead. Taking this, in a sense, means inheriting the hunter's will, which brought me to a small problem, because given my talent, the probability of me fighting a deep sea monster was somewhere around 0. The aura I was putting out seemed to be stronger than the walls. If the Abyssal Seeker were alive, he would kill this heretic with a single blow, no hesitation. He'd consider it the best work he'd done that month. May you rest in peace, and I will inherit the strength within you. Hunting humans should also count as being a hunter, right? I put the smile away, found a good angle so nobody below could see my hands, and put all 3 items on my body. None of them were large. The pockets on those clothes she'd given me were generous enough for a parchment scroll, which I choose to interpret as another thing she did for me on purpose. Behind me it got loud. Can you still stand up? Hey, hey! Has he been completely controlled by the parasitic sea monster? Captain, the rift at the stone gate behind us is getting bigger and bigger, and monsters are about to rush in. Everybody down there had concluded I was gone, that I'd been taken. To be fair, the animal on my shoulder was getting visibly more excited. You pirates need to calm down. Haven't you seen any storms before? I stood up and turned around and looked down at the saw shark. Captain Grim Patch craned his neck and screamed, "Can you still hold on? If not, throw the things out of the box first. At least put on an act and make sure I'm safe first." I didn't say anything. I just watched. Because he had not asked whether I could walk. He'd asked me to throw the merchandise. His black eyes had the specific fanaticism of a man who would kill anyone in that room for what was in my pockets. Should I go down and give this precious treasure to the Black Whale Pirate Group? I want to be honest and say that I asked myself the question properly, standing up there, even though I had been planning to leave since the first hour. I remembered his promise. 2 chests of gold. And then I remembered that this is a man who writes gold coin IOAs to his own ship's doctor and never pays them. No. Without a doubt, the reward he gave would be less than 1% of the value of these things. And there was a bigger problem than money. The Black Whale Group is one of the 4 emperors. They are not a free crew of drunks. They manage people. If I stood out too much, I would be watched closely, permanently, by an organization whose long-term plan is to end the world. The only good thing about the Black Whale Group is probably having a reliable senior colleague, and even she couldn't save me. She had her own secret and her own timer. And there was the last thing, the one that closed the argument. Because there was no wound on my shoulder. I had walked up here with a parasite on me, and my skin was intact. Which means my Deep Sea Affinity gets exposed the second anybody looks. His body may even be dissected. There's no way around it. His body is just too tempting. Running away was the right choice, and the only choice. My duty is to survive, inherit the hunter's will, and embark on a path of strength that belongs to the hunter. I was standing in my own safe zone, beneath the wall of bloodshot eyes. The monsters outside were breaking the door down, and the saw shark was about to become chaos. Now is the best time. Call! I let out a long breath, and then I looked at the black knife on Captain Grimpatch's hip, and something cold came into my eyes. The black blade. Forged from ancient swords, according to everything I'd read, a remarkably powerful weapon in the hands of a man who was about to be busy. Perhaps he could lend it to me. However, this might require a little bit of acting skills. "Can you come down?" He shouted it, trying to wake me up out of what he assumed was a possession. I lowered my head a little and put pain on my face. "Captain, I see. Blood-red eyes. They're getting closer and closer. It's coming." Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? I clenched my teeth and pushed for excruciating. Bloodshot eyes appeared. And then Featherfoot saved my entire performance because she is a professional, and professionals will explain your lie for you. The parasitic sea monster releases trace amounts of toxins into the bloodstream and emits a supernatural sound similar to that of a siren. In this situation, extremely severe hallucinations will occur. Did his spirit finally break down? She shook her head. Earlier, it had bothered her that I'd climbed those stairs smoothly because it didn't match my body. Now he's hallucinating. This is how an ordinary person would behave after being parasitized by a sea monster. Hallucination? Captain Grimpatch actually roared it. He was just one step away. The sea monster hadn't left him. At this moment, the other party was actually hallucinating. Yes, this is a normal phenomenon. For example, the common painted skin can cause humans to kill each other. She adjusted her mask, and I watched a middle-aged pirate captain's heart break in real time. He believed I was up there wrestling a monster for control of my own body. It seems like it might work. I took 2 steps back. No, blood-red eyes, hands sprouted. It's getting closer. It's going to attack me. I need weapons. Captain, lend me your sword. Only a strike, only the strike of the black blade can slay this monster. I made a fist with my left hand and waved it twice in the air. It still seems too exaggerated, and the voice is a bit too soft. My acting skills are really not very good. Even his voice has become weak. Sure enough, his physical strength has reached its limit. She shook her head helplessly. Thank you, Sister Crow. Genuinely. You did more for that performance than I did. Has his stamina reached its limit? He was frantic now. And here's the thing about that knife. He got it out of the body of a giant anglerfish. It is the most precious object he owns. Every week, he perfumes the knife. He whispered to the crew behind him. Give me a decent scimitar. Then he stopped himself mid-sentence, because his black knife is very special and completely different from the curved knives the crew carry, and I would notice, and he knew I would notice. Time is running out. He held the black knife and hummed to himself very quietly. Fill that box of the dead with gold. He's a gambler. 99% chance of 1 gold coin, 1% chance of 50. He takes the 50 without pausing to think about it. If we can obtain the Abyssal Seeker's treasure, what does it matter if we lose a black sword? As a pirate, one should pursue greater treasures and greater possibilities. Only in this way can one reach the crest of this wave and be free from the control of anyone. That is genuinely how the man thinks. I want to be fair to him because in about 4 minutes, I'm going to rob him. Amidst the roars from outside, he tossed his black knife up, slowly, carefully, because he was afraid of startling the wall of bloodshot eyes behind me. Bang! I caught it right-handed. Black knife. Nature, blade. This sword was born for battle. Description: this knife has extremely high durability, and its blade possesses a unique black aura. When it hits an enemy, it will cause high damage from the black aura, which will instill fear in people. To cut off its flesh and blood, to instill fear in it. The blade looked like it was under layers of black dust, and it still gave the impression that it would go through anything with meat in it. That is a 3rd-tier weapon. Normally, you do not touch that unless you have reached the 3rd level of extraordinary power. It's famous. It's a small marvel. So, can you do it? Can you defeat that blood-eyed creature and come to our side? I'll give it a try. This blood-eyed creature is not easy to deal with. I turned my wrist and gave it 2 test swings. It's very easy to use. It truly lives up to the captain's name. Boom, boom. The door behind them had a very obvious tear in it now. There was sweat on his forehead in small, precise beads. How was it? You killed that blood-eyed creature. Come down now. Come to safety. Come to us. We'll protect you. I nodded, seriously, slowly. Why aren't you moving? His heart went faster. Because nodding is not descending. What's wrong? He asked it calmly, which cost him something. Captain, another treasure chest has appeared in front of me. It opened its mouth. If there are no gold coins, it will eat me. If there were any more gold coins. I need gold coins. Mimic monster. And I watched a man's soul leave his body through his mouth. How come this hallucination has a sequel? Isn't it just making empty promises? I can do that too. I want to be clear about what I had just invented. I had invented a chest that eats you unless you feed it money, and I had invented it in front of a man who has spent his entire career promising people money he does not have. If things continue like this, he can make a few more ifs to Captain Grim Patch. Keep going, Captain. If you just try a little harder, I'll definitely make it down. Unfortunately, the time had already come. Boom! A deep sea toad went through the stone gate, and the gate stopped being a gate. Nearly 100 of them came in with their mouths open and dripping, ready for a meal that had been kept waiting. I looked down at all of it. Next, we just need to wait for an opportunity, and then take advantage of the chaos to leave this place. Captain Grimpatch's face went gray, and his eyes went to the blue-green box on the steps, and in the space of about 4 seconds he had hope, and then he had the other thing. Behind him, roaring, arriving. I waited. And then he did something I did not expect. He grabbed a scimitar off the man behind him, and he charged, and he crossed the rift line. They actually dared to cross that line. The instant he was over, the tentacles came down off that wall like a python being dropped from a height. Captain Grimpatch is, I'd estimate, a 3rd-tier blade aspect specialist, pure combat build. And when he burst forward like that, I could barely track him. Clang, clang. He got the curved sword horizontal in front of him and slashed twice into a tentacle and, for a moment, the tentacle bent and pulled back. Commendable courage, but that's all. Then the scimitar shattered, and the impact threw him back over his own line. And with that, the despair arrived properly. He came up with his hair everywhere and stared at the steps, and I could see exactly what he was seeing because it was written all over him. He was watching me get torn apart by the wave of monsters, and the contents of that box getting lost forever among the pieces. So close. So close. I gave him hope, and in the end gave him despair. Now he had to turn around and deal with 100 toads. Everyone, immediately form a defensive circular formation. Prepare for a full-scale breakout. The door came apart completely, and the cave started eating. He strained everything he had and roared, "We are preparing to return to base." "Yes, Captain." And the saw shark turned around as one body and stopped thinking about treasure. Gold coins. Gold coins. This amount of money is far from enough. Why am I so poor? That was Featherfoot. She was a beat behind everybody else, still going through her own pouch, trying to find enough coins to help me deal with the mimic. Then she stopped. Her hands slowed down and went still, and she accepted the situation. Sigh. Another underling is dead. She raised her head to take one last look at her interesting and capable new assistant. Above the steps, the wall of bloodshot eyes opened every eye it had, once, in the middle of all that noise. And under that red light I stood there, completely calm. "Goodbye." She shuddered hard enough that I saw it from 20 meters up. Because I smiled at her. That was all. I smiled at her like I was about to say something, and in that instant she felt that her subordinate did not look like a man in despair or a man in fear. He looked unusually calm. So calm it seemed to merge with the wall of bloodshot eyes behind him. In fact, the other party is even more incomprehensible than the wall of bloodshot eyes. Boom! A tentacle came at her and she had to fight because the toads were in the room and she is the only medic. Why? She shook her head, put a syringe into herself, and turned around. As a medic, she must now demonstrate her true abilities. Return! Go home! Go home! And 60 men drew weapons and made a road out of their own bodies. And when Featherfoot and Captain Grimpatch, both covered in blood, got to the mouth of the cave, they turned around one last time. Their pupils contracted again, and their brains trembled. Above those steps, only a treasure chest remained, now covered again. There were no agonizing cries, no corpses, no fresh blood. The person beneath the scarlet eye had vanished completely, as if they had never existed. If fate allows, let's meet again on the high seas. I'd left through the stone gate early, while the fighting was still finding its shape, and gone the other way. They'd both been holding something back. Both of them had unused supplies. As long as nobody touched the wall again, the saw shark was going to lose men and keep the ship. With Featherfoot's skill level, he should be fine. We hadn't spent much time together, and I liked her, which I want to state plainly, because there's a reason a character who isn't a witch or a princess became a phenomenon on the Witch Sea forum. She lets out a sinister laugh sometimes. She has a violent streak. She is, on the evidence, a good person, and she had given me a great deal for nothing. If there's an opportunity in the future, maybe they can collaborate again. However, on this vast ocean, without strength, nothing can be accomplished. And then the walkout happened, and I want to describe it accurately because it was the moment I understood what I actually had. I met sea creatures the entire way. Not one of them made trouble. Some of them brought me things, specifically bat carcasses, disgusting ones, because they were worried I'd go hungry. They were all very friendly, and it gave me a feeling of coming home. But I'm a human being, I can't eat these things. I looked at them, standing in a tunnel full of gore, being offered a packed lunch by monsters, and had a genuinely strange moment. Because for all the affinity in the world, in appearance and in mind, I am a person. Once we get out, we need to advance to the extraordinary level as soon as possible. The exit came up ahead. I put the parasitic sea monster down on the rock. The massage had been very good, and it was time to say goodbye. Goodbye, you quaint little thing. Then I ran, because although the odds of pursuit were slim, a fast pirate would ruin everything. A moment later, I came out through the narrow dark into daylight. Blue sky, water full of moving light, and the Black Whale Group's steamship Saw Shark riding empty in front of me. The sunlight was so bright, it must be almost noon. I shielded my eyes until they adjusted and then walked toward the ship of the people who had just tried to spend me. Because I had done my homework 2 days ago, and the homework said, To maximize combat power, every member of the saw shark enters the rift. That was somebody else's information, and information can be wrong, and even if some men stayed behind, they wouldn't be the good ones. Rope ladder, deck, careful sweep. And sure enough, in the ship doctor's room, a man with both arms bandaged. His arms had been taken by a shark, which meant he wasn't good for the rift or for stopping me. The other one was asleep on deck in the sun. It did not hinder his escape. So I went to the restaurant first and did the shopping. The decorative nautical charts came off the wall, a bag of bread, 2 cans of food, and, on the way through, a simple compass. The entire process was extremely skillful, which is a nice way of saying I have played a lot of stealth games. Then I went to the stern. 5 small steamboats hanging there for emergencies. Small, but genuinely well built, with real steampunk in the bones of them. A steam engine at the front, 3 propellers underneath, a simple rudder wheel at the bow you can angle for heavy water. Even a little lantern up front. And on the hull, in dark gold lettering, Black Propeller Marine Company. It seems to be a legitimate brand, so it must be quite expensive. I hope it's not some cheap knockoff piece made from scrap metal. I clapped my hands because I could see open water and I could see the thing that belonged to me. One small problem remained. How do we lower this boat? I looked at the rigging holding it and thought about it. It seemed to want a key. It also seemed like the kind of problem that yields to force. So I picked up the captain's black knife, put the point on the joint, and drove it in. Miracles happen with great effort. Call out. The launch hit the water with a bang. As expected of the captain's knife, it's really useful. That's about it. Let's go. Then I looked around one more time, the way you do, and underneath the hanging gear I noticed something that did not belong there. A finely crafted steel fishing rod, with delicate gold patterns on the handle. Because pirates keep their valuables on their person or hidden inside strange objects, and this was in a place where nobody looks unless they are stealing a boat. Judging from the pattern, this thing seems to be quite valuable. It seems to be a brand name product, but I don't know whose it is. Never mind, I'll take it. Rod and backpack into the boat. 5 seconds studying the controls. This should be the engine starter, like this. It should start now. I jumped down and looked at the open ocean, and just before I opened the throttle, a wind came across and cleared my head, and I remembered an anime I watched as a kid about a boy who wanted to be the pirate king and left home in a boat the size of a bathtub. This must be his first time at sea. Going to sea is always an exciting thing. Alone, in a small boat, into a post-apocalyptic world with a fake sun over it. Except that without a good ship, a real voyage is enormously harder. And this sea area is not a good one. The wind went through my hair and I smiled, and it was a slightly bitter smile, because I remembered the promotional video. New Day is 6 countries and 6 enormous sections. As the flames of daylight weakened, centuries of peace ended, and blood and fire came back to the land. On the Witch Sea, deep under the water, witches wake up, and the great whale sweeps across the border with the tide. In a world like that, the weak are food, and only a powerful transcendent gets to choose anything. Before I transmigrated, my main account was a 4th-tier pet trainer in the Goldfinch Kingdom section, working toward pet training master. I know an enormous amount about animals. I know very little about the Witch Sea. And New Day was in beta. The story of this world had barely started, which meant that everything ahead of me was unknown even to me, and that even the highest-ranking nobles in this game have died to the unknown, and that this is precisely why people play it. The keywords for the Witch Seaboard came into my head like a list. The ocean, rift tide, flesh colonization armor, money, treasure, steam machinery, monsters. Rift, Tide, and Bloom Enchantress are the 2 things that mark the start of the Witch Sea main storyline, which meant, if I was reading the calendar right, I was standing on the eve of it. The tide might not even have arrived. Once it does, this ocean is going to be extremely busy, and when it's busy, the ability to protect yourself stops being optional. I need to get stronger as soon as possible and advance to the extraordinary level. I started the engine, because I could no longer treat this world as a game. I am not a player who respawns. I am a man who dies. This is a real world, a world I have to take seriously. Even though I've been transported to another world, I still have to live a good life. I looked at the water and had about 9 feelings at once and no way to sort them. In this world, you either rot in the sea or become a legend who can defeat the entire world. And for a second, in the haze off the water, I could almost see it. What it would look like after I set sail. A huge storm and monsters coming across the surface like a tide, all of them heading straight for me. High inspiration, huh? I smiled. Anyway, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. The propellers bit, the engine roared, and the little boat went out to sea. Set sail, now. I want to tell you what happened on the island behind me, because I found out later, and because it is the funniest thing that happened that week. On the rock outside the sea beast cave, the saw shark's first mate was using both of his enormous hands to hold their captain's head underwater. Glug glug. This is usually a form of interrogation. It is also the quickest way to calm down a man who has gone insane. He held him under for a full minute and then let go. Have you calmed down? Captain Grimpatch's head came up. No, that black knife is my most cherished possession. I can't live without it. Glug glug. Back under. A knife can always be replaced. The first mate had an entirely indifferent expression, on the grounds that it wasn't his knife. Still not awake? Then let's soak in the seawater some more. At which point Featherfoot, having finished checking the ship and treating the wounded, came over and delivered the news. Saw Shark is missing one of his emergency boats. He may have escaped in a small emergency vessel. The first mate blinked and asked, softly, with real doubt, "You mean he really did leave Sea Beast Cave before us, got on our boat, took it, and ran away?" Yes, although I don't quite believe it either. That's the current situation. How exactly did they do that? It's not impossible. And then she adjusted her mask and delivered the single greatest piece of professional cover any liar has ever received for free. Although such cases are very rare, some special species of parasitic marine mammals are able to parasitize humans for extended periods of time, and some have even achieved a perfect symbiotic relationship with humans. Have you ever heard of painted skin? It's a relatively high-end parasitic marine creature that can disguise itself as a human for up to a month. Although the parasitic sea monster used on him does not belong to this category, the possibility of mutation cannot be ruled out. After being parasitized, his speed and strength increased instead of decreasing, and the parasitic sea beast also gave him some of the sea beast's aura. Therefore, in his hallucination, the possibility of him escaping exists. This is the knowledge of deep-sea researchers. A touch of scholarly pride curled at the corner of her mouth. She built me an alibi out of a medical journal, and she was proud of it. And she was completely wrong, and it was better than anything I could have come up with. The first mate sighed. The sea monster mutated, which means he really did escape with the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. Treasure. Captain Grimpatch's head came out of the water again. Chase him! Set sail now! We must catch him! He's carrying my treasure, glug glug. What are you chasing? Everyone is so badly injured. They need to rest for a while. Besides, so much time has passed in this vast ocean, we have no idea which direction it went. He might have been infected by sea monsters and has already gone into the sea. Which is a real belief out here. Legend says that a man taken by a parasite eventually walks into the water and becomes part of it. The first mate simply did not believe I was alive. Sea creatures are drawn to water. If they cannot escape the infection from the parasitic sea creatures, then falling into the sea is their only fate. But if he manages to break free, then he must be seriously injured. She shook her head because reason told her I wouldn't have a good outcome. But her emotions still led her to believe that Lin Kai was still alive. No, he won't die. Captain Grimpatch's head came up again, and both his emotions and his reason had reached the same verdict. That man is extraordinary. I believe in him. He inherited the will of my black blade. He will definitely survive. Humph, you've even come to inherit the will, so you two seem to be on good terms? Were you stupid enough to give him the knife? She smirked and gave a small, mocking laugh, having entirely forgotten that 4 minutes earlier she'd been digging through her purse for coins to save me from an imaginary chest. This captain, who kept breaking his promises, finally got his comeuppance. Damn it, Captain, have you gone mad? The first mate pushed him under again, on medical grounds. The treasure they had finally found had vanished, and the captain was clearly unwell. Then he offered therapy. Captain, you need to think about this from a different perspective. Don't think the other side has run away. Instead, the Abyssal Seeker's treasure has emerged from beneath the wall of bloodshot eyes in the Sea Beast Cave. You can imagine that the treasure chest grew legs and arrived at a safe place. Do you remember the days we used to catch mandrakes? You could imagine the other person as a mandrake. Captain Grimpatch calmed down in the water for a moment and then looked up. Yeah, even if he ran away, this treasure is still much easier to get than the treasure chest in the wall of bloodshot eyes. This is equivalent to us getting a new treasure map. My only worry is that if this news gets out, the higher-ups will come looking for us sooner or later, and then my treasure will be gone. Self-deception. She looked at the two of them with total contempt. How naive. Because they had both entirely skipped the possibility that I would sell it, and the possibility that other pirates would take it off me, which are the only two things that were actually likely. Are you calm now, Captain? Calm down. As long as we keep the news inside our black whale group, this treasure will eventually be mine. No, it's from Sawshark. Thinking about it carefully, I really should thank him. Thank you for finding us a new treasure map. And she looked at a man thanking his own robber and decided to improve his day. Oh, right, Captain, I have some good news and some bad news I forgot to tell you. Which do you want to hear? He shook the water out of his hair. Good news. According to our information, he went to the restaurant to get food before he fled. He wouldn't have acted this way if he were completely under the control of the sea monster. This means that he has not yet been completely controlled by the sea monster and still has a chance of survival, which mattered enormously because finding that treasure again depended entirely on me being alive. Great news. He grinned, and there was gold in there. I believe in him too. He won't die easily. And what's the bad news? She snapped her fingers. The evidence that he was still somewhat conscious, besides the food that was taken from the restaurant, is compelling. And then there's the excuse you used to delay the wages of 10 crew members this month, plus the money you spent on your own to buy that limited edition fishing rod. That's gone too. The sea monster couldn't possibly be holding a fishing rod, which proves that he did retain a certain degree of consciousness. My fishing rod. That's a high-end brand. I even caught a 20-pound fish with it last time. Captain Grimpatch felt his blood arrive in his throat and wanted very badly to stab someone. I've used a knife. I've used a knife. My blood and chi are about to burst through my head. Glug, glug. The first mate reacted quickly and put him back in the sea. Calm down! Ha ha ha. She covered her mouth and maintained the composure expected of a ship doctor. Well done. My strike. And then she turned around and walked briskly to the rocks at the water's edge. Waves over her boots, wind in her hair. She stood there and stared in the direction of the stern of the ship for a long time, and in a hazy vision she saw Lin Kai, dragging a frail body under the control of a parasite, struggling aboard a small boat on willpower alone, and then embracing the sea, embracing the silhouette of freedom. Which is a beautiful image, and I want to state for the record that I was eating stolen bread at the time. So much happened in one day. She had not expected anyone to leave that deep an impression on her in one day. This is so nice. She lifted the raven mask, which had sea monster blood on it, just slightly, and underneath it was a small, faintly cute face with tiny scars on it. Without this mask, her face simply wouldn't be able to intimidate others. When she was a child, she had wanted a fierce face. She tried some methods. She concluded that a mask was the most reliable. As a ship doctor and an undercover agent for 3 years, she had no interest in the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. Something like that never ends up in her hands anyway. At most, she'd have seen 2 or 3 gold coins out of it. So what she felt about my escape was a faint joy, and a hint of longing, and a touch of yearning. People who can sail freely on the high seas are always rare. Then she thought about the weather, because their launch was decent quality, but everything after that depends on the sky. May Goddess of the Sea be kind, and let the weather on this sea be peaceful. She finished praying. And a raindrop the size of a bean hit her directly in the eyeball. Pain. Why? According to the navigator's intelligence, the sky should be clear and blue today. She looked up. A storm seems to be coming. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be a simple storm. The wind came up, the sky went down, and I lay in the bottom of a stolen boat looking at it. There are 2 exciting moments in sailing, setting out and coming back. I'd been thinking about first-tier professions, and then something in my stomach said no. The wind was howling. I sat up and looked at the ocean, and there was nothing on it. No sails, no smoke. Birds overhead. Fish coming out of the water and going back in. The sky is high enough for birds to fly freely, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap freely. It was enormous, and it was beautiful, and I was extremely alone. I got out the nautical chart from the restaurant wall and worked out where I was, because if this launch developed the slightest problem, I was going to stage a one-man tragedy out here and go insane doing it. The Witch Sea is 3 rings. Nearest the cities is the Near Sea. Beyond that, the Rift Sea, thick with rift dungeons and terrain that shouldn't exist, where the things flying and the things swimming don't have names yet. At the edge of that, fog, and behind the fog, the Sea of Mist, and past the Sea of Mist, the Sea of No Light, which is not part of the New Sun world and is closed to humanity permanently. I was in the Near Sea, which sounds safe and isn't. Merchant ships have to cross it, so it's where pirates live. In the Kingdom of Shells, going to sea depends on connections and reputation, and a small, unflagged boat like mine gets extorted by merchants for sport. As for pirates, if you are not stronger than them, you prey. Fortunately, the yellow needle was still running, and I had a gun. At this rate, we might be back in the Moonstone Islands tonight, Wongtown, which was where the dead kid was born. May Island Town, decent position, and functionally a starting village. I had a household registration there and a shack. Then I took out the two things worth more than the boat, because both of them could be used immediately. Let's do it now. Hunter's Ember needs blood. Items at that level always do. I cut my index finger on a sharp edge of the launch and touched the amber. And the amber caught. Fire on my fingertips, and then something scalding went into my blood, and out into my arms and legs, and then into my heart, and then somewhere underneath my heart. It felt like molten lava being poured into my mouth and then poured into the rest of me. And in front of my eyes, an ocean of things that should not have shapes, all of them coming at me at once, and something in the middle of them with a giant blade, burning blue, cutting them down one after another, patiently, like a man doing a job. That's the knowledge. That's what a legend's life looks like from the inside. You have digested Hunter's Ember. Whoosh. I lay in the bottom of the boat breathing hard because unlike the game, using a high-level extraordinary item is an experience you have with your entire body. The heat faded and I could feel it. Something down under the soul had been strengthened, and I had a great deal of knowledge about deep-sea monsters and how to fight things much larger than me that I had not earned. Which was useless right now because I hadn't started on the path yet, so the class buff had nothing to buff. May advancement to the extraordinary realm. I already had a plan for that, and the plan was built on one fact. Class cards are not easy to get. Most players with a bad start wait a long time. Even a first-tier card takes real effort. And the cards that reach the market get bought by noble families and big merchants first, so an ordinary person pays more and gets worse goods. But according to the calendar, the rift tide was about to hit this entire sea, and a rift tide means an enormous number of new rifts, which means an enormous increase in class cards, which means that with enough information, I would not be taking whatever I was given, I would be shopping. Once ashore, the first thing to do is to investigate information about the extraordinary professional cards and the rift. Then I used the fishing card, because using a skill card is embarrassingly simple. Hold it and want it. Use. It turned to ink on my fingertips, then to bubbles, then to nothing. Super Fishing, level 1, appeared on my panel. And since Deep Sea Affinity can't be upgraded, and the 51 points from the Blood-Eyed Bat were sitting there doing nothing, I spent them. Livermorium 2. And then I found out it goes to 3, and I didn't have enough, which is the oldest feeling in gaming. And then a strange kind of confidence arrived, which I want to describe accurately. I became certain that if I lay down in a hurricane, I could still catch fish. How about we give it a try? I picked up the stolen rod, cast, and the hook went in. Because the important thing about extraordinary fishing is not the rod, it's the bait. Ordinary fishing uses food. Extraordinary fishing transfers your own spiritual energy to the hook and makes bait out of the essence of it. My spiritual energy capacity was slightly above an ordinary person's, which is not a boast. Having mastered this, from now on I am a fisherman that everybody envies, one who is never out of the game. You can catch anything you want here. I made a spiral of bait on the hook and felt a serious chunk of myself leave. This skill consumes so much energy. Fishing while boating should be fine, right? 5 minutes. I sat there in silence, wondering if this actually worked. Then something worse than not catching a fish happened. The wind came across hard, and a shadow started spreading over the water. Thunder. And rain immediately on my face. A storm. And a steam launch is a fantastic vehicle for escaping, and a very poor vehicle for weather. It was perfectly sunny just a moment ago. What exactly is this? Then the wind went past my ears, and inside the wind I heard something roar. And I remembered the promotional video for the Witch Sea section, frame by frame. A sunny day. The sky changes color. Clouds gather. The wind screams. A foreign girl on a ship loses her flower wreath over the side and reaches for it, and out of the seabed a black shape comes up like a mountain and takes the whole ship. And then the camera goes up, and the entire Witch Sea is inside one storm. That's the trailer. That's also the first appearance of the Bloom Enchantress, the protagonist of this entire region. And that unnatural weather has a name, the Rift Tide. Up to that point, I'd only been able to date the calendar off things Featherfoot said. Now I was certain. The thing hitting my face was the beginning of it. Rift revives, great whale breathes. The once peaceful sea is engulfed in storms, and the monsters that lived in the deep come up to the surface. This is going to be a terrifying, sleepless day. Riptide, what a hassle. Under normal circumstances, I would have opened champagne because more rifts means more opportunities, and that is unambiguously good. The problem is that I was on a stolen dinghy. May Goddess of the Sea be more reserved and not stir up too much of a storm. Although in fairness, I am a decent swimmer, the yellow needle was still up, and Hunter's Ember had just given me a legend's opinion on weather. So I did the sensible thing. Bandages out of the bag, and I lashed the black knife and the pack and everything else down so the sea couldn't take them. Then I lashed the fishing rod to the boat, because my fishing skill is called fishing in the storm, which means there's a chance of catching something in a storm. Those who are willing will take the bait. That should work. Less than 3 minutes later, the whole sea was under a black sky, and then my pupils shrank, because at the edge of that gray horizon, there was a light. Light. Ship lights. Is there a ship? At this point, did they encounter a ship? I put my hand on the black knife, and the light got brighter, and it was coming straight at me. Out of the murk, I could make out a small, pitch-black boat with a lantern hanging on it. Now, there are a lot of terrifying legends on the high seas, and a great many of them are about black ships. If you see a small dark boat on a cloudy day or at night with a lantern lit on it, do not try to get close, and do not hesitate at all. Run immediately or the ship will take people to another world. I stared at it. I did not run because the black ship was much faster than a steam launch, and running was not a real option. And because of the line it was taking. It wasn't crossing, it was coming for me. Then I got a better look, and the black hull was not a hull. It was sharp black scales. And the ship's lamp was not a lamp, it was a lure. This is a deep sea monster, etc. And then I understood, and it was very funny, and I did not have time to enjoy it. The other party wasn't just after him, it was after his bait. I grabbed the rod and swung it up hard, and as the line came up, the black ship stopped pretending. Boom. Out of the middle of a wave, a deep sea monster shaped like a dragon came up, opened 3 rows of bloody fangs, and bit the ball of spiritual energy suspended in midair. Its body went over me, all of it, like a bridge being installed at speed. That was never a boat, that was a head with the rest still underwater. Boom. Ha ha ha! The serpent took the bait, went back into the water, thrashed a steel tail, and started breathing very hard. I turned around, stroked my chin, and looked thoughtfully at the sea beast's strange movements. What the hell did I catch? It came back up, raised its head, and its black scales moved with the water like a mountain deciding to relocate. The Abyssal Seeker's treasure did not deceive me. Fishing in the storm is a life skill that lets you catch fish even in a storm. But can this really be considered a fish? I stood in a rocking dinghy looking up at 20 meters of animal. Fortunately, he thought he had encountered something strange. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be nothing more than a sea dragon, capable of wiping out an entire fleet and striking fear into the hearts of all. I recognized it. It likes open water, and it is one of the very few monsters that shows up in the near sea regularly. Black Ship Sea Dragon. Judging by the size, a juvenile. And if you take my personal circumstances out of it, this is the single most frightening of all the lights on Black Ship legends, because being in the near sea has let it cause several serious maritime accidents, which is why it has a bigger title. Coastal Overlord. Men at sea go quiet when you say that. Even ships under the 4 great pirate emperors show respect when they see the Coastal Overlord. And despite Deep Sea Affinity, the size difference alone made my knees do something disloyal. Ha! It opened its mouth, shook its tail, and roared at me at close range. What a boastful tone. I put a hand over my face and looked at it again. Ha ha ha. Blue eyes the size of copper bells, spitting blood-red steam, tail going back and forth. And then I noticed something, because the shape of the face reminded me of a specific, ferocious canine species from Siberia. This thing looks a bit like a husky. And when I looked properly at those big, round blue eyes, they weren't fierce at all. There was a kind of blue intelligence in them, and they were slightly cross-eyed. How stupid. Are they asking me for food? I edged back because the thing had shown zero hostility and was also the size of a building. He couldn't handle such a poor physique. If it decided to be affectionate at me, not only would I be speechless, this fragile launch would come apart. This is terrifying. I need to get rid of it right away. I moved the rod slightly, and the bait came off the hook. Ha ha ha. And as the hook moved, the coastal overlord panted and shook its steel tail even harder. This is all for a piece of bait. This is outrageous. It doesn't resemble coastal overlord at all. Then I reconsidered my extraordinary fishing skill because something important had just been demonstrated. Extraordinary deep-sea creatures are notoriously picky. A large carnivore like a black ship sea dragon has no business being interested in a ball of spirit energy, which means the bait has almost no nutritional value, and its most notable feature is that it tastes incredible. Okay. I gathered my spirit again and made another one. The instant it formed, the sea dragon opened up, took it, and thrashed twice. Bang, bang. It's obvious that it's very happy. I was soaked to the bone by the splashing, and I had mixed feelings about all of it. This is clearly not a pet he can handle. All right, now that you're full, let's go play somewhere else. I waved a hand, with no confidence that language was involved, because I had a storm to outthink, and I did not have the energy to entertain the coastal overlord. It shook its head, seemed to understand something, and went under. I bent down, cut the speed, and started working the boat through the weather. A storm is coming, and the road ahead is long, thump. Before I could finish having the feeling, an enormous head with a light on it came up next to me and breathed. You haven't left yet? I'm not afraid of you, but my little boat is. I turned and looked at the silly-looking coastal overlord. Because here was my actual position. Affinity or not, my current strength was not enough to drive off a deep-sea monster, and if I attacked one, it could attack back in the same instant. And even if I tried my hardest to shoo it, this coastal overlord would probably think I was giving it a massage. Fortunately, the little sea dragon was smart enough not to hit my boat. Then my eyes went up, because its purpose didn't seem to be eating. It was giving me something. It opened that maw full of teeth, and on the scarlet tongue there was something glittering. I very carefully hooked it out of the mouth with the fishing rod. Palm-sized, a small golden fish, dead. And I'd seen it before, in the last 5 pages of the Guide to the Use of Marine Animal Medicinal Materials, which is where the extremely rare things live. She reads those pages the way other people read travel brochures. She dreams about owning one. She doesn't have any. Golden-scaled fish. The gold light hit my eyes, and I nearly dropped it. Golden scale fish live deep, and they are fast, which means ordinary fishing boats do not catch them. Normally, you need a powerful transcendent to go down after one. I dug the soaked book out and turned to the back, and as I read, the panel filled itself in, because the panel is not omniscient. It works off what I know. That's the setting, and it's also apparently true. Golden scale fish. Sexual characteristics. Shell. Cup. Effects. This extraordinary fish symbolizes wealth and health. Cooking and consuming it can permanently increase physical fitness and provide a small boost to self-healing speed. Description. Lucky. Well done, coastal overlord. Shells mean money, contracts, wealth, transactions. The golden-scaled fish is this world's koi. Seeing one is supposed to be a week of good luck. The cup is the part that matters. Permanent constitution. And the small self-healing boost undersells itself badly, because in an actual fight, faster closing of external wounds is enormous. This is a truly nourishing food. You can at least buy a yellow needle. Getting a golden scale fish is luck. Not raw, obviously. The guide is very clear about that. The shelf life's long and the temperature is acceptable. Into the bag. With the yellow needle, the golden scale fish, and my starting bonuses, my early game constitution was going to be genuinely unreasonable. Well done, Black Ship Sea Dragon. In a sense, this can be considered as him catching a golden scaled fish. I reached out and patted its head. Ha ha ha. It nodded. It wagged. It did a lap of my boat. Then it hummed a few times in a way that sounded like leaving. Goodbye, I remembered this. We might meet again. It wagged the tail. Call out. And then it left like a rocket, and the wake it put up nearly finished what the storm had started, and it was gone. That speed feels like it could smash a large steel steamship to pieces. Coastal overlord, that's fast. I looked into the distance, and perhaps because I had just been blinded by a golden fish, I thought the ferocious beast was quite cute. Thump, thump, and then the waves remembered me. The next several hours were the worst part of my life to that point, and I am including the arena. My clothes went from wet to armor, cotton, cold, and heavy as plate. The chill got in and stayed, and the yellow needle started running out, and I felt the strength leaving on schedule. Storms are hard to endure. It'll be quite a while before we make it to shore. I got down and grabbed the chance to eat and drink from the pack. And what followed was agonizing waiting. Rain kept hitting me. My ambition shrank from getting ashore soon to not falling out of the boat. My body gave up, and my thoughts got soft at the edges. I don't know how much time passed, but the sun in the sky went dim and then went out, and a bright moon with red in it came up off the coastline. Night. End of day. Is it night? I opened my eyes on a black world. The storm had cost me. The launch had taken damage from the waves and lost most of its speed, and was probably finished as a vehicle once I landed. But the storm had eased. Wind and drizzle now. Where am I? And then a faint light came into my eyes. Light again. It got stronger, and I had to squint at it, and blurred, at the top of a huge tower, an old man with an oil lamp was looking down at me with an expression of complete confusion. A lighthouse. I lay in the bottom of the boat and smiled. Finally, land. Because if you can see a lighthouse, you are close to a town, and I had been at sea in a bathtub for one entire day. I sat up and stretched. Now, lighthouses out here are not decorative. Besides navigation, a Witch Sea lighthouse is a watchpost against large sea monsters and island fleets, which means the man who lights it is usually a highly respected, highly inspired, extremely capable transcendent. It is an extremely boring and exceptionally important job. This one was over 70. The storm has lasted for so long today, how come there are still people at sea? And it seems to be a young man. That's too much. As an elder, he always shows great care for the young. He cleared his throat and roared with a volume I did not expect. Young man, are you all right? Do you need help? What did you say? Your voice is too soft. I patted my head and poured the water out of my ears. I perked up as soon as I saw the light. Anyway, smile first, then wave. Stop laughing. Be serious, he shouted it anxiously and louder. The wind is strange tonight. There might be a monster in the sea. Get ashore quickly and don't go out to sea again today or tomorrow. He shook his head. The boy didn't seem nervous at all. He probably didn't know what had happened tonight, because with his intuition, he could feel it clearly. There was an ancient aura mixed into today's storm, like something whispering. It's been a long time since this kind of wind has blown over the sea. And in his experience, when the wind sounds like that, the things that live in the deep come up to the surface. Something big has already happened. A lot of fishermen and merchants had met misfortune that day. At night, the sea monsters would be worse. This boy was lucky to escape being attacked in such a small boat. Get ashore quickly! Okay, I'll get ashore right away. I opened the throttle a little, and the propeller turned, and the boat went toward an island town called Huangtown, which was the town where the man whose body I was wearing had been born. I got the chart out and looked at the geography one more time. The big coastal city of the Kingdom of Shells is Moonstone City. Around it, a scatter of habitable islands. Moonstone Islands, Devil's Islands, others. Towns on all of them, of every size. Huangtown is one of many on the Moonstone Islands, and from the kids' memories, I had a very complete picture of it. The islands are not a good place to be from. Bad transport, no entertainment, and constant threats from weather and from the water. Never mind the pirates, who get more arrogant every year. The island town is a remote rural area. Every year, a mass of young people leave the archipelago for the city's inland, working from dark to dark for the specific dream of owning a room somewhere else. And in my opinion, Huangtown is a pretty good starting village because I have a household registration there, and because when the rift tide arrives properly, a great many rifts are going to be born at sea. And rift is extraordinary resources, and it is land, and it is oil, and it is money, and it is power. When the Witch Sea rift tide fully arrives, it won't be the islanders rushing inland. It'll be people from inland coming out to the water to take risks, like the American gold rush, which is exactly how an age of exploration starts. And these archipelagos, sitting closest to the highest concentration of rifts, and much easier to reach than the deep water, are going to be more popular with adventurers than the cities. Well, housing prices might rise slightly. Phew, we're here! I killed the engine and jumped onto the harbor of Huangtown. Then, like a cat, shook the water off my whole body. This feels so good. Solid ground. I tied the launch up and went looking for food because I was extremely hungry. Behind me, the old man in the lighthouse let out a breath when he saw me dock. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. And then he had a flash of memory. Wasn't that young man just now the boy who contracted marine mammal disease a few months ago and went to work in a big city alone? He actually managed to come back and even bought a small boat. He was somewhat moved. Because marine mammal disease is a deep-sea creature living inside a human body, and to cure it you need bloody surgery, and even an unlicensed doctor charges more than he himself could put together on short notice. So in his view, my return meant one of two things. Either I had come home to die in my hometown, or I had been forced into an illegal organization and was earning money by selling myself with an uncertain future. This generation of young people has it tough, he sighed and shook his head. He was closer than he knew on both counts and wrong about the direction. The pier at Huangtown was unusually quiet, the way a place is after weather. I went through my bag as I walked. Besides the treasure map, everything in there was hers. The healing potions were the only things I could sell without losing money, because emergency healing is valuable everywhere. The problem is that I personally had a significant need for emergency healing. Painkillers and sea monster oil were sellable too, and even adding all of it up, the number wasn't much. Does this mean I have to go work in a factory? I frowned, because Huangtown has a rift mine at 0 distortion, and anybody can apply. Having to work even after transmigrating? No way, absolutely not. As a man who made his living writing strategy guides, I will tell you honestly that grinding a part-time job is often the correct play. But I had a third-tier weapon on my hip, and the fastest money in this world is in the rift. Also, I had nothing, not a coin. Gold is a pirate currency. Ordinary people here use shell coin, the official money of Bay Country, which apart from the name behaves exactly like paper money on Earth and is unusually stable, because the Kingdom of Shells governs the nature of shells and takes it personally. Until we get the money, are we just going to have to keep eating bread soaked in seawater? I looked at the bread in my bag and smiled at it, bitterly, because I was a transmigrator, and hunger is not a real problem for a man who has recently been a betting chip. And then I smelled barbecue. Who's having a barbecue so late at night? Especially since it's just after a storm. I followed my nose. The tavern at the dock is the only tavern on the entire island. Outside it, a group of young people were grilling fish around a fire. Inside it, a noise like a stadium. So many people are still out and about late at night after the torrential rain. I've been in city bars with fewer people in them. Then I looked up at the sign, and under it, a banner. Today is a great day. All drinks, meat, and vegetables in the tavern are free. Free. Everything. My heart started doing arithmetic. Because this is one small tavern on one small island, and free everything for one night means the owner works for nothing for a month, maybe 2. For a small business in a rural town, that is not generosity. That is a wound. What a lucky day it is. How could someone bleed so much? I thought about it for exactly as long as it takes to be curious, stepped over a drunk in the doorway, and went in. Now, I want to be honest. I did not go in only to eat and drink for free. Taverns are where the eyes are, and where the eyes are is where the information is. And my most important task in the world right then was finding out about the rifts near Huangtown and getting onto the extraordinary path as fast as physically possible. Cheap liquor hit me in the face at the door, every table full, seats open at the counter. I sat down, took a bottle of warm wine and drank it, and the warmth went down and spread out. Cool. It cannot compare to a cold soda on Earth. Right then it was an excellent product. The barbecue was gone. There were still peanuts, so I ate peanuts and listened to a room full of people who had been made brave by alcohol. Hey, have you heard? The White Dove Times top reporter has captured footage of the 4 pirate emperors' actions. There were more than 500 boats racing. This is a massive operation, its goal being the search for a legendary treasure. 500 boats. Treasure? What does that have to do with us country folk, brother? Why don't you take a look at the Witch Times, the Countess's affair reported in the newspaper, that photo of her thighs, they were really something. Boss, congratulations on your daughter's early return from Bay Country Royal University. Why bother buying a house in Moonstone City? Buying a house in the capital city wouldn't be a problem at all. And there it was, and my eyes went straight to the front of the room, the tavern owner, and his beloved daughter. That's why the food was free. His daughter had come home early from Bay Country Royal University. Wait, Bay Country Royal University? I sat up. Because in the New Sun world, universities are where transcendents are made. Inside, students get extraordinary resources ordinary people can't imagine, and a series of tests designed to find out who breaks. Anybody connected to an academy has something, to some degree, and since every player starts as a spiritual awakener, the academy opening is widely considered the best start in the game. and Bay Country Royal University is the most famous and prestigious school in the entire Kingdom of Shells. Every year it exports talent everywhere. The Royal Seven Heroes, the three heroes of the Imperial capital. A large fraction of the NPCs players remember came out of that building. In a town like this, one graduate changes a family's social class permanently. No wonder the tavern owner was so generous. I grabbed a handful of peanuts and kept watching the show. The crowd was around the owner, praising him and envying him at volume, and behind him his daughter stood absolutely still and said nothing. I looked at her through a gap in the crowd. Silver white hair, a mage's hat, a simple white apprentice's uniform, textbook young mage. And the kid's memories filled in the rest. She was his age, and she was a real genius. At 5 years old, she had extraordinary talent, and she spent her days carrying a wooden staff twice her height around on short legs, practicing spells on rocks. A benefactor helped, and she got into the college at Bay Country Royal University. She should be around 16. Why does this look so familiar? Because she was somebody from the forums. I could feel the shape of the memory without the name attached. Then a heavy-set man pushed slowly through the crowd, in a voice that was trying to be deep. "Excuse me, could you please make way so I can speak with my new mentor for a few minutes?" He spoke softly, and his belly and his expensive gold-patterned suit did the talking for him. Mayor Huang, the most distinguished person in Huangtown. He controls the town's single most important asset, the Rift Mine, and every piece of official business besides. Richest and highest-ranking man on the island. You could say he was the lord of this island. Very rich and extremely stingy. He squandered half his family fortune when he was young and came out of it with an obsession with building a powerful family, which is why he spent enormous money and effort to marry an ugly and extremely strong wife. Genetics as a business plan. When Mayor Huang spoke, people made room, because most people have to give Mayor Huang some face. The tavern owner's daughter blinked at him with big blue eyes. Clearly, he was here about her being a top student, because a 16-year-old transcendent out of Bay Country Royal University has a future that goes past his entire life. He walked up, leaned forward slightly, then felt uncomfortable and lifted himself slightly back up, and hovered like a man being pushed by two forces, and only managed to smile once the crowd started to get impatient. Xiaomei, no, I should call you the mentor of Huangtown. From now on, we young people of Huangtown will be relying on you. Do you remember me? I'm Mayor Huang. I helped a lot with the preparation and construction of your father's tavern back then. My two children, a son and a daughter, recently reached the age to apply to the Extraordinary Academy and successfully became first-order transcendents. They were both quite talented, passing the initial screening of the exam, but failed in the first round. Defeated in the first round. I frowned like an old man on the subway. Because as a strategy guide content creator, I have personally helped a great many players prepare for those exams, and to get into an extraordinary academy, you pass at least 5 rounds. The first round is a very simple written test. How did you arrive at the conclusion that you're incredibly talented after losing in the first round? He paused a long time before continuing. I think my two children have good talent, and with hard work, it's not impossible for them to become Tier 3 transcendents. May, you graduated from the Royal University. I wonder if you have any way to get them both into the Royal University as well. She graduated from there. It's not like she built a university. The daughter, May, appeared to be the quiet and somewhat naive type. Ah? Being asked that question moved her from dazed into the specific stillness of a robot that has hit an unhandled exception. Then she turned her head, and her blue eyes landed on me. What are you looking at me for? I was watching the show and cracking peanuts, and I froze mid-peanut. The wine and peanuts on the counter must be free, right, etc. Why is everyone's attention suddenly on me? I was not given time to think about it, because she picked up her staff and crossed the room with cat-like agility and arrived in front of me instantly. The distance closed, and then she was a hand's width away, and an enormous aura came down on top of me. She tilted her head and leaned in like a greedy merchant examining a precious object. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Then she said, excitedly, "It's blood, seawater, and the scent of spiritual awakening." She realized I was a spiritual awakener. My heart went fast, because once an ordinary person steps onto the path of transcendence, they put out a field, and mine was extremely weak. Awakened, not transcendent. And in contrast to that, there was hers. Because she looked like a delicate girl, and in my perception, she was a white tiger standing on her hind legs in a tavern. Nothing like Featherfoot. Nothing like Captain Grimpatch. Such strong spiritual pressure. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Have you awakened spiritually? I nodded. She turned around. Mayor Huang, didn't you tell me that there are only 6 spiritual awakeners in the town? Moreover, he's about my age, and to have achieved spiritual awakening at that age is quite remarkable. Is this a compliment? I ate a peanut in silence, because when she looked at me there was a faint pleasure in her face and no malice anywhere in it. There are only 6, Mayor Huang squinted at me. He is stingy, but he is the mayor, which means he knows every person on this island and all of their messes. Black hair, young, and looked like he had just been caught in a downpour. Isn't this Kai, who went to work in Moonstone City a few days ago because of illness? Start, he blurted my name out and looked me up and down again. You're back. Are you cured? Because my marine mammal disease was suppressed by a talent that would get me dissected if I named it, he'd recognized me. I went through the kid's memories fast, trying to get familiar with these people. No, but it's temporarily under control. However, a significant amount of money is needed to cure the illness. Oh, this is a miracle, a miracle. He nodded and did not ask a single follow-up question, which was kind and deliberate. A boy comes back from a big city like that. There's no doubt he's been through bad things, so you don't press. He swallowed the questions and put on his gruff voice. Have you awakened your spirituality? This is a good thing. After all, our archipelago needs courageous transcendence. Then he introduced me to May as a young man with a high level of spiritual insight who happened to have marine mammal disease. How did I suddenly become the center of attention? I got more peanuts. I see, and she put her hand out and introduced herself. Kai, hello. I'm Anne, the newly appointed mentor in Huangtown, responsible for helping and nurturing all the young people with extraordinary potential in this area. Beginner mentor. And the whole thing arrived at once, and I remembered exactly who she was. Because a novice mentor is this world's version of the priest, the village chief, the guide, it comes from a system unique to Bay Country College, which every year takes a group of its best students and sends them out to remote parts of the country to train the local talent. They assign quests, they pay in money and extraordinary resources, and they can hand out extraordinary career cards. They also maintain basic order in places where basic order is optional. For a player, the novice mentor is a mentor in the literal sense, and the single most encountered NPC of the early game. A large fraction of the professional guides on the forum trace back to one of them, and players being players, somebody built a leaderboard of new player mentors on the Witch Sea board. And the girl in front of me is on it. May, Bay Country Royal University, a mage with an obscene amount of destructive power. She has 2 nicknames. The first is because she became a 3rd-tier transcendent at her age, and her development curve outpaced actual players, and because she has a habit of treating troublesome pirates and sneering nobles like dogs. So, Mei Ling. And because of her dedication and her patience with new students, she also has a more imposing one. Mom. I personally prefer the more common option, which is Teacher May. She brushed the white hair behind her ear. Your spiritual energy field is much stronger than that of ordinary people, which proves that you have the talent to become a transcendent. If you want to embark on the path to extraordinary achievements, I can offer you some guidance. Of course, if you need help. And she put her hand out again. Because the role of a mentor is not only about training transcendence. In a place as remote as Huangtown, anything to do with the extraordinary or the mysterious goes through this one girl. I know New Day's career system extremely well, but if I wanted information on the rifts here, the easiest door in the world was standing in front of me and offering. I do want to embark on the path of the extraordinary, and I need some guidance. The crowd was surprised, which stung a little, because they had not expected me to be alive, and had certainly not expected me to be talented. And then her father, red-faced, shouted across the room. All right, May, this is your celebration, not the time to talk about work or listen to some old geezer rambling on. You know, everyone wants to hear about what happened to you in the capital, and he glared at Mayor Huang like a man who has been waiting years. Now, it's not some self-important big shot making unrealistic demands. Mayor Huang lowered his head and appeared to lose about 9 centimeters. She gave a wry smile. Let's talk after this celebration is over. After she left, Mayor Huang sighed and looked genuinely depressed for about 4 seconds. Then his eyes lit up and he scratched his thinning hair. Kai, you're back. It seems you ran into trouble in Moonstone City, but don't worry, you've come back at just the right time. Why? I did, puzzled, because I already had a theory about why a third-tier transcendent had been assigned to a fishing village, and my theory was that somebody senior in Bay Country had looked at their instruments and gotten frightened. The rift tide was coming. The officials responsible for monitoring rift status would have seen the anomalies, so they'd started pushing transcendents out early to keep the situation from getting worse. They probably hadn't confirmed it yet. Once they did, there would be a lot more novice mentors on these islands. He stroked his mustache. You may not know this, but several new rifts have recently appeared on our Moonstone Islands. A brand new, unknown rift. Rift, Mayor Huang? Do you know any specific details? I don't know. After all, I'm old, and I'm no longer at an age where I can take risks. Judging from your mentor's reaction, you have quite a bit of talent. If you're lucky, perhaps in a few weeks you'll become a first-order transcendent, just like my son. You're about the same age, so you can support each other when the time comes. After all, you know, rift is too dangerous. One wrong move and you're dead. We're not like those nobles in the city who were given superhuman professional cards while they were being breastfed. And then he kept going for a while. So even Mayor Huang doesn't know. It seems I can only ask the novice mentor. He sat down next to me and poured himself a glass. Sigh, not every young person can be like May, possessing talent from a young age. It's also possible that, like you and my child, someone with talent might unfortunately contract an illness. I hope that when you return this time, you will soon become a transcendent and earn enough money for medical treatment. If you really need money, you can borrow it from me. He clinked glasses with me and kept talking about his troubles, which were, when you stripped the money off them, that he wanted his son to be strong immediately and was terrified his son would die in a rift. Then he wanted a few more drinks with me and collapsed face first onto the counter before he could have one. It collapsed already? That's so lame. I haven't had enough to eat yet. And then I noticed 2 newspapers under the unconscious mayor. Because in a world with no internet, newspapers are how ordinary people find out that anything happened. I picked one up. 4 large characters at the top, White Dove Times, and under the masthead, 4 in gold, Alara Quinn. The White Dove Times sells on speed. Their entire mission is to report major events in the Witch Sea before anybody else, and by the date in the corner, this had been printed yesterday. A witch has allegedly appeared and massacred the Black Rabbit Gang. Is this true or false? According to sources, the Black Whale Group, the Pirate Empire, has launched a major operation and found a legend treasure map. As of yesterday, 50 large ships belonging to the Black Whale Group have been spotted setting sail. What kind of treasure could possibly drive the Black Whale Group to such a frenzy? Stay tuned for White Dove newspaper's top reporter Alara to unravel the mystery tomorrow. Black Whale Group. Which meant Captain Grimpatch was still looking, and it also meant something better than that, because I had been sold to the Saw Shark by human traffickers, and the traffickers who kidnapped me rarely cared where their stock came from, which means the Saw Shark does not know my background yet, and finding out is going to cost them real effort. I closed it and stayed as paranoid as I could manage on a full stomach. The second paper was the Witch Times, printed by the same office, and it was a completely different animal. Their stated mission is to depict human love, hate, and passion in an artistic way. Their editor-in-chief also likes to use her paintbrush to render the undulating curves of the people in the news, vividly and boldly. Simply put, it's melodramatic and borderline. I read it while I ate, and I frowned the entire time. 2 hours of free food and drink went past. Phew, I patted my stomach, which was the most satisfied part of my body since I had arrived in this world. Most of the tavern had gone to the floor like laundry. A handful of people were still conscious. Thump. Aren't you drunk? She rolled up a trouser leg and jumped over the muddy path formerly known as Mayor Huang, cat-like, and landed in front of me. No, I didn't drink much, I just ate a lot. I'm not good at drinking either. She let out a long breath and looked at me with those blue eyes. It's finally over. Let's talk. The smell of alcohol in here is too strong. Can we come to my room? Regarding your path to extraordinary achievement, I have a pretty good extraordinary career recommendation for you. A recommendation for extraordinary careers? I stood up and followed her. Her room was directly behind the pub, and it was minimalist in the way a room is minimalist when the person living in it does not spend time in it. A bed, a desk, a chair, and work materials everywhere. Oh, and 2 large wooden magic wands, each 1.8 meters tall. If it weren't for the runes on them, I would have believed they were hammers for smashing foreheads. We sat down. Your inspiration is quite high, which means you have a better talent for certain extraordinary professions. But before that, I need to fill in your information. Good. She found a form and became an interviewer. Name? Start. Gender? Male. Is it that hard to tell? She realized something and immediately explained. I'm not questioning your gender, nor your appearance, nor am I trying to check your gender. In the capital, I've seen many robust women and delicate, adorable men. Of course, I'm not referring to you. It's hard to describe. She got stuck. Simply put, you can't easily assume someone's gender, I understand. I summarized for her. Because in the extraordinary world, none of this is strange. Sometimes you can't even assume the species. Yes, that's a great summary. Cough, cough. How did we get off topic? She coughed twice. She has considerable extraordinary ability, and she is still a little nervous talking to strangers. Kai, based on my observation, your inspiration should be quite high. This means you are well suited to choose the code of books and become a mage apprentice. We, the official Bay Country team, also have some unassigned apprentice career cards. Normally, these career cards are assigned to high-performing spiritual awakeners, but your inspiration is so high that according to the rules, you can even get your apprentice career card ahead of time. To obtain a professional card in advance, all you need to do is complete the tasks assigned to you by the official team. Of course, you won't be shortchanged on any of these tasks. We'll provide the job card in advance, and we won't deduct any rewards for completing the task. This can be described as a secret benefit reserved only for those with exceptional spiritual awakening. If this secret benefit were revealed, it would likely incur the envy of others. For most people, it takes at least 6 months to obtain a superb career card through Bay Country official channels, which is why she'd found a private room. She waited, eagerly anticipating my shocked expression, and I sat there thinking, another useless profession, apprentice. Tier 1, Book Phase, slightly enhanced memory, better comprehension of magical knowledge, and no additional skills. With an excellent wand and extraordinary inspiration, a first-tier apprentice can throw some weak spells. It is a superb profession that is quite weak in the early stages, and I want to be fair to it. Apprenticeship is the prerequisite for becoming a mage, and the ceiling is enormous. But like Physician Apprentice, the early game is time and accumulated knowledge. May was spotted by a transcendent as a small child and put through years of training, which is exactly why she is a novice mentor and a powerful mage at 16. I don't have that. If I choose the apprentice path, I go to school. I spend a very long time in books, and this world is facing the danger of destruction. By the time he finishes his studies and leaves the mountain, the world might be gone. No. I looked up at her. Why are you hesitating? Did I not explain it clearly enough? Don't worry, there won't be any other fees charged for this advanced professional card. Conversely, if you perform exceptionally well, you will receive additional training resources. If you can reach Tier 2 within 6 months, we will give you a custom-made magic wand. If you can reach Tier 3 within 3 years, you can apply to go to our neighboring country, the White Tower Federation, where book phase practitioners are even more numerous, to study more profound techniques. She was describing her own road to me, which I understood, and which made it harder. I smiled, helplessly. Every gift comes at a price. If he accepts the professional card from Bay Country, it means that he will be a member of Bay Country's organization from now on. He will continue to follow the path arranged by the Bay Country authorities. If I didn't have Deep Sea Affinity, or if I didn't know that this world has an expiry date, that is a good choice. A stable one. Honestly, a better life than the one I picked. I need to think of a way to refuse them. Fortunately, there was a genuine reason to refuse, and it was structural. Because there is one part of the extraordinary career system in the New Sun world that decides everything downstream, the Soul Criterion. New Day's meta is complicated. 13 phases, and each class card carries 1, 2, sometimes 3 of them, which produces an enormous number of professions. Apprentices in the book phase, planeswalkers in the book phase, herbalists in the cup phase, recruits in the blade aspect, forest hunters in the flower phase, on and on. And promotion is not a line. Every promotion is a fork. But from the second rank onward, every transcendent obeys the soul criterion, which is that from the second level, every profession you ever take must carry one phase that you have chosen. A first-tier physician apprentice does not have to become a physician. A cup phase physician apprentice can become a second-tier cup phase big eater, and then a third-tier cup book phase flesh mage. Going from physician apprentice to flesh mage is a complete departure from medicine and looks insane, but every one of those carries the cup, so it is a legitimate road, which means her offer wasn't a card, it was a rope, and the rope goes around the whole rest of my life. As a former gamer, I never paid attention to any of this. Now I had to, because there's an old metaphor about it here, and I only understood why people say it when I was sitting in that room being offered a good future. Before embarking on the path of transcendence, every transcendent must, at the very beginning of the journey, peel out their heart and place it on the sea of spirit trees. Finally, a rope is tied around the heart so that it can continue moving forward. The only rule is the rope of one's heart. Once you deviate from it, you will inevitably lose your way. So I organized my thoughts and turned her down politely. Teacher May, I lack a professional knowledge system and may not be suitable for adhering to the principles of books. Her eyes went wide, because nobody refuses that. We can't let our talent go to waste because of this. You are a spiritual awakener, but you haven't reached the second stage yet. You have infinite possibilities, so there's no need to decide on your principles too early. As a first-tier profession, the apprentice class has excellent compatibility with many mage professions. Your inspiration is very high, which means you are a natural-born mage. As for professional knowledge, you are young and can definitely learn it. If you encounter anything you don't understand, I can also tutor you. My mind is made up. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I coughed twice. I'll think about it some more. By the way, Teacher May, besides apprenticeship, are there any other extraordinary professions available for me to choose from? Or information about the Rift's legendary class cards? This is a rare opportunity. She looked helpless, shook her head, and took out a notebook. Indeed, recently, quite a few fishermen have encountered Rift. Are you planning to enter the Rift and earn your pro card on your own? That's exactly what I was thinking. Yes, I want to see if there are any careers that are more suitable for me. She looked like a teacher watching a promising student walk toward a cliff and remembering she isn't his parent. Then she gave me everything she had. On Devil Island to the north, a rift with blade aspect as its main feature has been discovered. According to my investigation, it may be possible to spawn Tier 1 extraordinary class cards called Recruit. And she glanced at me, because a lot of energetic young men pick Recruit. Blade aspect is glory, conquest, challenge, battle. Recruit gives combat knowledge and a skill called Courage Burst that unlocks your body's potential and ignores pain, which adds up to real combat power. Passable. First choice of many reckless players. There might be a Tier 2 doctor in a cellar in a village that was once infected with the Black Death. Old Belgian merchant Elias from Huangtown discovered a huge belly-up fish carcass in the waters south of the island. Based on my initial investigation, this is a low-tier rift that could potentially yield a Cup Phase chef career card. Mayor Huang is also preparing to send his son to explore the rift. Wait, the chef at Cup Phase. My eyes came up because that was the first genuinely powerful early-game profession she'd said out loud. Because a chef has a cooking skill that produces food which enhances attributes. On raw skill strength that competes with second-tier classes. With enough ingredient supply, a first-tier chef can reach stat numbers that make no sense on paper. I have personally watched a recruit shout something like, "Mastering all martial arts, now I'm going to show my true skills." Below the second tier, I am invincible, and unleash a beautiful, smooth combo, and then get one-punched by a passing chef who yelled, "I'm controlling you. No fancy skills, just a pure stat sheet." Also, this profession turns monster materials into food, which means the more ingredients a chef has, the stronger he gets, which is why players call the chef the monster hunter. Now, the honest downside. The orthodox chef ladder is big eater and then monster cook, and the strength of those is genuinely worrying, so most transcendents consider the chef a dead end. Simply put, it means there's no future for it, whereas mage apprentice and physician apprentice, weak early and strong late, get respect, because most people in this world value the shape of a career more than its performance. According to me, a food guide expert, the chef is seriously underrated, because the single most important property of a first-tier profession is the transition. A chef eats monster materials to raise stats, which is the perfect transition and stays useful late. And my talent hands me rare deep sea ingredients that other people have to fight for. The two are quite compatible. So, which profession are you interested in? Cup Phase's chef. She was startled because that was not her forecast. She'd smelled blood on me and assumed I would take the recruiter. Perhaps the other person was more peaceful than she had imagined. She wrote it down. Okay, I understand. This Cup Phase rift has the lowest danger level, but you currently lack weapons. Most importantly, this is your first time exploring the rift and you lack experience. In special circumstances, many small problems may arise. This is still very dangerous for you. Then she smiled. However, there is good news. Mayor Huang has hired a hunter to help his son explore the rift in 2 days. I can help you get in touch with them and join their team for your first rift experience. Having someone help you will make your first experience much more comfortable. Of course, I will also negotiate with them to try to reserve the professional card for you if they find it. Ah? I blinked. because she was a novice village mentor having a completely normal conversation, and for some reason I felt like a man being kept. She was already assembling my party. I now understand why the other party has the nickname Mei Ma among the players. I just can't stand it anymore. A true man lives between heaven and earth. How can he remain subservient to others for long? He was, after all, a transmigrator with boss-level talent. Also, practically, I had a very good stat spread and 2 early game weapons, the Collector and the Black Blade. I could walk a low-level rift on my own. And if I joined a party, even if they honestly handed me a cup phase card, I would come out of it owing an enormous debt. And most importantly, splitting loot with other people is a hassle. I stood up. Teacher May, no need to trouble you, let me do it myself. Her intelligence was worth an enormous amount. If I'd gone to the drunks in the tavern who sell information, that would have cost me real money. And if she'd been one of the arrogant novice mentors, a man with no background and no money would not have gotten a syllable of it for free. Teacher. Her face went slightly red, because that was the first time somebody her own age had called her that. She's just a tiny bit more talented than her peers, and as a student she felt her skills were still lacking. She was very young, and there was much she needed to learn, and being called a teacher was truly… it seems pretty good. She blushed, and her little hands clasped together and trembled. There's no need to address me like that. It's just my duty. Your help was really great. Thank you again for your help, Teacher May. She stood up happily and then went serious. By the way, this information about the rift must not be leaked. For now, this information should only be known to the people in Huangtown. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me. I got the location, said goodbye, and walked out onto a wet cobblestone road under an empty sky. Not long has passed since he came into the world. It feels like a while has passed. I looked up at the stars over a brand new world that was, underneath the stars, a post-apocalyptic machine built by the strongest transcendents alive. Beneath the surface of order, ordinary people are still used like firewood. Calamity is coming from the borders, and every country has something surging under it. A world on the verge of chaos. I smiled, because my start guaranteed that if I wanted to get stronger, I would have to walk into one rift after another for as long as I lived. And, to my surprise, I did not feel any fear at that moment. Under a cold body, there was a surge of warmth, and it was stronger than the fear. Such a world might not be so bad. I walked faster. Because on this island, I had a small home, a dilapidated little home, and I needed to get out of clothes full of seawater and sleep. Then tomorrow morning, find a ship, go to the rift, and start my own road. Oh, and I'll make a little extra money while I'm at it. The house was, structurally, a large, dilapidated wooden barrel that had been opened by weather. Creak. I shoved the door with both hands. Inside, a wooden bed, an oil lamp with no oil, a very worn copy of A Guide to Strange Diseases of the World, and a few pieces of clothing. The conditions are a bit poor, but at least there's a bed, I comforted myself, took the wet clothes off, and looked at my own back in the dark. Deep blue tentacles converging into something that resolves at the right angle into a face. This ghostly back is not something an ordinary person can look at directly, because in this world there is no care for patients, and especially not for this. Exposed, it produces exactly one reaction. In short, no normal person would like that back. Wait a minute. Cultists who believe in the deep sea should also like this back. Something that can be parasitized by a sea monster and not die is the perfect sacrifice. And then there's Featherfoot, which has a rather extreme taste. I picked the dusty clothes up off the floor, beat them out, put them on, and used old clothes for a blanket. Early game. Make do. The yellow needle was wearing off, and I could feel every muscle filing a complaint. There's a feeling of exhaustion, like your body has been hollowed out. Sleep. I hit the pillow. Creak. And the bed, already weakened by history, collapsed. The quality of the bed was worse than he had expected. I lay on the floor, feeling the cold come up through my back, and closed my eyes. Once I earn my first money with Rift, I need to get a bed that I can really mess around with. Night came back with more weather. I woke up to the fisherwoman next door cursing at the sky because she had decided she no longer wanted to live in this shitty place and was preparing to sell the house and move to a city. Fishermen predict that with the increasing frequency of storms, Huangtown is becoming less and less habitable, making it a good time to sell houses. This timing of entry. Because the age of exploration is about to begin, and Huangtown is about to become extremely valuable, and the locals were about to sell at the bottom. I went to the herbal shop and turned the painkillers into money. Black whale group painkillers are rare and potent on the market, with special ingredients in them. One can went for a full 1,000 shell coins. May average fisherman in Huangtown makes 4,000 a month, so 1,000 meant food and clothing for a few days. For a man on the extraordinary path, it is not even a ripple. I walked to the dock holding crumpled money because everything in this world costs money, exactly like the other one, and I had a very troublesome problem. I had no ship. The stolen launch had been beaten badly by the storm. It was, ultimately, a lifeboat. Taking somebody else's boat wastes an enormous amount of time. Renting would be a serious expense. Hopefully, there will be a decent boat in Huangtown. The dock was full of people, fishermen, fishmongers, ship repairmen, and Mayor Huang. And all of them were complaining. The weather is completely unpredictable. How are we supposed to go out to sea? The weather doesn't matter. I heard that someone saw black whale pirate groups saw shark in the near sea. How are we supposed to go out to sea like that? Pirates? Deep sea beasts are the most terrifying. I heard that a large fishing ship spotted the coastal overlord in the near sea. Thankfully, the coastal overlord had no appetite. Otherwise, the dozen or so people on the fishing boat would have perished. Coastal overlord? I've heard that someone saw a witch and an indescribable monster on a ship from the Goldfinch Kingdom. I want to note, for the record, that the coastal overlord had no appetite because I had personally fed it 2 balls of my own spiritual energy the previous afternoon. A dozen fishermen are alive today because a monster had a snack. Coastal overlord. Black whale group. Witch. The first two I knew. The witch. The witch is a central character in the Witch Sea main storyline and an extremely mysterious being, and based on player deduction, at this point in the timeline, the Bloom Enchantress should have just arrived, and the Blade Witch should have just been born. But right now, in the very early stages, nobody will care about the witch. With my current strength, getting involved in anything adjacent to that is suicide. Then I got to the boats. The sea breeze under the sun is always comforting, which I say having spent the previous day being beaten by the same ocean. Last night's storm had caused a lot of accidents, and nobody was in a good mood. And they were all going out anyway, because fishing is how they eat. I went down the line. A bulky large ship won't do. This ship is already dilapidated. This ship looks expensive, etc. And then I saw it. A small steel travel boat, not large, a houseboat on a hull, smooth curves, solid steel. I walked toward it with genuine interest, because next to it there was a sign that said boat for sale, and underneath the seller had listed the advantages. Converted from an abandoned ship, and the only direction of the conversion was speed. Rift-powered engines, so under normal conditions it does twice a cargo ship, and an overclock function that instantly puts it over 3 times. It's a real speedboat racer, and also a must-have for robberies. I was somewhat tempted. Because those who frequently commit murder should know that killing is easy, but disposing of the body is difficult. At sea, it's different. You shout, "Praise the sea god," and put the body in the water, and that's it. Therefore, the crime rate on the Witch Sea can be described as extremely high. 2 ships pass, exchange a glance, and start fighting. Even official actions often happen. And I'm not afraid of sea monsters. I am going to have friction with people. So as a pitiful and helpless newcomer at sea, in order to avoid getting involved in these cruel conflicts and to be able to cause trouble more efficiently, he desperately needs a clipper. I estimated it at around 100,000 shell coins. Small, fast enough, and a bit old. Exactly the boat I dreamed about. The only drawback is that the ship doesn't belong to him. My old man was sitting on the dock. The owner, Elder Zhu, garbage collector. A wifeless, very unconventional old salvage worker who enjoys collecting trash at sea and assembling it into all sorts of strange things. And who, on one voyage, happened to see a small black boat with a light on, with a skeleton with tentacles standing on it. He was terrified by that voyage. Given his age, he had stopped going out and was preparing to move to Moonstone City, so he'd been looking for a buyer. And after last night, the desire to sell had gotten stronger. Nobody wants to go to sea anymore. If we don't sell now, we might not be able to sell at all. Except the warranty cost on that boat was high enough that no suitable buyer had turned up. So he sat there alone, feeling the lonely sea breeze. I walked over and squatted down. "Elder Zhu, how about renting a boat for a day for 200? 200? The bald head came up. Isn't this the young man who got marine mammal disease? Why is he back? His attitude changed instantly. No, This boat is my companion, my beloved wife. Would you rent your companion to someone else for a day? I looked up, and I want to be honest, I had no answer prepared for that. Do all people in Witch Sea talk like this? That way of rejecting somebody is too forceful. Unless you are a psychopath, it is genuinely hard to argue with. Young man, don't be so pessimistic. Keep the money for yourself and buy yourself something nice to eat. Ah? I sat there completely stunned and thought about it. And then I understood, and it was worse. Because on the high seas there is a custom of sea burial, where you put the deceased on a small boat, cover them with flowers, and send them out so they can receive the blessings of the goddess of the sea after death. Does the other side think I'm throwing my ship to my death? He thought I had marine mammal disease and had come home to arrange my own funeral and needed a boat for it, and he was refusing to rent it to me and telling me to spend the money on a nice meal instead. So I did the only thing available. 400. 400? He swallowed. The amount was not small. He hesitated properly, and then, no. Because even if I wasn't planning a burial, handing his boat to a penniless young man was unacceptable. If something goes wrong, he never finds the person. Would raising the price again be of any use? I frowned, because my impoverished start was making this genuinely difficult. And then a deep, resonant voice arrived. Rent it to Elder Zhu. He's already a spiritually awakened person and needs money. Moreover, he has decent talent. In the future, he might even be able to buy your dubious junk ship. Mayor Huang squatted on the pier in his expensive suit, looked out at the sea, and smoked. Because he had to admit that, judging from the attitude of the professional mentor Mei, I was far more talented than his useless son. And if Huang Town could have one more transcendent with some ability, that was a good thing, even if word got out. His child might have a companion. Maybe the Bay Country officials would give him more resources. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. Unless a Tier 3 transcendent appears, Bay Country officials will not provide him with resources for his small town. Can you afford it? Spiritual awakening? Elder Zhu touched his head and looked suspiciously at my clothes. I should buy some clothes first. But Mayor Huang was the highest public status present, and Elder Zhu owed him a large sum of money. He had no right to refuse. He turned and smiled at me. Shh, how about 400? Let me think. I jumped aboard and opened the deck hatch to look at the engine, because the power plant is the only part of a ship that matters. And on the dusty casing, faintly, there was an iron hand wreathed in steam, gripping a steel hammer. This is the Steam Hand pattern. I actually said it out loud, because Steam Hand is the logo of one of the best-known heavy industrial companies in the Kingdom of Shells. They make extensive use of dangerous creations out of the rift. They build large-scale mechanical armor, which means every expert player who ever wanted to pilot a mech ends up dealing with them. Their clients are large companies and Bay Country officials, not civilians. In a remote fishing village, they have no reputation at all, and in this world, brand is everything. A modified version of that engine goes for over 300,000. If the power core inside isn't damaged, 500,000, possibly a million. Military products, the way they've been modified is really outrageous. I stood up and looked at Elder Zhu on the dock, and he broke into a proud smile and chuckled. How about it? I modified this from the trash I picked up. This converted ship is all right, isn't it? It's a bit dilapidated, but definitely great value for money. You call Steam Hand products garbage. If this ship can be repaired, it can be used for quite a long time, and on the Steam Hand mark alone, buying it is a steal. I swallowed. How much does this boat cost? He sized me up and smiled. Installment plan, 40,000 per month for 4 months, totaling 130,000 in cash. Because the recent storms have been getting stronger and many people don't like modified items, so he wasn't asking high. Installments. I did not expect to hear that word from a garbage collector. The other party has a good business sense. He smiled smugly because installment payment was a technique he had learned from a shady businessman, and because he did not believe for 1 second that I could repay. And if I missed even 1 month, he had grounds to take the boat back. By then, the ship will still be there and will have made money. Of course, the worst thing is if the other person dies. After all, the seas have been rather turbulent lately, and his ship might end up as shark food along with the other party. The next second I said, almost without pausing, I'll buy this boat and give you a 400 yuan deposit in advance. I put 200 notes in his hand, threw my pack aboard, went straight into the cabin, and pressed start. Deposit? He was still processing the word when the steamship started rumbling. The propellers cut water, ripples went out. I took the wheel and set out to sea, because my extraordinary rank was the single most important object in my life, and I did not have time to chat with Elder Ju. Full speed ahead. He watched me strut off, glanced at Mayor Huang, and said resentfully, "Mayor Huang, can this kid really buy my ship?" Even if he sold his body to that generous aunt in the Black Whale Group and was exceptionally patient, he still couldn't earn 130,000 in a week. It's only possible for him to do that if he goes to make money from Rift. Rift can kill someone or make them rich overnight. Go to Rift. Go to Rift. And then he broke out in a cold sweat. Mayor Huang, if he dies on his way to the Rift, then my ship will be gone too. It's a ship that I worked so hard to modify. No, it can't be Rift. He's not that kind of irrational person. Besides, who would go to Rift alone? That's practically suicide. Despite his appearance, he has most likely already caught the eye of Instructor May. Right now, he's just fulfilling Instructor May's mission. If he completes enough tasks, he can obtain a rare apprentice pro card that is impossible to buy. Mayor Huang blew a long smoke ring at a boat vanishing over the horizon. I don't think so. Inside the houseboat, I had the chart out. The target rift wasn't far. The only problem was that it sat near dangerous waters. The near sea has areas full of marine animals that merchants have marked and blacklisted, and unless time is critical, merchants avoid them. For me, those areas are actually safer. Because of Deep Sea Affinity, he does many things without his crew seeing them, and he doesn't yet have the idea or the resources to recruit crew members. Therefore, the fast, small travel boat under your feet is a pretty good choice in the early stages. I hung the chart on the wall and looked around my purchase. Not small. Sofas and beds for resting, a refrigerator, a simple little kitchen. All the good furniture had been removed, leaving clutter and dust. The sofa and chairs were worn out. The ship's lights were broken. Good bones, bad everything else. It is necessary to renovate and add new furniture. Because my house in Huang Town was a barrel, and buying this boat solved transportation and housing in one purchase, I decided to call it my small cabin boat. Food and fresh water into the little refrigerator, which does not run on electricity but on a special magical ore. If he had the money, he could even put a heater in the boat. Not bad, not bad. Dilapidated, and not a bad new home. 130,000 shell coins would take roughly 2 rift trips solo, depending entirely on luck, because rift output is not fixed. And then a strong fishy smell arrive. I went out and looked. On blue water, a huge dead fish floating belly up, spread out like an enormous white cloth on the sea. That was it. The corpse of the upside-down fish. I anchored and approached carefully, because on the upturned belly there was a huge opening full of sharp teeth, like the mouth of a worm. You've glimpsed a rift. Inspiration pending. The higher the inspiration, the more you get. In team dungeons, this identification job goes to whichever book phase transcendent is on the roster. On inspiration alone, I did not need anybody. Authentication, a great success. Rift name, Monster Kitchen. Synopsis. In an era before the sun went out, a group of hunted chefs accidentally fell into the belly of a giant fish. They thought they were going to die, but they were surprised to find that the inside of the fish's belly was surprisingly suitable for survival. This is a rare giant fish, and many fishermen long to catch it. Driven by greed and being weak, they devised a way to survive. Whenever a fisherman catches this giant fish, they emerge from its belly, kill the fisherman, and steal all the fish from his boat. In this way, they attacked many fishermen, living inside the giant fish and feasting on fresh fish every day. However, they did not notice the giant fish's decay. Unbeknownst to them, fish scales grew on their bodies, and they had become part of the giant fish, turning into monster chefs who devoured innocent people at sea. Rift rating, E. Completion condition, defeat the final monster deep within the rift. Rift distortion, 12%. Level restriction, transcendence of level 1 and below. Characteristics, cup, blade. Inspiration, a mindless, scaly monster with an excited grin wants to take you to the dinner table, then release your blood and cook you into a delicious meal with chili peppers, cumin, and barbecue. Inspiration, you notice that the rift might be able to get through using pure force. This familiar feeling. I clapped my hands. Because that is a real rift. fresh. 12% distortion, standard boss kill clear, E rating. The Sea Beast cave had been at 0, which in a sense meant it had already been used up. 0 distortion means no completion rewards and no completion conditions. It's a museum. A rating of E? Rifts here run A through E. E is the bottom, and a small armed squad of ordinary people can handle it. D needs a fully armed first or second tier transcendent. C is extremely dangerous and wants second or third tier, fully kitted. From B upward, the risk and distortion get high enough that even a third-tier transcendent can die instantly, and those get cleaned up by official teams with containment procedures afterward. And A concerns the life and death of large numbers of people. Those get strictly contained. If an A class is handled badly, continued distortion can produce a disaster capable of destroying a continent. By law, rifts from Class A upward are not to be seen or discussed. As for whatever is above that, it didn't happen in beta, so I don't know, and no player has ever entered one. I took a breath and put my foot on the belly of a dead fish, because if you take away player invincibility, even the lowest tier rift deserves paranoia. This one restricted level, not head count, which meant it might be a raid, which meant complications. His hands might be a little sore from killing. High agility, a third-tier weapon. A ranged weapon that is a gift from God for early progression, and a Legends combat knowledge in my head. His current configuration is clearly a bit too high. If this setup were posted on a player forum, and he were to challenge an E-class rift, he'd be accused of smurfing. Monster Kitchen? I thought about it, and then I remembered why the name was familiar. Because Monster Kitchen's mortality rate is not low for an E, and among newcomers, it has a reputation as a graveyard. Generally speaking, the nature of a rift hints at how to clear it. Blade aspect is the absolute symbol of power. Monster Kitchen's design and inspiration both contain blades, which means brute force works and pays a bonus. I drew the black knife and swung it once, and it made wind. After mastering the hunter's ember, he became increasingly adept at using the weapon. The collector handles anything at range. Healing potions in the bag. Ready, almost there. My heart was going hard, and I want to be clear that even the cheapest rift can kill you. In peacetime, he rarely felt this kind of dangerous tension. However, after experiencing these 2 days of adventure, facing the rift in front of him, he felt a stronger sense of excitement than fear. I gripped the knife, stepped out with the left foot, and went into the wormhole on a dead fish. Call. I fell, the dark closed and opened, and a huge kitchen appeared in front of me. You have entered the Rift Monster Kitchen. Rock under my feet. That smell again. Battle begins. Bang, bang, bang. That's the sound of a cleaver going through meat. A man with a pointed nose, in a chef's hat, with fish scales across his arms and face, noticed me. He came over carrying a kitchen knife and smiling. You're not wearing a chef's hat? Are you a guest from upstairs? The table is already full of food. Guest, please follow me. I nodded slightly. Please follow me. And in the instant it turned around, its mouth stretched to its ears and opened on a full set of teeth with a scarlet tongue moving behind them, because its culinary instincts had informed it that the scent on this one would make an excellent seafood feast. Swoosh. Before it could laugh properly, the black knife took its head and turned it into 2 rotting halves. The strike was so fast that even a call to summon one's companions could not be made. Defeat the fish-like monster wearing a chef's hat to gain 11 spiritual points. There's nothing to say to monsters, just kill them. I felt the draw settle in my shoulder, shook the pus off the blade, and listened. Bang, bang, bang. A whole drum kit of chopping behind the next door. Judging from the sound, there are quite a few chef hats. Now, Monster Kitchen is a newbie graveyard, and as a guide creator, I once published a clear for this place using a useless character with no equipment. Of course, he wouldn't dare do that now. For safety reasons, let's use the safest method, stealth kill, which means killing something from behind before it knows you exist. Standard practice for not getting surrounded, and the correct answer to this specific rift. The place isn't big. Entrance, kitchen, dining area. I crouched at the crack of the door and counted. 1, 2, 4, 15 chef hats, each with a cleaver, going through fish and rotten vegetables at high speed, obviously preparing something enormous for their boss. Now, individually, a chef hat has terrible stats, worse than an ordinary adult, and a lot of newcomers die here because as a cup phase monster, its real strength is healing. 1 bite of fish or corpse and its health is full. 2 bites and its strength doubles. 3 bites and it is comparable to an elite. So when you kill these, you must be quick, accurate, and ruthless, and you never give one a chance to eat. Which is exactly what rookie teams get wrong, because a lot of new players don't read monster descriptions, and some of them enjoy torturing things. Therefore, many rookie teams were wiped out. The hats whispered while they worked. That's not enough. We need even more exquisite and fresh ingredients. Eat, eat, eat. Chop, chop, chop. Wholeheartedly preparing a sumptuous feast. And if somebody in a rift dies here and gets turned into that feast, and they eat enough, the rift's distortion goes up. Their senses are bad. While cooking, they can barely see what's in front of them. There shouldn't be any problem. I went through the doorway into the blind spot, crouched, and moved along the counter edge. Before I knew it, I was behind 8 of them, with the position entirely mine. Sneak attack successful. I stood up and held my breath. Directly in front of me was an elite. Sniff, sniff, sniff. It finally noticed something, pushed its head forward, and sniffed with that pointed nose. It grinned. Ah, it tastes like delicious human food. Cut. The ash-covered blade went through the elite like tofu. You defeated Elite Chef Hat, gaining 22 spiritual points. And then, the smell of blood arrived and 15 kitchen workers became animals. How dare humans trespass on their territory? It's been discovered. Unfortunately, the turnaround was too slow. By the time they realize they are resisting, they are already dead. I turned my hand over and swept, one-handed, left to right, across the row. 7 chef hats came apart like vegetables on a board. Kill! Kill you! I'll chop you up. Eat! Eat you! The remaining 7 grabbed cleavers and charged straight at me from the front. They're all charging at us from the front, and they're not even using throwing techniques. 3 more slashes. Like cutting fruit, 6 heads on the floor. 1 left in the distance, backing up, trying to grab food off the cutting board while it went. You're courting death! Boss Shark won't let you get away with this! I picked a kitchen knife off the counter and threw it into its head. Swoosh! A crisp headshot, and then the panel filled up. You defeated the chef's hat and gained 6 spiritual points. You defeated the chef's hat and gained 7 spiritual points. 15 hats plus the greeter. 105 spiritual points, which is a good haul considering career missions are the real income. More than half of the monsters didn't spot me, so it was a pretty good stealth speedrun. 8 of them died without ever seeing me, and by my definition, that counts. I wiped the blade on a bandage. With Hunter's Ember, my movement was extremely fluid. There were still flaws, and the flaw was power. My strength was 13, which is low, and I could feel a small block in the middle of each cut. More importantly, the cutting was being done by the knife and not by me. Fine for an E. Then I looked at the other door, the dining room. Behind it, the last enemy. I pried the door open a crack with the blade and looked. On an enormous long table, 1 monster. Blue scales, 3 meters, limbs and muscle like a bison. That body has left the human category entirely. And on top of it, a shark's head. It was using an enormous blood-red mouth to swallow everything the hats had made for it. Quack. A newcomer seeing that for the first time would leave and never come back. Chef Shark, final boss of Monster Kitchen. I just ate and I encountered a rare event. My eyes narrowed because that was not good news. In Monster Kitchen, if the boss has just finished eating, it is significantly stronger than normal. Teams with proper preparation have failed here for exactly this reason. It is one of the ways this place wipes whole parties. The door opened. It looked up. Blood-red shark eyes met mine. Then it gave a hearty smile and hungry saliva came off the corner of its mouth. Delicious little desserts. It stood, picked up its cleaver, loaded its legs, and came. Shark charge. Boom! Its body took the door off. It expected to put me through the wall. Instead, a terrifying pain went through its thigh, because in the instant it committed, I had already drawn and put everything into one solid cut on the leg. Blood everywhere. After eating, a chef shark has high health, and it is also quite agile. I could not kill it in one strike, so the correct answer is to take the legs. It felt the thigh and brought the cleaver down. Clangor. I blocked and used the force to make distance, and it laughed at me. Ha 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 ha, which was a fair read. That attack had not come close to killing it, and had not even broken the leg. It set every muscle to charge again, intending to put me down and eat my limbs slowly and in order. And then its powerful leg fell off, and a great deal of blood came out of the place it used to be. The battle is over. Because the black knife is not a knife that is merely sharp. It is Captain Grim Patch's knife, and when it hits, it delivers black aura damage on a delay. The earlier monsters had too little health to ever see it. Black mist came up out of the shark's wound, and then it went into the thigh like the blades of a meat grinder and took the leg apart from the inside. Half a leg gone, and it had no way to reach me. Now it's nothing more than a small fish struggling on a chopping board. Roar! It got up on one leg anyway and tried to throw the cleaver. Before the throw finished, the barrel was on its scarlet eye. Bang! Through the eye and into something important. And the instant it lost sight of me, I found the angle, put everything into the blade, and thrust forward. Swoosh! Snap! The head went off and rolled like a stone. Chef Shark is a typical melee monster. Once you take its vision, you go for the neck. Defeat the Chef Shark to gain 100 spiritual points. Huff. Huff. I got my breathing under control. Normally, that thing pays 50. It had just eaten, so it paid double. Fortunately, he had a significant advantage in terms of equipment. I checked the room, wiped the sweat off, and felt genuinely good. And then a better notification arrived. Defeat the final enemy and complete the rift. Rift transaction in progress. Rift distortion reduced by 3%, currently at 9%. All slaughtered. You did not spare any monsters in the rift. Reward plus 20%. Overcoming the strong with the weak. As a spiritually awakened being, you dared to come here alone. Reward plus 20%. Quick and decisive. You're really fast. Reward plus 20%. Mutated boss slaying. Still can't defeat you even after you've eaten your fill. Reward plus 40%. Settlement complete. Overall rating S. A perfect clear of blade aspect. Obtain a skill card chest and a Chef Superb profession card. And a red card landed in my hand. On the front, a smiling chef cooking a shark. Extraordinary pro card. Chef. Obtained. Then the second prompt. Open skill card chest. Blade aspect rare, 16%. Blade aspect common, 44%. Cup phase rare, 10%. Cup phase common, 30%. Because besides the black market, completing a rift is how you get skill cards. Ordinary ones nudge your knowledge and mostly teach things you'd learn anyway. Rare ones either move your knowledge significantly or hand you an actual extraordinary skill. And normally, an E tier only produces a rare card on a perfect clear, which I had. 16% blade rare, 10% cup rare. My luck is 6. Now is undoubtedly a crucial moment to test one's luck. Cup rares might get overwritten by chef skills anyway. What I wanted was blade. Hopefully I'll get one that's usable. Draw a card. His luck has come to the test. Wind. And a bright red card came out of the air into my hand. Rare. Wait. Cup phase? I frowned because the back had a blood cup on it. But something seemed a little off. Because inside the blood of the cup there was a bright red, sharp blade. A rare skill card for blade aspect. Blade body tempering method. Beginner. Nature. Cup. Blade. Description. There is an insurmountable wall between armed and unarmed combat. Therefore, as long as I train my body to be as sharp as a blade, I will be that wall. Effect. Practicing this skill will increase your strength and physique, and grant you the active skill, Burst. Burst. Consumes spiritual energy to greatly enhance the body's damage resistance and strength for a very short time. This skill is affected by constitution and strength. The higher the attributes, the stronger the skill. A skill card that raises constitution and strength. I had expected something like Swallow Return or Flowing Water Fist or Soul-Stealing Palm, some flashy martial art. I got a workout program, which is better. Body tempering, like breathing, is one of the genuinely practical foundational skills, and in the early game it is the single largest constitution card available. Another attribute increase. Because as a guide creator I have always focused on play, on outmaneuvering, on the moment where you say, I'm controlling you. Of course, behind every cool play there are at least 10 plays that are easy to watch while eating, and here I was, going further and further down the path of high-end panel manufacturing. That's awesome. Because a bigger panel is a bigger margin for error, and margin for error is the only thing standing between me and a permanent character deletion. Use. The card went to blood red ink and vanished. You have learned the body tempering method, beginner level, and a flood came in. Building muscle. Catching a blade bare-handed. Punching steel until the steel changed its mind. It felt like a long dream. Your constitution +1. Your strength +1. Your body is absorbing the body tempering method. Your physical condition has met the requirements. You have mastered the explosive skill. Call. I stretched. Because skills like body tempering need exercise and food to develop. And if I did the work, the end state was somewhere around 5 constitution and 5 strength. Creak, and in front of me a wound appeared on the restaurant wall, opened slowly, and became a wormhole full of teeth. Rift has ended. Please leave after 30 minutes. You will be barred from entering Rift again for 2 weeks. Rift resetting. because many rifts give you an extra exit on a clear, and because as long as distortion is above 0, the place refills. I looked at the exit. Then I looked around the room, because there was one thing I hadn't done: loot the loot box. Rift items are valuable, and if you can carry them out, they are money. I found a bag and went through the kitchen. The hat's clothes were rags, their weapons were ordinary iron. The food on the boards was rotten fish. There's nothing of value here. I crouched down and looked under the counter, and there was a half-closed cabinet. Bang! I took the door off with the knife, 4 bulging bags inside, and a smell that stopped me where I was. This is spices. 4 bags: pepper, black sesame, cumin, and ghost pepper. About 30 kilograms, which is a good amount. Because Bay Country is a nation of merchants and industry and trades a great deal of spice, but the ones in Monster Kitchen are the rare ones, specifically the black sesame and the chili. Chili is not plentiful here. Most chili products come in from the Goldfinch Kingdom next door. In Bay Country, only large restaurants use it. I ran the prices in my head. Pepper and cumin are a bit pricey. Black sesame is quite expensive. Ghost peppers are the most expensive of all peppers, more than 10 times ordinary pepper. I weighed the ghost pepper in my hand, and with a good buyer, that bag alone was over 100,000 shell coins. A pretty good haul. I rubbed my hands together because I have never had much money in either world. There was no other way. Everything I had acquired before was something I couldn't bear to sell. Finally, some things that can be exchanged for money have arrived. Although, considering I was about to become a chef, I wanted to keep some. Because the food in Huangtown, or rather in the entire Witch Sea, is not good. Many dishes are simply seasoned with salt. He was finally able to eat something delicious. I climbed out through a dead fish with a very large bag. Tick-tock. Raining again. The wind, like the whispers of a monster, still rages across this ocean. Rifttide is far from over. There will be more and more strange things on the sea. With this weather, Huangtown is probably going to be bustling again when we get back. And at night, worse things come out. But I had a boat with a roof now, so at least I wasn't going to be soaked to the bone. I threw the spice bag onto the deck hard enough to rock the hull. That's a good income. Then I went into the cabin, set a heading, and took out the most important object I owned. The Pass to the Extraordinary Path. A first-tier card needs nothing but an awakened spirit. No conditions. And I knew what the chef was worth, and I had also never received the precious Hunter's Ember before, and I genuinely did not know what the Emberfire buff would do to a Tier 1 class, because nobody has ever tried this combination. I bit my finger and let the blood go onto the card. It soaked in, and the card twisted and melted and became blood and went into me. Burning. And then hallucinations, more and more of them, digesting. I closed my eyes, and in the haze I was standing on a dark, endless sea. I looked down, and as the water came over my ankles, a pillar rose up under my feet and gave me somewhere to stand. And blood came out of my heart and ran down my stomach and my thighs and etched a shape onto the pillar. A cup. Call. The heat went out of me, and I opened my eyes. You have embarked on the path of the extraordinary, becoming a chef. Your culinary skill learning aptitude has increased, and you have acquired the extraordinary cooking skill. You are now at the starting point of the path to transcendence. Your physique has increased by 3, your inspiration by 3, and your maximum physical strength and total spiritual power have been enhanced. A new category appeared on my panel. And then, underneath it, with the blessing of Hunter's Ember, you gain the additional skill Soul Seasoning. May extra skill, not a buff. May extra skill. Soul Seasoning. Does it mean extracting the soul and making seasoning? I checked the career panel. Chef, rank 1. Sexual aspect, cup. Chef's aptitude, you will learn culinary skills more efficiently. Exceptional cooking. You are a born chef and you have mastered the art of exceptional cooking. The ingredients you cook will have a greater effect than those of ordinary people who don't understand food and nutrition. Soul Seasoning, level 1. You can transform spiritual energy into seasonings and sprinkle them down to enhance the original deliciousness of extraordinary ingredients. While enhancing the flavor of the food, you can also stimulate its internal nutrients, making it easier to digest. Note: superior cooking can increase food effects by approximately 20%, while soul seasoning can increase them by approximately 10%. It's not about turning the soul into seasoning, which was, briefly, disappointing. But as a first-tier skill, 10% is real, and in cooking, flavor is not decoration. Flavor is the mechanism. And then I noticed soul seasoning was upgradable. 100 spiritual points. I had nearly 200 from Monster Kitchen. Upgrade. Soul Seasoning level 2. You can blend spiritual seasonings and spices together and sprinkle them on the food to enhance the flavor of the spices and the power of the food. Description: true chefs are never limited by ingredients. Even smelly shoes and feet can be transformed into a delicacy with the help of soul seasoning and spices. The food prepared by soul seasoning will eventually make even the most discerning diners blush, experience a deep physical pleasure, and feel a tremor in their soul. Note: the deliciousness level has been further improved, resulting in an additional 5% increase to the food's effectiveness. 15%. That's a small improvement for Hunter's Ember. I was genuinely happy about that, because the chef's power is mostly exceptional cooking at 20%. Soul seasoning was adding 15 on top, 35% total. That is not a bonus. That is like bolting a second junior chef onto the profession. And paired with enough extraordinary ingredients, his improvement would be like taking drugs. He can achieve the same results as others through hard work day and night just by eating. Then the second important part of the profession, cooking. You can earn spiritual points by cooking a delicious dish. Note: spiritual points are awarded based on the deliciousness of your cooked dishes and refresh daily. A chef's job is very simple: to cook. And career missions in New Day are not optional flavor. For a lot of people, they are the primary income, and if you perform well enough, the profession itself gets enhanced. A chef's exceptional cooking cannot be upgraded with points at all. The only way to raise it is to keep cooking. And for advanced transcendence, career quests are how you stay sane and stay rational. Which is why you will occasionally see a battle-hardened weapon master selling silver-scale breastplates at a stall, or a master who reads the stars and the mysteries offering free divination on a street corner, etc. And then I understood something, and it was the best thing that happened to me that day, because soul seasoning increases deliciousness, and the chef mission pays out on deliciousness. Doesn't this mean that even if his cooking skills are terrible, he can still easily complete his daily tasks? Hunter's Ember's bonus to Tier 1 classes was stronger than he had imagined. Even leather shoes can become delicious? What if it was delicious to begin with? Roasted lamb leg, stir-fried beef, pan-fried small fish. I looked at the refrigerator because I had a rare and exceptional golden-scaled fish in it, and the book said the flesh is delicate and silky and melts in the mouth, and if you grill it, you get a crisp, slightly charred crust. I started drooling. His imagination has improved somewhat. Then I looked around the boat and discovered that the passenger vessel came with a simple pot and no fire starter, and not 1 gram of salt. Let's talk about it after we return to base. I turned the wheel and pushed the throttle toward Huangtown. The sky went orange, the lighthouse came on ahead of me, and then something the size of a district pulled up on my right. Boom, boom, boom. A steel merchant ship, fresh shell marks on the hull, still smoking, running the same course as my little boat. Fully armed hunters walking her deck, all of them properly equipped with heavy packs, obviously transcendents who explore rifts for a living. And at the top, a shell flag, officially recognized by Bay Country, and from the aura coming off it, several powerful transcendents aboard. Which raised a question, because merchant ships in the Witch Sea are sometimes stronger than the Navy, and what is a ship like that doing at Huangtown? Hello, hello, can you hear me? A young man waved at me over the rail. Expensive steam armor, a greatsword with a gold hilt on his back, flowing golden hair. It looks somewhat familiar. Mayor Huang's son. Sunny, cheerful, first-order transcendent recruit, Zhao Huang. Everyone in town knows him. Nobody in town knows me because I am a pitiful, helpless, weak marine mammal disease patient, and he is away most of the year and barely interacts with anybody his own age here. The other person probably doesn't know him. What's wrong? Are you from Huangtown? Actually, I have some questions I want to ask you, and of course, I'm not asking them for nothing. Okay, let me tell you about what I saw and heard about the Bloom Enchantress at sea. This is witch news. It'll be big news in the White Dove Times tomorrow. Then I'll tell you this earth-shattering news, and you answer 2 questions for me, okay? It's about witches again. I stroked my chin because at this point, news of the witch was outselling the Black Whale Group's treasure hunt. Why does it feel like news about the witch is chasing after me? Sure, if your question isn't a difficult math problem or anything like that. He raised an eyebrow, smug, and unloaded. The ship I'm on is a large merchant ship that came to Huang Island on official orders. But during our voyage, we encountered a major event. We spotted a large Goldfinch Kingdom cruise ship billowing smoke. Can you believe it? That luxurious steel ship had broken in two and was abandoned on the sea like a tattered rag. Which was, unsurprisingly, the ship from the promotional video. The one where the foreign girl loses her flower wreath. Have you found anything? I put my chin in my hand and did a curious face that said, I know nothing. Although the ship broke in two, there were still quite a few survivors. Our kind captain asked for some money and a little bit of supplies, and that's how he saved the crew. Their kind captain charged for the rescue. I want that noted. From the survivors, we learned that they encountered a terrifying monster no less powerful than the coastal overlord. And that's not all. In addition, according to the survivors, they also saw an extremely beautiful young girl with petals all over her body walking on the sea. That young woman was actually able to fight that pitch-black monster that destroyed the giant steel ship. Finally, amidst the people's fear, both figures vanished completely. Oh, do you know where that girl or that monster went? He scratched his head. How could I possibly know? However, Miss Alara, the top editor of the White Dove Times, has already interviewed the survivors. This could very well be the legendary witch who has reappeared. Unfortunately, Miss Alara was fully focused on tracking down the Abyssal Seeker's treasure and the witch's affair, so I couldn't get her autograph. Is that all? Yeah, how about that? Shocked, right? That's it. I smiled politely, because in summary, that was everything he knew, and the only genuinely useful part was that this witch had been shipwrecked, which put her activity level roughly at mine. This isn't shocking at all. Do you think you'd encounter such a major event? He was annoyed, which was fair. All right, as agreed, it's my turn to ask you questions now. I have 2 questions. Ask. He looked around, lowered his head, and went mysterious. Did you encounter any pirate ships, such as those from the Black Whale Group, when you went out to sea today? Black Whale Group. One phrase and my whole chest reorganized itself. Why did the other party ask him for information about the Black Whale Group? I didn't answer immediately. I looked at the lighthouse instead, because if anything unexpected happened, the old man in that tower solved a great many problems. The current location is safe. No, how could a small cook like me, who drives a small boat, possibly encounter a pirate ship and survive? He looked me up and down, thought about it, and said, yes, you look rather weak. So, the second question. Ask. You should know me, Xiao Huang. Although I am from Huangtown, my father has always tried to push me out, so I am not very familiar with my peers in Huangtown. So, I'd like to ask if you know of any young people in our Huangtown who have contracted marine mammal disease. The wind went through both our hair, gently, and my eyes went cold, because unfortunately, he was the only lucky young man in Huangtown to contract marine mammal disease. Somebody was hunting me and had gotten as far as the mayor's son, which meant somebody had reached out to Xiao Huang, which meant there might be enemies on that ship. Are the people from Black Whale Group really that fast? It's so cold, he thought, and felt a chill go down his back, and continued. You know what? To be honest, you remind me a lot of a sickly person with a marine mammal disease. Then he stopped talking because he had noticed I had gone into the cabin and come back out with a fishing rod. He swallowed. What are you doing with that fishing rod? Fishing, I waved it. He laughed. Ha ha ha, fishing. This boat is sailing, and where are you going to find fish to catch around here? Well, and then he discovered that under my casual swing, the line had gotten around his neck. I set the hook. Boom. Xiao Huang came off a merchant ship and into the sea, in full armor, and immediately began playing very happily in the water. Judging from his actions, he must have been quite excited. Then I reached down and kindly pulled him out and onto my boat and asked with concern, Are you all right? He coughed twice and glared at me. You lack martial ethics and tricked me. Why would I scheme against you? I just accidentally made a mistake while casting my line. And I grabbed his leg, dragged him into my houseboat, and shut the door. Then I checked the window, and there was nobody standing where he had been standing, and nobody appeared to care. He spat seawater on my floor and looked up. Did you really accidentally catch me while fishing? Is Mayor Huang's precious son really not an idiot? Yes, but I have some questions for you. Why did you ask about patients with marine mammal disease? Because he clearly suspected me now, and if he were working with the Black Whale Group, he would have shouted for his friends instead of asking politely. He looked at my kind expression, It's nothing. I just encountered a black-hatted hunter with a mechanical arm on the ship. He told me that at their company in Moonstone City, a young man with leprosy had stolen a large sum of money from their company and ran away. This person is from Huangtown, so he came to Huangtown to ask for money. If someone can give him a tip, he can get a share of the money. He stood up and clapped his hands. Although I am not short of money, I have never made much money, so I was thinking about whether I could make some money through this. So, do you know that? I'll share some with you later. You seem pretty short on money. A hunter with a robotic arm is looking for me, not Captain Grimpatch or Featherfoot. Which mattered, because if it were those two, the method would have involved less paperwork and more violence. And there is nobody on the Saw Shark with a mechanical arm. They're from another organization. Then I went back into the kid's memories properly. He went to Moonstone City to work because he was sick, and was lured by a so-called relative into a criminal gang called Black Rabbit, which is in the business of selling people. So if the Black Whale Group wants to find me, they have to go through the Black Rabbit Gang. And in the Black Rabbit Gang, there does seem to be a first-order transcendent with a robotic arm. Wanted in Moonstone City, called Clawmark, 200,000 shell coins on his head for human trafficking. I sorted my thoughts out and discovered I was much less panicked than I had expected. First, at my current strength, a first-order transcendent with a mail-order arm does not beat me. Second, the Black Whale Group does not know what came out of that chest, which means they will not kill me on sight. They will try to take me alive. Third, besides the lighthouse keeper, who is guaranteed to be at least third tier, this island has Teacher May, who graduated from the Royal University. I looked at the lighthouse again. Across the Moonstone Islands, there are a lot of transcendents who hate pirates. If a saw shark showed up here, even if it turned and ran immediately, it might not get home. Do you know where that robotic arm hunter you mentioned is? Is he still on that ship? Because in my memory, that man is a criminal with a 200,000 bounty, and I could resolve this entire situation by filling out a form. He jumped ship before the ship slowed down. They jumped ship? Yes, because large ships need to display their flags when they approach a lighthouse. The ship stopped for a short while, and he jumped during that time. We stopped for quite a while. He's probably on Huang Island by now. If he finds the thief himself, we'll be broke. Really? I looked at Xiao Huang, who still did not suspect me, and I understood exactly how he had lost in the first round of an exam whose first round is a written test. Then his eyes flashed, because he had finally noticed the aura coming off me. Judging from your aura, you are also transcendent. I came back this time to go to a rift called Monster Kitchen, but so far, I've only made plans with 3 people. That rift is quite dangerous. Although it's rated E, I have a feeling it might be at the level of a D, so I want to gather 5 people. With my discerning eye, I've noticed that you're quite skilled at casting your fishing rod. In short, the more people, the better. Aren't you interested in joining us? Sorry, I already soloed that rift, and it has a cooldown of at least 3 days, and I have your father's spices in my hold. I'll definitely do it next time. We came in with the merchant ship and the fishing fleet, and the dock was full of people waiting for their families, which is a thing I had not seen in this world yet. You old codger, you're finally back. It's raining again today. I thought you drowned. You're back. What? You caught a shark. Ha ha ha. Bro, how's it going? Didn't catch any fish? No worries. Come grab a drink with me first. In the last light, it looked warm enough to hurt. May was standing at the dock processing documents. She stopped, sniffed, looked up, and waved. Welcome back. I jumped onto the dock and swept the crowd, and there was no mechanical arm in it, which was expected. A man like that does not act in a crowd. Mayor Huang looked up at me and was extremely curious about what I had been doing. And then he saw his good-for-nothing son standing behind me and had a great many things he wanted to say and swallowed all of them. You're back. Then he checked me over carefully for serious injuries. May put her work away and came over. Welcome back, Kay. I had some good news to tell you today. What good news? Did you know that in Huangtown there's a rift mine with 0 distortion, but it came back to life again in yesterday's wind? Rift is reviving. Because the tide brings the dead ones back. The town mine would be an E, and the monsters in a mine rift are usually skeletons, and having another farm for spiritual points is not a bad thing. Then what? Although it has been revived, the monsters inside are weaker than those in a regular E-class rift. You're not going to Monster Kitchen? Rift? But you clearly lack experience. If you rush in, you might encounter some mishaps. So, I thought I'd organize a trip for the newbies in Huangtown so you could all go to the rift mine together. She wanted to put me somewhere safe to practice. So what happened? I was originally going to test the strength of the mining rift for you guys. Then she rubbed her hands together with a hint of guilt. But while scouting the mine rift, I accidentally killed all the monsters and cleared the game directly. The plans I prepared for you have also fallen through. I swallowed some water the wrong way, because I could picture it perfectly. Mei walking into a rift to assess the difficulty and removing the rift with what she would describe as a normal attack. Besides Mei Ma, she is also called Mei Ling, and her actual performance is much higher than a typical third-tier transcendent. By my estimate, Featherfoot and Captain Grimpatch together do not beat her. Then Mayor Huang, standing right there with a cigarette, realized something. Lin Kai is heading to Monster Kitchen's rift. Did they go this morning? But he had no injuries. He broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, Kai, your destination today isn't that Monster Kitchen, is it? And Mei caught it instantly. She came around me in light steps like a curious white cat and sniffed. It's blood. Monster blood, and there's a fragrance, a spice, etc. The spiritual energy field has changed too. She came back around to my side, and her pupils contracted slightly. You've cleared Monster Kitchen and been promoted to First Order Transcendent? I smiled, helplessly, because I was completely seen through, and there was nothing to hide behind. Once you become a Transcendent, you cannot conceal the aura without a special secret technique. And her observation was much stronger than I'd budgeted for. I genuinely felt like her eyes went through the clothes and took an inventory of my organs. Yes, I went out to sea today and was lucky enough to get a superb career card, making me a chef. So this makes him a first-order transcendent? Mayor Huang touched his mustache without meaning to. Didn't he go to sea alone? Does he have other companions? Then why didn't you tell us? Or did he ride the rift alone? His hand with the cigarette in it shook slightly. Xiao Huang scratched his head and tried to work out whether the Monster Kitchen being discussed was the same Monster Kitchen he was going to. Mei did not look surprised at all, because in her opinion, this was simply my natural talent. Defeating the Monster Rift is only to be expected. From the moment she first saw Lin Kai, she smelled a faint scent of blood, the blood of a monster, which meant he had been killing things while still merely awakened. The only thing that exceeded her expectations was Lin Kai's speed. Congratulations, now we have an excellent chef in Huangtown. Then she changed the subject without a pause. Kai, you have quite a talent. By the way, the path of becoming a book apprentice is still open for you here. Because a first-tier profession is like a student who hasn't officially enrolled and is studying at home. At that stage, you can learn anything and do anything. The second level means you have enrolled and must choose a direction. Which means as long as Lin Kai has not officially entered the second stage, he may still become an apprentice. May apprentice trained by her. I nodded, which is what you do. And then, with the waves, the merchant ship finished docking, and dock workers started bringing enormous crates down the gangway. And from the markings, they were weapon crates. This is? Yes, Instructor Mei. Why are these merchant ships transporting so many weapons to us? Mayor Huang wiped away cold sweat because he was the mayor of this island, and he had never in his life heard of a merchant ship arriving with weapon crates. Have pirates attacked? Mei stepped forward and looked out at the ship. I only found out yesterday, according to observations by the Bay Country Meteorological Bureau. The recent storm is not as simple as we imagined. Therefore, the Bay Country government is preparing to set up defensive measures on all coastal islands in advance to defend against sea monsters and pirates. Even the most complex storm wouldn't warrant transporting so many weapons. She settled herself for a second and then said it word by word. This could very well be a rift, a tide that hasn't been seen in a long time. And Mayor Huang dropped his cigarette on the ground. The dock went silent. Xiao Huang's eyes went wide. The hunters watching from a distance held their breath. Wow, I cooperated very well and opened my mouth slightly to indicate that I had just found out. It's actually the rift tide, he murmured it. Because 100 years ago, the rift tide nearly destroyed every town on this coast, and the witch class cards were born out of it. That tide lasted 10 days and produced not only a naval war, but monsters at the level of the Abyssal Seeker, and its aftermath produced the 4 most arrogant emperors currently on the water. Every rift tide will give birth to a legend. If the rift tide comes, wouldn't our entire Moonstone Islands be in trouble? He kept his head down because his age and his experience made it impossible for him to imagine what it would look like when it arrived. Mei walked forward and looked out until there was nothing left to look at. Yes, a rift tide big enough to sweep across the entire Witch Sea. Of course, this is only a preliminary prediction, and the Meteorological Bureau has not yet given a definitive result. This rift tide may not be as overwhelming as it was 70 years ago, and then the wind came in, carrying the whispers of the distant dark world. But whatever the outcome, She stood on the dock and opened her arms. Ladies and gentlemen, a new era is about to begin for Witch Sea. Then she turned around and smiled. The Riptide is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us apprentices who have just embarked on the path of the extraordinary. Once the news is confirmed, those old fogies from Bay Country who are clinging to their family fortunes might come to our rural area to steal our food. If we survive the waves, perhaps we can also witness the breathtaking scenery at its peak. And she looked at me expectantly when she said it. Because for an ordinary person to become a high-level transcendent, the baseline requirement is a high-level card, and high-level cards only come out of high-level rifts. And as a student at Bay Country Royal University, she knows exactly how much the old men of Bay Country value the high-end rift. Despite her unprecedented efforts, she doesn't even qualify for a high-end rift. But a tide brings disaster, and it also brings brand new rifts, and the new ones will be far more dangerous than the controlled ones. These disasters can also be opportunities. I looked at the water too. Anne is right, but she didn't explain it completely. Because it isn't only inland Bay Country coming out here to steal food. According to the game data, the Witch Sea's rift tide will be more turbulent than any tide in recorded history. And besides Bay Country, the Goldfinch Kingdom next door, the White Tower Federation, and the distant Black Blood Empire are all going to want a share. The merchant captain came down the gangway, took off his hat, bowed, and interrupted us, because he needed the town's mentor and its mayor. I have some things to take care of first. She took a few steps, then remembered something and swallowed. By the way, Kai, you're a chef now, right? I'll order you something nice later. Good stuff. I crossed my arms and tilted my head. Something else. Because I had to admit, as the player's leaderboard said, she was a fairly responsible mentor. After she and the mayor left, Xiao Huang, who had been standing there the entire time, finally exhaled. Call, he patted my shoulder. Wow, bro, you're a chef? I've hardly ever seen a chef named Transcendent. I heard your food is so delicious it makes clothes explode. Can you treat me to a meal sometime? I looked at him without speaking. Then he checked the area and whispered, well, they're gone. Brother, let's go find that money thief with the sea monster disease. Then tell that robotic arm hunter this news and make a killing. I remember that person was quite wealthy. You're still eyeing that money? My eyes went wary, because according to his own information, somebody had infiltrated this island specifically to kidnap me. Is someone plotting against him in the shadows of Huang Island? I scanned the dock again. No arm. Are you sure that person jumped into the sea? And, judging from your intuition, did that person have any companions? Yes, I reckon he's already ashore. He probably came alone, without any companions. Judging from the cloak he was wearing, he must be one of the ruthless people from the company who specialize in handling debts. And then he understood something and started looking around, too. The enemy is in the shadows, we are in the light. Because if that man had genuinely come to kidnap me, he was not going to do it here. He would do it somewhere dark, away from people. At home? The moon was starting to come out, and the light on the dock had gone thin. The other party inquired about the information from Xiao Huang, which told me something useful. Asking a stranger for a name means you are not cautious and you do not understand the situation. He was in a hurry, and he had probably asked more than one person. So I went to the man who sits on this dock all day. I squatted down and put 400 shell coins into his hand. Elder Jew. The drowsy old man woke up instantly, because money. What's wrong? I'll rent your boat for a few more days, and I'll pay you back the full amount when I return. Also, did you see anyone at the docks asking about other people? He took the money and thought about it. It seems there really is. There's a guy from Moonstone City who said that a damn thief from Huangtown stole money from their company and came here to collect the debt. He even advised us not to harbor criminals or he'd break all our legs. Sure enough. Do you know where he went? I don't know. I think he was just wandering around nearby. I remember someone answered him and then he suddenly disappeared. Answered. Has that person already learned my information from others? Are you really capable of paying in full? He asked, still not believing I had that much money unless I was doing something illegal. Certainly. I stood up and looked around again. Because the key now was not money. It was finding one man who was standing in the dark. Nobody on the dock. He disappeared suddenly. Did he hide in the water? A place suitable for hiding. And I turned my head and looked at my own boat, rocking gently at the pier, and a very unpleasant intuition arrived. Could it be that the other side saw me when I disembarked? That person knew I would return to the ship. So, What if he's already on my boat, and then, when night falls, he climbs into my bed and surprises me? My heart went up, and I let out a long breath. Then, in the last of the light, I took the collector out of the bag, put it under my clothes, and walked toward the small cabin boat one step at a time. Because if Xiao Huang's information was right, the man aboard was only first order, but he had an arm. In the new Sun world, there are 3 categories of powerful equipment: mechanical armor, flesh colonization armor, and blood armor. Mechanical armor is common enough. Flesh colonization armor is made by stripping a living monster of its consciousness, keeping only the basic combat functions and wearing the result. And it is a very dangerous category of object. Blood armor is a hybrid of the two. And a robotic arm, even one arm, is a good early game piece. One punch from him is enough to kill a pig, except that in the kid's memory, that arm did not have a trademark on it. Tap, tap, tap. I reached the boat and put my left foot out to step aboard. Start! A woman's voice behind me. You called me at this time. Cold sweat, several steps back, confirm no threat, then turn around and whisper, "What's wrong, Teacher May?" She came over happily with 2 bags in her hands, one with potatoes and beef in it, one with a brand new set of kitchen utensils. She blinked those blue eyes and handed them both to me. You should complete your daily tasks today. Perfect timing. I ran into a cook on the merchant ship and got some ingredients from them. These are perfect for you. Ah? I was, briefly, shocked. Because the ingredients weren't expensive, and the kitchenware wasn't expensive, and the whole thing still gave me a feeling I could not name in a socially acceptable way. It's a strange feeling of being a kept man. He once again deeply understood why she had the title of Mama May on the list of new mentors. Okay, thank you very much, Teacher May. I took them and turned around and walked very carefully toward my boat. And behind me, the moment I turned, she looked at my back and smiled, and the smile had triumph in it. Plans are in place. Because on the surface, she was giving a young man ingredients to help him with his daily quest. That was step 1. Step 2 was that every single dish she had selected was her own favorite food. The food in Huangtown is absolutely terrible. She rubbed a stomach that was audibly complaining. Her father's cooking was really not to her taste, and he especially loved to cook fish, which she did not like to eat. And the fact that this boy had chosen to become an extraordinary chef means he must have some real skills. In the capital, her friends once treated her to a meal prepared by an extraordinary chef, and it was the most delicious thing that had ever happened to her. Lin Kai had only recently become a chef. She was confident his cooking would still beat everyone else in Huangtown. Her real purpose was to use the guise of work and mentorship to get free meals. That was Anne's second thought. She touched the corner of her mouth and could not entirely prevent a small amount of drool from leaving. Meanwhile, I jumped aboard and looked through the crack of the door. The light was bad. I could still see a shape under the dilapidated bed in my houseboat, and I could smell sweat that did not belong to me. Sure enough. And then a series of images went through my head at speed, and I was almost certain who it was. The man under the bed was Clawmark, the gang member who lured me into the Black Rabbit gang, swindled every coin of my wages out of me, and worked with human traffickers. A greedy, daring brute. And because he happens to be an excellent swimmer, he once used that mechanical arm to drag a brother and sister who were trying to escape the gang into the water and hold them there. Which is why he has 2 nicknames, Water Ghost and Clawmark. To a lot of young people in that city, men like that are demons. Right now, in terms of strength, he might not be my match, etc. And then I realized something. Why did May stop me just now? Was it really to help him, or was it just a simple reason like wanting to freeload a meal? No, because Anne's observation is extraordinary, and she had almost certainly noticed that a man had boarded my boat. I called out to him just now to remind me. I turned around and looked at her. What terrifying observational skills. Well, why did he turn around? Did he understand? Did he realize he was trying to freeload? She blushed, turned her head to the side, smiled shyly, and then looked back up with an expectant look in her eyes. Because she could already imagine the aroma, that look in his eyes. Am I supposed to handle this myself? I shook my head and answered with my eyes. No matter what, he was going to go and kill the person who had broken into his house without permission. Here is what was happening under my bed, which I find funnier every time I think about it. Clawmark was lying there, holding his breath in the dark, and he had a plan. And the plan was the best day of his life. Because the day before, a distinguished guest had come to the Black Rabbit gang, Captain Grim Patch of the Saw Shark himself. And Captain Grim Patch had asked them about a young man with sea monster disease who had, according to him, stolen their things. And in order to find that information, he had dragged out every single member of the Black Rabbit gang below the top leadership who had any connection to a marine mammal patient and whipped them hard on the buttocks and interrogated them severely. His words were harsh and his actions were agitated. He was nothing like a pirate captain and treated the Black Rabbit gang members as tools for venting his anger. And beside him, the Crow ship doctor stood there the whole time with a smirk on her lips, half a smile, which gave off a strange sense of dread. But the Black Rabbit gang is a gang that sells people, not a gang that kidnaps people for ransom. Who cares where those lowly slaves came from? So after discussing for most of the day, the leadership could only conclude that I had come from the archipelago. And with the Navy active and storms coming and sea monsters up like schools of fish, they decided to take a long-term view. But during the questioning, they had missed one man. Because Clawmark had actually met me and had learned by chance that I might be from Huang Town. And judging from Captain Grimpatch's tone, that person must have stolen something very valuable. So he had a bold idea. If he can find that thing before Captain Grimpatch, he will surely rise to great heights, win several wives, and reach the pinnacle of life. This is crucial information that only he knows. This is his chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So there he was, flat under a bed, still as a corpse, having watched me come ashore with too many people around to do anything, waiting for night, because night is when he hunts. And he was already enjoying it in advance, imagining sliding out from under the bed, slapping me awake, and watching me cry. Bang! The door. "You're back." He held his breath. That bed was low. If the light had been better, he'd have been found already. Bang! That's the sound of starting a fire. I'm so tired, and I still need a good meal. With so many ingredients, I can cook a meal for Teacher May, too. I put the ingredients and the kitchenware away. Eat slowly. This might be your last dinner, he thought, and he was rather proud of his concealment. And then he heard a chilling remark. Stir-frying is definitely incomplete without lard. Perfect. I have some lard under the bed. I'll use it later. Is there any lard stored under this bed? He broke out in a cold sweat immediately. He was the one hiding in the shadows, so why was he feeling afraid? Is this lard referring to him? Tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 drops of cold sweat hit my floor, which is how I confirmed the position. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. No, I can't take it anymore. And, driven by fear, he came out from under the bed on his own. Let's go straight for the hard way. Give him a surprise. He was going to use those arms to grab me directly and interrogate at leisure. Except when he came out, there was nobody there. "They're behind!" He turned and threw a punch. The response is good. I stepped back and it went past. Because in Clawmark's view, every slave the Black Rabbit gang catches is scum with no will of their own. His gang walks people past the police in daylight. In his mind, this was collecting a sick, weak slave from a small rural island, which is something nobody cares about and which is easy to do. That's why he dared to be so arrogant all the way. And now he felt fear, intense fear. "You dare scare me." The fear turned into rage. He took a punching stance and his right arm burst into scalding steam and his whole aura changed. He grinned and showed his teeth, because this was the thing that had made him somebody in the Black Rabbit gang. A deliberate punch. And the other party's actions were still somewhat beyond his expectations. Because I stepped forward. Upon seeing my domineering hand, instead of retreating, you stepped forward. Then here's a nice one for you. Boom. My left hand went out and swept and took the mechanical arm coming at me. Because a rusty robotic arm with no trademark on it is an off-brand product, mostly rebuilt from scrapped parts, and while it gives immense strength, it is also extremely easy to predict. It has one path. Then I bent my right arm and drove it up. Elbow strike, under the chin, everything I had. His head went back and his balance went with it, and he was, briefly, stunned, because as a blade aspect transcendent, this was the first time he had used the arm and been treated like this. A silent fear went to his head, and he roared inside himself. Courage erupts. Tier 1 blade aspect skill. Fearless of pain, unlocks the body's potential. I also used a skill. Burst. With my current physique and explosive power, I had a genuinely defensive and offensive kit, and his movements were already out of shape, and I had complete control of the exchange. I put my hand on his head, pressed it down, and slammed it. Bang. He was on my floor and pinned. He coughed blood and stared at the scene in front of him because he had been deleted instantly. He is a reckless man, but he had learned to read spiritual energy fields, and the one in front of him was the first level, exactly like his. And he could not understand how a person with marine mammal disease had beaten him on both strength and speed. Because people in the later stages of marine mammal disease have difficulty standing as their bodies erode. His eyes were wide open, like copper bells. Why? How can a mere robotic arm compare to my well-trained, strong body? I smiled and said it, and then took the collector out with practiced ease, and put the muzzle against his forehead. Tell me where you come from and why you've come. And his rebellious spirit went on holiday, and he told me everything about Captain Grimpatch and the Black Rabbit Gang. I see, because two things in there mattered enormously. First, Captain Grimpatch has not informed the Black Whale Group. He is keeping it inside his own ship. The Black Rabbit leadership asked him hundreds of times, and all he ever gave them was the word stealing. The captain wanted the Abyssal Seeker's treasure all to himself, and didn't want anyone else involved. Which meant I was being hunted by one ship and not by an empire. Second, Captain Grimpatch had no idea where I was, or whether I was alive. He and Featherfoot had to work through a gang, cautiously, because the Navy wants them. Overall, he is currently in a relatively safe situation. However, if the other party can confirm that he is alive, it is possible that Captain Grimpatch will pass the information to the Black Whale Group. And if the Black Whale Group gets involved, the situation changes completely, because the Saw Shark is a rowboat next to that organization, and there are top-tier monsters on their real ships. Those are not things Teacher May and a lighthouse keeper handle. The Abyssal Seeker treasure map alone is enough to move half the Black Whale Group. I smiled because it had just occurred to me. Is this what it feels like to be popular? Also good news. My next goal was the Hunter's Treasure and playing with sea creatures, so I was not going to be sitting in Huangtown. Through Deep Sea Affinity, I can get rare ingredients nobody else can reach. He's about to go out and have some fun. So even knowing my hometown, they would have to be lucky to run into me. Thank you for the information. By the way, take out your valuables. I have no interest in searching your body. Because he might be clumsy, but he can afford a robotic arm, so there had to be something. He reluctantly pulled a card out from under his clothes. They're all here. Cards. Skill cards? I picked it up. On the back, a backpack. 20 series backpack card. Description. Produced by White Tower Federation. A must-have for hiding money at home and traveling. Capacity, 1 by 1 by 2. A rectangular prism, 2 cubic meters. Backpack card. I want to describe my reaction accurately, which is that I stopped thinking about the man under my knee. Because a backpack card is a storage card made by the White Tower Federation using special rift technology, and in Bay Country the most basic 1 cubic meter version costs at least 300,000 shell coins. Every extra cubic meter multiplies the price several times over, so that card was worth $1 million minimum. And on top of that, the company that makes them, White Dove Travel, uses scarcity marketing. Production is fine, they cap the annual supply anyway, which means that card could reach 2 or 3 million. Robbery, no, self-defense. Is this how much money you can make? I could not help sighing, having just noted how little I made from an entire rift. And practically, I could not carry a backpack forever, because in a lot of situations a pack severely reduces your combat effectiveness. I checked the front, which displays contents, a collection of knives, a collector's gun, over 200 bullets, lubricant. Those things cost a lot of money. They made a fortune. I took the card and looked down at the man under it. They weren't chasing him. They were giving him money and equipment. And then he started to stir. I've answered your question. I'm curious, what exactly did you, a country bumpkin, take that made Captain Grimpatch so anxious? He said it through his teeth, and secretly, his mechanical arm moved slightly and let off a little steam. I didn't speak. I took out the black knife, and when he saw the ashes on that blade, his pupils went to nothing, because that was Captain Grimpatch's knife, and he understood everything. This kid actually dared to run away with Captain Grimpatch's knife. How dare you? And then excitement, because if he could get that knife, he could live carefree for a long time. The steam came up. He planned to take advantage of the moment when the other person took out the knife to launch a sneak attack, and then steal the knife and run away. Bang! Before the arm finished moving, blood came out of his chest, and the lights went off behind his eyes. Call. I put the collector down. Because no matter the world, human traffickers are people who deserve to die. And because the other party was a wanted criminal, which makes it perfect self-defense. And because he was worth 200,000 shell coins, and the noise had already brought people. I grab his right leg and dragged him out of my houseboat. The other party is a wanted criminal, and he can be sold for money. Call. May came off the merchant ship at the sound of the shot like a cat off a wall. What's wrong? Are you all right? She got to me with genuine concern on her face, and then she saw what was in my hand, and her pupils went very small. Night came down properly. The dock emptied out. Somebody hung a bright oil lamp outside my boat, and inside it, da-da-da-da! I was cutting beef, and I glanced back at the three people sitting in my dilapidated boat, Mei, Xiao Huang, and Mayor Huang, at my dining table, holding spoons and cutlery, with their eyes full of anticipation. The three of them had helped me tidy the houseboat, rearrange the kitchen, and bring out the ingredients. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Why am I suddenly cooking for three people? I shook my head and put the beef in the pot with scallions and ginger to blanch, then got out potatoes and celery, dried tofu, squid, and a chicken, and started chopping. Here's how each of them got there. After I dealt with Clawmark, May was shocked, and then she immediately looked up the records, and he was indeed on the wanted list, out of Moonstone City, Black Rabbit Gang, 200,000 shell coins. She removed the robotic arm, handed it to the bounty department, and told me the money would arrive tomorrow. But she still had questions about why Clawmark was chasing me, which, honestly, was fair, and in a sense, I had been tricked by the Black Rabbit Gang. So I made up a story. While working, he was tricked into joining the Black Rabbit Gang because of his greed for small gains. Then, by chance, he obtained the Collector. Finally, with the help of the Collector, he ran all night in the Black Rabbit Gang and successfully escaped the criminal gang's hideout. This is an inspirational story. Gang members are often vengeful. Clawmark had come here because of the Collector, and I had indeed experienced something similar. I had simply replaced the Black Whale Group with the Black Rabbit Gang and the Abyssal Seeker's treasure with a pistol. After hearing that, May expressed deep sympathy. Because a sick young man goes to a big city to work because of his illness and accidentally gets swallowed by a gang, and that is genuinely pitiful. She has a great imagination. She could picture the delicate-skinned Lin Kai, pitiful and helpless, suffering endless humiliation in the dungeons of the Black Rabbit Gang. Therefore, May decided to provide psychological counseling to Lin Kai and be wary of potential unknown accomplices. Then, very naturally, she sat down at the dining table. Mayor Huang arrived because of the commotion and was immediately terrified to learn I had killed a wanted criminal and concluded that I must have done something enormous while away from this island. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Kai was able to kill a member of the Blade Aspect Gang. However, considering that Lin Kai had a gun, it was barely acceptable. 200,000 shell coins is no small sum, and I had become a first-order transcendent the same day. This child is terrifyingly powerful. He is destined for greatness. So he brought out 4 bottles of wine to celebrate. Then, quite naturally, he sat down at the dining table, and Xiao Huang, on hearing about Clawmark's sudden death, finally understood what was happening. It turns out that Lin Kai is a ruthless man from a gang. This is the gang fight reported in the newspapers. He remembered my nonchalant attitude and my disrespectful tone, and was immediately filled with fear, and his whole body trembled. Despite his fear, he still had to mooch off the other person. They couldn't very well kill him, could they? So, using the excuse that he was hungry, he naturally sat down at the dining table. This small, dilapidated boat inexplicably took on a weight beyond its size and had 3 passengers. I turned around again and looked at 3 sets of expectant eyes. The profession of chef seems to be more popular than he imagined, and although I was a chef, this was the first time I had cooked in another world, and the pressure was immense, and I wiped my forehead. He didn't know if the people on the coast of this other world would be used to his cooking. Then I checked the ingredients, and although it was another world, they were the ingredients of Earth. Beef, potatoes, parsley, tofu, a fish, a chicken, 2 squid. There's not much seafood, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Potatoes and beef make a good simple stew. Oil, scallions, ginger, then the fermented soybean paste they use in Huangtown, all of it fried until it smells like something, and then the beef in. While I worked, she sniffed and said, "By the way, did you sense something was wrong before you entered the houseboat?" Because she had just remembered that I'd looked back at her, and on reflection had realized that my look had not been an invitation to dinner. His gaze had a hidden meaning. I nodded. She shook her head and went serious. "This is too dangerous. You should have told me first. If I had handled it, it would have been much better, and you wouldn't have had to worry." I stirred the beef, because she was right. Handing Clawmark to her was a real option. With her strength, she would have needed one fireball. Maybe I can even take down my own ship in the process. But this world is full of dangers, and if he is timid and hesitant, even when facing a first-order transcendent who knows his intelligence and location, then the road ahead will be even more difficult. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted the bounty. Also, he initially thought that Anne had noticed. She ate a peanut and prepared to say more, so I shut her down with a question. By the way, do you guys eat spicy food? I managed to get a little bit of ghost peppers when I was at Monster Kitchen. Chili peppers. That's a rare seasoning. Because she had lived in the capital and she loves spicy food. She swallowed and nodded. Eat. Seasonings and potatoes into the pot. Heat on. Because if you want beef to taste like anything, you have to leave it alone for a while. Then I went outside with the squid and the chicken and set up the grill I'd borrowed from the dock. 3 finished dishes. Potato stewed beef, grilled squid, roast chicken. 2 more. Celery with tofu, pan-fried fish. That should be enough for 4 people. I looked at the beef stew with real satisfaction because I hadn't eaten all day. And then I did the important part. Soul seasoning. I looked into the pot, took a small handful of scallions, mixed spiritual energy into them, and put them in. And the instant the seasoning touched the food, the smell changed. With the soul of the dish brought to life, this fragrant and flavorful beef stew with potatoes was successfully completed. Successfully cooked beef stew with potatoes and earned 80 spiritual points. I grinned, as expected of me. 80 spiritual points, because that is a serious number. Without soul seasoning, getting 80 out of ordinary ingredients requires 5-star chef skill. Then cumin on the squid and the chicken, and the smell of that went across the entire small dock. Mei and Mayor Huang swallowed hard because they had both been working all day and were starving. However, they overlooked one thing. Lin Kai took longer to cook than they had imagined. They'd been smelling it for almost an hour. I'm so hungry. She slumped on the table like a tired kitten. I served all 3. Sorry to keep you waiting. The food is finally served. I was starving if it didn't come soon. Then the celery tofu and the fish, fast, and onto the table. Everyone, let's eat! I've just become a chef, so I don't know how it goes. Because I genuinely didn't. I had a 15% skill and a lot of missing seasonings. Okay, I'll eat first. She could not wait any longer. She took a careful spoonful of beef and potato and put it in her mouth. How about it? She sensed it carefully. Tender beef and soft potato crossing on the tongue, a rich broth, and a hint of spice underneath. Why is it so delicious? She went pink and produced an expression of open enjoyment. It's delicious. What seasonings did you add? It's the soul. I added the soul. I touched my nose with confidence. If you lack the skills and ingredients, you'll make up for it with extraordinary power. The spiciness comes from the addition of a tiny bit of ghost pepper. I'll try some too. Mayor Huang is a wealthy man and has eaten many delicious things, so he took a piece of beef out of curiosity. And then a warm current went through him and something bloomed on his tongue. Delicious. I've heard that the food made by extraordinary chefs is so delicious that it's like your clothes will explode. It seems that this is not just a rumor. Clothes ripped off. I thought about that for a second. Because in this world, there really are foods so delicious, they'll make your clothes explode. However, this is because some extraordinary ingredients can enhance a person's body, causing their muscles to increase instantly. If diners wear tight clothing while eating, their clothes will burst open on the spot, creating a stunning visual effect. Of course, he didn't have any extraordinary ingredients to make food with the clothing bursting effect. Then I put a piece of beef in my own mouth. Beef and broth going out across the tongue. Tasty. It's so delicious. So this is what happens in another world. Such delicious food exists. Because for days I had eaten dry, shriveled bread, and being able to eat a bite of beef was a genuine event. Even ordinary ingredients taste this good. I wonder how delicious food made with extraordinary ingredients must be. I picked up a piece of slightly charred roast chicken and ate that too, and everyone started eating. Bang! Mayor Huang produced a slightly sweet wine, and everyone drank it straight from the bottle. When Mei had nearly finished, she took a mouthful and said, "So full. Oh, right, Kai. Why don't you open a small pub in Huangtown? I think your cooking is much better than my father's. When the time comes, I'll definitely wipe out my father's tavern." Which is a real career path because chefs often own restaurants. Taking down Huangtown's only dockside tavern? With his exceptional culinary skills, he might actually be able to do it. I thought about it and took a drink. No, I have no plans to open a tavern in town. I might set up a restaurant boat. A dining boat? Her eyes came up. Because restaurant boats are a genuine witch sea industry. Some rifts are born on remote oceans and attract enormous numbers of voyages. And if there is a boat next to that rift that smells like food, it collects a great deal of money from people who are about to risk their lives without going in itself. Rift tide is here, and there will be more and more rifts on the high seas. This is indeed a path to wealth. Of course, without sufficient strength, it's easy for others to dine and dash. She took a small sip. So, you're also planning to join the tide? Because she could tell I was not the kind of person who settles down as a chef, and that the restaurant boat was a reason to be near the rifts rather than a business. Like many pirates, they often disguise themselves as merchants, whale hunters, or explorers. I nodded. Because I had been promoted to Tier 1, and at my current strength I might not beat a first-order transcendent with good equipment and good awareness, there was a great deal of room for improvement. Huangtown is a great starting village that can provide him with a lot of help. However, if you stay in the starting village, your progress will be slow. Moreover, he now possesses the treasure map of the Abyssal Seeker, as well as the Deep Sea Affinity. The dangerous waves would actually make him feel safer. Yes, there should be many opportunities in the outside world, and I want to go and explore. Oh, there are quite a few people in Huangtown who are also preparing to go out to sea. Aren't you interested in joining a group with them? For example, Xiao Huang, he's, quite well equipped. I glanced at the dizzy Xiao Huang. Although it was somewhat rude, the other person seemed like a terrible teammate no matter how you looked at it. Moreover, if someone saw him peacefully coexisting with sea monsters like the black ship Sea Dragon, they would probably immediately label him as having the blood of an ancient god. I'm not interested for now. Opening a restaurant at sea is a small business, so I won't be joining a group. Is that so? You actually dared to go to the ocean on the rift tide alone. You're quite brave. She drank a small glass and went red and got slightly drunk on it. Mayor Huang drained his and patted his unconscious son. Yes, it's not an easy thing to climb to a higher level in rift tide. My precious son always encounters strange things every time he goes out to sea. Because a rift tide is not simply more rifts, the entire ocean becomes extremely dangerous and ancient creatures revive in the deep. The Goldfinch Kingdom cruise ship, which was attacked by a black monster not long ago, is the best example. It had several Tier 3 transcendent experts on it, and not one of them escaped unscathed. And even setting the black monster aside, recently, a lot of fishermen on this island have spotted a terrifying coastal overlord. Some people were chased by a black skeleton on the way home at night, and the black thing only left when they saw the lighthouse. Because of their fear of these monsters, many fishermen have already begun to move away. He finished the last squid skewer and checked the time. It's already this late, and he still hasn't gone home. Cold sweat. The hand with the wine in it shook slightly. Thank you, it was a very delicious dinner. It's late at night, and my wife is still waiting for me at home. As the head of the household, I need to go home early. The nights haven't been peaceful lately, and she'll be scared if I'm not there. And he carried his drunk son off my boat at speed. May went red and didn't say anything and just looked at me quietly. Then she leaned on the table, raised her flushed face, and said, "To be honest, Kay, although I don't know why, I feel that you are more suited to be a hunter than a chef. Although May is the tavern owner's daughter, she doesn't seem to be very good at drinking." Yeah, I took a drink. How can a chef not be a hunter? Because on the player forums, the chef has a title that sounds like Monster Hunter, and there's a reason for that. When others see a monster, their first reaction is likely to be that they can't beat it, but a chef's first reaction is to ask if it's edible. In the eyes of many chefs, many dangerous monsters are nothing more than ingredients. Oh, and don't forget, the path to becoming a mage is always open for you. Of course, getting a Tier 2 class card from above isn't an easy task. She shook her head and patted her own red face to stay alert. And here is what she was actually hoping, which she told nobody. Deep down, she hoped that Lin Kai would encounter some minor troubles after going to sea. Then he'd slink back, crying, and tell her he shouldn't have been so brave. And then, at her suggestion, he'd choose the principles of the book and embark on the path of a mage. Because the other person's personality is not suitable for following the orthodox path of a mage. But perhaps he could become a professional knowledge hunter unique to the White Tower Federation, or even enter the legendary 13 Hunter Association, the White Tower. However, newcomers to the sea always encounter a lot of troubles, but I'm afraid the trouble will be too great, and it might just kill Lin Kai. I wish him a safe journey. She shook her head, stood up, and said goodbye. Do you have a destination at sea? When do you plan to set sail? The destination at sea. because the Abyssal Seeker's destinations are either treasure troves or dangerous areas infested with sea monsters, and for me, those are the same sentence. I plan to go to Moonstone City to inquire about some things first. If all goes well, I can set sail tomorrow. Tomorrow? She was startled. Then she touched her chin and gave a mysterious look. Your bounty should arrive by tomorrow night. Perfect timing. I'll apply for something for you, and it should be done by tomorrow night. See you tomorrow. After they left, I tidied up, walked a lap of my own boat to confirm nobody else was on it, and took out the parchment. Because I had digested Hunter's Ember, which made that map the most valuable object I owned. The Abyssal Seeker is a legend of the Witch Sea, and what he left behind is enough to change the life of an ordinary transcendent. And who knows, it might even contain the legendary Tier 4 class card, Abyssal Seeker. Of course, he's only at Tier 1 now, so Tier 4 class cards aren't something he's considering. The map lists locations, it does not list contents. Instead of writing what's in a cache, he drew it, so I looked properly. And then my eyes came up, because in front of every single location, there was a blurry drawing of a human organ. Is that protrusion a finger? Are those round things eyes? Is that a hand? Are these legs? This thing is crooked and twisted. Could it be a brain? Top to bottom, every entry prefixed with an extremely abstract human organ. Could the treasure of the Abyssal Seeker actually contain his remains? My expression went serious, and I ran the possibilities. Could it be that by collecting all these treasures and combining them, one can summon a brand new Abyssal Seeker? No, no. Dismissed, because in the section above there were several caches marked with brains, and if this were his remains, then what gets assembled is a monster with multiple brains, and based on the legendary descriptions, he does not seem like somebody with multiple brains. Besides, there are many hands. Does the Abyssal Seeker have many hands? It can't be a tentacle monster, can it? I sat there stuck. Then I turned the scroll over, and on the back there were words, badly written, in a hand that clearly resented writing. Fingers. I can take care of the sea monster next to this treasure with just one finger. Eyes. The sea creature beside this treasure, my deep eyes, stare at it, and it will die. Hand. The sea monster next to this treasure is a bit too powerful. This hunter has to use his hands. Legs. A true deep sea monster. There's no other way. Even legs have to be used. Body. A terrifying foe. Even I would have to use the full power of my body to get the treasure from a monster of this level. Brain. Damn it, damn it. We'll have to use our brains to defeat this terrifying ancient monster. Ah? I read it twice and frowned like an old man on the subway. What is that? Do these human figures correspond to the difficulty of obtaining the treasure? He had graded every cache in the ocean by which part of his own body he'd needed to use. I have played a very large number of dungeons, and I have seen difficulty expressed as hearts, as stars, as letters, as a bar that fills up. This is the first time I've seen someone use organs to describe the difficulty of a dungeon. Abyssal Seeker may have developed some mental issues during its long hunting career. Although I want to be fair, the brain entry has him swearing twice. That is a man who genuinely resented having to think. All right, at least I know what these patterns mean now. Then I went shopping, because at my strength I could not go anywhere deep, and even the finger rank caches are mostly in remote water. And then my eyes stopped. Because near Moonstone City there was a rift with a cache in it, and the drawing in front of it was a circle, which told me nothing about the contents, and the difficulty was one finger. Coincidentally, I also needed to go to Moonstone City to sell spices and a robotic arm, and Moonstone City is a big city with specialist weapon shops. However, he still had one small question. I closed my eyes, tapped my forehead with an index finger, and asked myself, am I as strong as a single finger of the Abyssal Seeker right now? Probably not. I shook my head and answered my own question. That's a finger of a legend hunter after all. But for me, the monster guarding a cache is not the challenge. The challenge is reaching the cache at all. So that was the plan. Then I got up and looked at the dilapidated little refrigerator because there was something in it. Let's grab a late night snack. Golden scale fish are a natural food source. The flesh is delicious as cream and requires almost no processing. Deep fried, the skin goes slightly charred, fast, and shines like metal. Then soul seasoning on top. Try the taste of extraordinary ingredients. I took a gentle bite. The juices went off in my mouth, and the smell filled the entire cabin. There was sweetness in it without sugar. The texture was closer to melted cheese than to meat, and underneath it, something scalding started spreading through me. Your constitution +1. You have acquired a weak self-healing ability. Weak self-healing constitution. Your body's recovery ability has been enhanced. Note, I felt it. I felt the breath of life flowing through my body. Because self-healing is a prerequisite for a great many advanced physical skills, and I did not know the exact numbers. Let's test it out. I hesitated for about a second, picked up the nearest kitchen knife, and put a light cut on the back of my hand. And I could feel it closing, actively, like something was interested. In just over an hour, this minor injury can be completely healed, which means injuries that normally cost months cost 2 or 3 days. Not bad, not bad. Constitution 17, Strength 15, Inspiration 38, Agility 19. Compared to a body that had 7 Constitution and a parasite 48 hours earlier, that is a different animal. And here's the honest note. In the New Day setting, as your Constitution rises, items give less. A golden scalefish normally gives an ordinary person 2 or 3 points. I got one because my physique was already high. I stretched because that meant the body still had enormous room. And like exercise on Earth, food gets digested and then you have to go and spend it. With proper training, it's only a matter of time before his physique and strength both break through the 20 mark. Call. I warmed up because after that fish, I was not remotely tired despite a day that had included a rift, a murder, and a dinner party. On the contrary, I feel like I have inexhaustible energy, so I trained until I couldn't and then slept. The next day I got up early to take the boat to the dry dock, and before I got there, a man from the Moonstone Islands Bounty Department came and carefully handed me a package with 200,000 shell coins in it, overnight, which is not how those departments work, which meant she had chased it. Quickly, say thank you, Teacher May. I counted it. Largest denomination in the Kingdom of Shells is 10,000, so 200,000 is not heavy. However, when you hold it in your hand, it has an indescribable sense of weight. The dry dock had one repairman, a woman with dreadlocks who had been doing this a long time. Give me the best ship lights, replace the propeller, and see if the engine can be repaired. If you have any new or good items in stock, please feel free to recommend them. Now that we have money, we can be a little more extravagant. No problem. She came aboard happily, and then frowned the moment she saw the engine. I'm just a first-level mechanic apprentice at Rift. I can't fix it, but I can help you remove the dust and add some lubricant. Because Hammer Aspect is machinery, creation, craftsmanship, steel, and besides shells, Bay Country also governs the hammer, and inside Bay Country there are enormous companies and man-made wonders and entire cities that run on steam. But out here on the coast, those companies barely exist. Sure enough, Steam Hand's high-end products couldn't be repaired here. Okay, could you please take another look and see if there are any other minor problems with this boat? Clang, clang. 2 brand new lights went on, one inside the cabin and one outside. Because the nights after a rift tide are when the things in the shadows come out to find food, and if you are sailing at night, a good light is your life. You absolutely cannot skimp on this. So I asked for the newest high-end product. Waterproof, impact-resistant, keeps its shine in an emergency. The interior light was cheap. The exterior light cost me 50,000 shell coins. 2 new propellers, slightly more speed, 30,000. Plus the rest of the maintenance. 100,000 shell coins, gone. Overall, though, the money was well spent. I crossed my arms and looked at what had, 48 hours earlier, been a junk collector's project, and was now something that would not kill me on a calm night. I had over 100,000 left, so I went shopping in Huangtown. A small bed, a small sofa, 2 new chairs, a fire starter that runs on a special energy source, and then a telescope, a music box, a kerosene lamp, a rug, and incense. I bought for value, which came to 10,000. By the time I had everything installed, it was nearly noon. Call, I wiped the sweat off and looked at it. A leather sofa, a decent desk, a brand new bright kitchen, a dining table, and a genuinely comfortable, soft bed. With a light incense scent, the whole room felt cozy. It finally looks like a habitable place. After all this effort, it feels really good to have a new little home. I smiled from the bottom of my heart, standing in a converted piece of trash, and I want to be honest that it was the best I had felt since arriving in this world. Bang, bang. Is anyone there? May, with a new bag, winking a blue eye at me through the door. Good afternoon. Wow. She came in and looked around with real curiosity, because the day before it had been an old boat with a dilapidated interior. Now it had furniture, and although the old-fashioned feel had not entirely gone, it felt like a home. Good setup. At this rate, you can set sail today. And her eyes lit up, because when she was little, she had also wanted a ship that could travel to a distant divine kingdom. However, after practicing magic, he completely forgot about it. Oh, by the way, I have something good for you. She handed the package over. Inside, a flag and a piece of paper. The paper was a license for a dining boat. The flag had crossed knives and forks on it. This is the restaurant boat's flag, and also its license. I put my hand on my forehead because I had entirely forgotten about it. On the high seas, pirates have flags, merchant ships have flags, the Navy has flags. To run a restaurant boat, you also need one. By law, every ship must carry the corresponding flag, and counterfeiting a flag is a serious crime. And restaurant boat licenses are easy to get because almost nobody does it and nobody makes money. There are rules at sea, and a restaurant boat, being a neutral vessel with little money, will not attract the interest of larger ships. When sailing far away, a ship without a flag is like a person without clothes. If it encounters a curious vessel, it is bound to be ripped off. In general, his small cabin boat needs a cook's uniform, and I did the arithmetic, and the paperwork would have taken me 2 days minimum, at which point Captain Grimpatch might come to Huang Town. "Thank you again, Professor May." I took it and bowed. She smiled. "You're welcome. This is my job. If you can become a Tier 2 Transcendent, I'll receive a generous reward. Moreover, this is also very important for my path to extraordinary achievements. By the way, when are you planning to leave?" I looked out the window. Midday, bounty collected, everything prepared, and Moonstone City is a distance away. Wait a minute, let's set off now. If we have enough time, we might be able to reach Moonstone City before daylight completely sets. Is that so? She went to the window and looked at a sea that had a heavy shadow lying on it. Because she had wanted to persuade me to pick a good day. But thinking about it, nobody knows how long this weather will last, and according to the Meteorological Bureau, it only gets worse. She coughed twice and went serious and could not stop herself. By the way, when you go to sea, be sure to pay attention to the things I'm about to tell you. First, never get close to large ships, whether they are pirate ships or official ships. They do not like any ships to get close. Second, it is best to reach the shore before nightfall. If the boat is still sailing at night, be sure to pay attention to the boat lights. Also, if you encounter fog, turn on the boat lights as well. Also, if we encounter sea monsters, and she stopped, because the first two are a century of accumulated fisherman's experience and can genuinely save you. Sea monsters are different. Most sea monsters can only be driven away by force, and I was sailing alone with no ability to fight a large sea monster. If you see a monster of the coastal overlord's caliber, you can only hope for the best. "What if we encounter sea monsters?" I asked it with a look of horror on my face. Her eyes went dark. Pray that you won't encounter any sea monsters on your voyage." "I see." I prayed silently in my heart. Hopefully we'll encounter as many sea creatures as possible along the way. Ideally, everyone should be like the coastal overlord, sensible enough to proactively offer him good things. However, most sea creatures probably don't have the intelligence of the coastal overlord. Although the coastal overlord has intelligent, large eyes like a husky, it is considered quite intelligent of creatures on the high seas. She went off to negotiate island defenses with the mayor and the merchant captain. I put the flags up and went to find Elder Jew, because I still owed him a boat. "I still have some goods to sell. Here's 20,000 shell coins for now. I'll sell them next time." "No problem," instantly, because after Clawmark, he no longer had any doubts about my earning power. He initially thought Lin Kai was being played by a rich woman in Moonstone City, but he never expected it to be related to a gang. He still thought going to sea alone was extremely dangerous. He kept that to himself and dared not say it out loud. However, if Lin Kai can successfully return, he can earn at least 1 million. "Thank you very much," he smiled and took the money. "No, I should thank you for buying my junk ship. With this money, I can move to Moonstone City sooner and buy myself a new outfit so my daughter won't laugh at me anymore." I want to note that a man who had described this boat as his beloved wife had, within a day, downgraded it to junk ship twice while being paid for it. I bought ingredients at the market and came back. Rumble. The engine caught and the new propellers turned, and on the merchant ship, May and Mayor Huang heard it and came to wish me a successful voyage. Although given the current situation at sea and the fact that the other party went out to sea alone, it's already quite an achievement that they came back alive. It's normal for the other person to be missing limbs when they return. It's good that you're alive. They waved. "Bon voyage." "Okay." I came out of the cabin and waved back, and the small cabin boat left the dock and went out. For the first stretch I trained, because the body tempering method needs exercise, and I had a whole ocean of nothing to do. Thanks to the knowledge in the card, I got a better grip on it during that voyage and picked up 2 points of strength. Huff, huff, I got fresh water out of the refrigerator and drank all of it. Because body tempering was more physically demanding than I had imagined, and the excessive exercise had severely damaged my muscles. Fortunately, he is a chef with a strong physique and a self-healing ability, so this muscle injury will be fine after a good night's sleep. He can still train after he's asleep. I sat on the sofa exhausted with the treasure map and a newspaper. Because I quite liked this world, and unfortunately there is no internet, only newspapers. Moreover, a boat with only one person looks rather lonely. Perhaps I could get a pet. However, ordinary cats and dogs are definitely not suitable, as they cannot adapt to the dangerous voyage. Large sea creatures cannot be kept for the time being either, as they would be considered heretics. Whew, whew. And then I heard something cutting air. Thump, and then a splash. The sound of a flying object. I put the map away and went alert, because the probability of encountering a steam aircraft on the Witch Sea is extremely low. More likely, you'll encounter some bird-like monsters. And besides sea monsters, there are a lot of dangerous large birds out here. And a bird is a genuine problem for me, because a bird does not care about my ancestry. Instead of encountering sea monsters, we encountered strange birds first. Am I really that unlucky? Collector out, and up onto the deck, and I looked at the sky. Overcast, no birds. Wrong, and a chill went down my spine, because there were footsteps behind me. There's something behind it. How did the other person get behind him? His small boat was sailing on the open sea, and there were no other ships around. It's either something strange, or it's a master. But if he's a master, what would his purpose be? At least from the outside, there's nothing worth stealing from his ship. I genuinely could not construct a theory, and then a hand landed on my shoulder, and the thing behind me spat out a mouthful of seawater and asked, in a weary tone, with genuine thirst, "Boss, is your dining boat open now?" "Call me boss? Are you here for dinner?" As long as they're not here to eat me, that's fine. I turned around, helplessly, and looked at the person behind me. A young woman with short, wet blonde hair in a simple professional business suit, a heavy retro camera on her hip, and a gold-rimmed revolver next to it. Whether it's the expensive camera or the gun, it's clear that the other person has a very high social status. Overall, she has a heroic look, and the most striking thing about her is a pair of bright, piercing, golden eyes, which were, at that moment, dull, because she had just fallen in the ocean and was starving. Who are you?" And she brightened like a machine responding to stress. Elara Quinn, chief gold medalist of the White Dove Times, a two-time recipient of the Moonstone City Journalism Individual Achievement Award, and also the highest-paid journalist and news writer. Of course, you can call me by my industry title, Miracle Reporter. Elara. Miracle. I am terrible with names. The instant she said Miracle Reporter, everything arrived. Because up to that point, everyone I had met, May, Captain Grimpatch, even the beloved Featherfoot, was a relatively niche figure on the gaming forums. This was a celebrity whose fame outstrips the witch and who has a list of titles as long as a receipt. King of Troublemakers. Fearless Man, Shield of Bay Country, one of the 3 heroes of Bay Country Royal University, cheapest information seller, enemies everywhere, Miracle Reporter Elara. And I want to explain why she's famous, because it isn't looks or physique or a compelling storyline performance, it's presence. She works day and night. She rides a giant white pigeon to every major event in the Witch Sea. If something enormous happens, she is standing in it. Plus an interviewing style that is extremely straightforward and blunt, and an explosive ability to stir up trouble. For example, her background information includes a case where a major businessman in Moonstone City embezzled railway funds. Normally, that requires investigating the details, quietly managing several factions, and gathering evidence. She snuck directly into the man's mansion and took indecent photographs of him with his lover, then threatened him with the photos, shoved a microphone into his mouth, and forcibly interviewed him. And as a seasoned businessman who had seen everything, he did not confess. He told her that if she was so capable, she should spread the photos all over the city, which would in fact excite him more. So she put a gun to his head. Between threatening the wealthy and skillful theft, she found the evidence hidden in his house and turned an ordinary story into the biggest headline in Moonstone City inside one day. In short, she is a chaotic reporter who will stop at nothing to boost her newspaper's sales. I looked at the drenched chicken in front of me, because the Elara in the newspaper is a refined, scholarly literary journalist with gold-rimmed glasses, a classic case of photo fraud. Her stomach growled. "So boss, is your restaurant open? I've been running around all day and I'm starving." "Yes, it's on." I went in and tidied the kitchen, because I might as well host her. This is a very powerful figure with a knack for causing trouble, and getting involved with her will likely bring some minor problems. But in Moonstone City, a lot of journalists have information networks wider than an intelligence broker's, and she is the most famous reporter in that city, which means she has an enormous amount of intelligence and an enormous number of informants. And most importantly, unlike most mysterious riddle-speaking information brokers, Alara is a chatterbox. She will casually rattle off information that can fetch astronomical prices, which is why players call her the cheapest information broker and the Riddler Killer. The only problem is that she is constantly flying around, so finding her requires luck. What would you like to eat? She looked at my not particularly wealthy refrigerator. Your houseboat is so small, and you only have so little food, and it's all food I don't like. Are you really a chef? Can you even cook? Your cooking skills are being underestimated, I thought, and suppressed the urge to say it. Because on the surface her field is very weak. A first-order transcendent who is a bit bolder and has a stronger background. According to the forums, her extraordinary rank is unknown. She has absurd resistance to attacks, and her real strength is probably boss level. She is one of the ones who has perfectly concealed it. The shop has just opened. Although there aren't many ingredients, the taste is okay, and they can make dishes with chili peppers. Oh, there's this flavor too. Her eyes lit up, because she loves spicy food and the thrill of it. I want all the food in your fridge as long as it has chili peppers. Oh, and 4 raw fish, please. My pet wants some. Pet? Yes, and my little white dove, too. And she went to the side of the boat, bent down, put her hand in the water, and pulled a giant pigeon out of the sea. A meter tall. It's not perspective. It's not about objects appearing larger when closer and smaller when farther away. This is a really big pigeon. That was the splash, and my eyes lit up, because my main character, before I transmigrated, was a pet trainer in the Goldfinch Kingdom section, and I am, functionally, a human-shaped pet encyclopedia. The traveling white dove is a travel-type mythical beast capable of carrying people in flight, extremely strong sense of direction, extreme endurance, and worth at least 10 million shell coins. Only wealthy people can afford to buy a white pigeon for travel. I put 4 raw fish in front of the beak. 1 live fish costs 50 shell coins, totaling 200. The bird's eyes were full of tears from hunger, and it destroyed all 4. In Huangtown, a live fish at 20 shell coins is considered expensive. Upon hearing the price, her eyes lit up again, and she crossed her arms. This is way too cheap. Have a conscience, boss. Feed my little white pigeon 2 more, but wait, it's probably had enough, and it's too fat. Just fry 2 for me. The white dove let out a mournful cry, feeling that its owner still didn't seem to understand why she had fallen into the water. Conscience? I had just charged double market rate. Restaurants at sea, like those in tourist attractions, are often a little more expensive, but judging from Alara's tone, he still set the price too low. So I got everything out of the fridge. He's a chef, and he used a rare ingredient like ghost peppers, so setting the price a little higher shouldn't be a problem, right? Then let's price all these dishes that cost less than 20 yuan each at over 100 yuan. She sat down, touched her nose, and waved a hand. I want all the food in your mini fridge with your best seasonings and cooking skills. No problem. I cooked and I tried to interview her, and I never once got a word in because Alara does not require questions. She went mysterious immediately. Boss, you're in luck today. Because she has a strong desire to share. You don't need to ask Alara for information. She will reveal it herself. She picked a bottle of wine off my table, drank it, and said excitedly, "The fact that you met me today means that you will know tomorrow's big news from the White Dove Times before everyone else in the Witch Sea." What big news? News about Bloom Enchantress and Black Whale Group. Oh. I kept cooking. Because although she was a very famous reporter, I probably knew as much about those 2 subjects as she did. Why does this feel so perfunctory? It seemed this person had strict requirements for the sensationalism of news. But it doesn't matter, what she's about to tell you will shock this small business owner. Sigh, another fan is about to be gained. She tilted her head up at a 30-degree angle and turned her face slightly to the side. Boss, what I'm about to tell you is top secret news. The 4 pirate kings, the Black Whale Pirate Group, and the Bloodblade Pirate Crew are all chasing the treasure of the Abyssal Seeker. Based on the information I have gathered so far, this treasure hunt is not just a rumor. The Abyssal Seeker's treasure really exists. I risked my life to get this. Oh. I kept cooking. Damn, isn't this enough to shock you? It seems this young boss isn't interested in the treasures on the sea. She coughed twice and prepared to feign nonchalance before casually dropping a bombshell. Did you know that just yesterday the Bloom Enchantress was spotted on a cruise ship? And according to the intelligence I've gathered, the Black Whale Group is not only tracking the Abyssal Seeker's treasure, but also the witch. And my tone changed because that was genuinely new. The Bloom Enchantress knows the secrets of the Witch Sea, which is why half the factions in the game hunt her. I did not know the Black Whale Group had started this early, but that's about it. Seeing my lukewarm reaction, she blushed slightly and immediately went mysterious again. Boss, do you know what I'm supposed to do next? Because she is not only good at leaking other people's information, she is also good at leaking her own. What? I've decided to investigate the Black Whale Group, interview Captain Grimpatch of the Saw Shark, and Ship Doctor, the raven symbolizing calamity. Use this opportunity to uncover the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. Her original plan had been to go back to Moonstone City for a meal, and then her newspaper's intelligence network had unexpectedly found the Saw Shark's trail. That's incredibly audacious. As a pirate ship, how dare they approach the waters near Moonstone City? So without eating, she had made a quick decision and gone to track them. Once she gets the Black Whale Group's secrets from Saw Shark, she'll definitely shock them and the ocean. And she was already imagining me succumbing to her personal charm and then giving her free meals forever. That's something new. Saw Shark pursues him, and the reporter pursues Saw Shark. If Captain Grimpatch and Featherfoot get entangled with this troublesome reporter, they should be able to put aside their plans to find him for the time being. It's good news. I kept serving, and while chatting and laughing, the starving Alara had already devoured an entire table of food, with an appetite comparable to 2 adult men, and stopped being wet and became fully energized. Delicious! Delicious! She lay back in the chair and rubbed her stomach, because unexpectedly she had been lucky enough to find a restaurant boat after falling in the water. She'd originally thought it was a money-grabbing ship. I never expected it to be so delicious. What on earth was added? Boss, your cooking skills are pretty good. Next time, I'll bring my friends from the newspaper office to eat here. I checked the dishes on the table and smiled. Including the 2 bottles of wine, it's 3,000 shell coins in total. 3,000 shell coins? Boss, that's cheap. If you renovate it a bit better and get a bigger ship, I think selling it for 5,000 shell coins wouldn't be a problem. Then, composed, she stood up and touched her waist looking for an important object called a wallet. Why isn't it there? Cough, cough. She coughed twice and blinked. All my money got flooded. How about I sign your autograph? I'm a celebrity and my autograph is very valuable. Huh? Does this guy have a serious illness? I looked at her. Because both gamers and Witch Sea residents call her Miss Miracle, or Miracle Reporter, and the reason everyone agreed on that name is that it is a miracle she is still alive. She lowered her head and got out her backpack card and tried to find something worth around 3,000 shell coins. Unfortunately, no. Every single item on her backpack card was worth over 10,000. The troubles of having money, she thought. I am not interested in signatures. Undoubtedly, given her reputation, selling one for over 3,000 would not be a problem. But selling autographs is inherently a troublesome matter. Miss Alara, if you don't have the money, I would like some information about the Rift in Moonstone City. Rift Scoop in Moonstone City? You're going to the Rift? She was startled. Yes, because chefs are support and rarely go to rifts on purpose. In her mental model, chefs make money by selling equipment buffing food to transcendents. She thought about it and wiped the oil off her lips, because this little restaurant may not look impressive, but the food is quite delicious. She even wants to come back for a second and third time. We can't give this boss the impression that we dine and dash, and that would damage her reputation. She took out a business card and handed it over. This is my business card. If you want information about the Rift, you can take this card to the owner of the White Dove newspaper stand. They should know a lot of information about the Rift. They have my business card. They'll tell you anything that isn't highly confidential. Key item acquired. Because that card cuts the difficulty of obtaining intelligence by at least half. It was so easy to get it. Alara truly deserves to be called the best at getting free information from the Witch Sea. Before leaving, she added, "By the way, boss, although this is just my speculation, I think the missing Bloom Enchantress may have infiltrated our Moonstone City. Unfortunately, my energy is limited, and I have to pursue that Saw Shark first. If you have any information about the Witch, the Black Whale Group, or other big news, please go to the place indicated on the business card. Based on the information you provide, our newspaper office will give you a reward. If the news is big enough, we can even give you a lifelong employment contract." Okay, normally that card is something a well-known journalist hands to an informant. Her answer was rather casual. Currently, the newspaper office has not stopped her from handing out business cards. She stepped out, patted the enormous pigeon, and left happily. And not long after, so did I, because the noise had started. Rumble. Steel giants and passenger ships in every direction, countless vessels like stars, all of them moving toward one port. 1,000 sails have passed by. Because the scene in front of me was not comparable to Huangtown in any dimension. A huge city wall came up out of the water, and behind it a forest of black chimneys putting out smoke. Moonstone City. Its scale was far larger than he had imagined, and in front of it, a port that the rift tide had made even busier. More tourist boats coming in, more expedition boats going out. As the waves swept through, the entire Moonstone City presented an unprecedented scene of prosperity. I moored in the crush, walked through the gate, and went in. Because to make trade easy, they filled the square near the gate with shops. Newsboys, bounty hunters, merchants, workers, and gang members went past me without stopping. Things are easy to steal. I put a hand on the backpack card inside my clothes and kept walking. There's a clock tower in the middle of the square, with gears and clockwork at the top of it that chimes properly. Around it, handicraft stores and gun shops, and pharmacies, and adult entertainment shops, in whatever order they were built. And a lot of job postings, and a lot of seemingly promising opportunities. These opportunities often end up trapping people who don't know Moonstone City. If you're not careful, you'll lose your kidneys. I looked at a great many nice things I could not afford, then went to a weapon shop and turned Clawmark's arm and the useless controlled knives into money. Because a cut-off robotic arm has severe damage to the nerve connection, which destroys the price. Rusty arm, 40,000. Useless equipment, 20,000. 60,000 total. The spices were a city center job, and the city center was far away. So I spent the 60 immediately. A bulletproof vest, 4 flame grenades, bullets. And because I had a grudge with a gang in this city, a hunter suit that covers the face. In the beautiful and vibrant Moonstone City, it's quite common to see people bundled up in their clothes. Another 30,000 gone. Then I went to work. Because according to the map, the cache was inside a rift in a civilian district of Moonstone City. And Moonstone City is a place where prosperity and decline live next door to each other. Away from the commercial streets, it goes quiet and starts smelling of kerosene and garbage. Police resources in the civilian areas are extremely poor, and the gangs handle the difference. There were fresh bullet casings on the ground. Clearly, another fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. My first job was to check the rift's status, because the tide revives them, and if the cache rift had reopened and somebody cleared it first, I'd be waiting at least 3 days, and if the distortion had gone to 0, I'd be waiting forever. I hope Rift will reserve a spot for me. Then I turned a corner and saw it. On a dilapidated wall, an enormous wormhole, wriggling slowly, like something deciding whether to open its mouth. This size is a large rift. I frowned immediately, because a large rift takes about a month to reopen, and if I missed this window, that was a month gone. And beside the wormhole, at least 30 armed hunters were standing guard. And outside them, gang members with guns, positioned like bodyguards on a vault. Everyone, this is a protected area. No one is allowed to approach this place without our permission. Only after our people go in, and you pay your tickets, will you be eligible to enter the rift. Complete inspirational information sourced from over 25 inspirational professionals for 50,000 shell coins each. Rift manufactures dedicated flamethrowers, 100,000 each, plus free admission with purchase. Fully armed retired soldier bodyguards, 20,000 shell coins a day. So a gang had claimed a piece of public land and set up a toll booth on a hole in the world. They were trying to make a lot of money through forced buying and selling. The situation is more serious than we imagined. Besides the 30 gang members, there were maybe 10 lone hunters standing around at a distance, waiting. A large rift will attract a lot of people. And down the street, near a newsstand, a man was holding a newspaper and clearly selling something other than newspapers. Let's see how effective Alara's business card is. And then, before I got there, I heard chewing and wriggling. It smells so good. I turned my head. There seems to be someone in the bushes next to him. A person in a gray cloak was lying in the grass, moving slightly, apparently eating something. A wriggling figure, swaying hips, and a gray cloak covering the entire body. Could it be a ghoul? I went alert and took a step back and stared because I could not see a face at all in that light. Judging from her body shape and skin, she seems to be a woman, so I used initiative. "Excuse me, may I ask what you're eating?" And unexpectedly, no smell of blood, a faint medicinal fragrance instead. The cloak was startled and a small bandaged hand moved erratically on the ground. I took another step back. She seemed to be struggling with what to say in this situation in order to maintain her elegant and mysterious image. She stayed silent for a long time. "You don't be surprised, I'm drawing on the natural essence of the earth." "Eat grass?" Then she raised her head slightly and said softly, "Do you know, in the Goldfinch Kingdom, the earth is regarded as the foundation of life and the mother of all things. The earth is the origin of all living things. On each annual prayer day, there is a ritual of kissing the earth to thank the mother goddess. In the ceremony, flowers and grass are regarded as the most primal gifts that the earth has given to mankind, and those who believe in the principle of flowers will kiss flowers and grass." I wasn't just eating grass, I was kissing the earth. Question mark? I looked at the few weeds on the corner of her mouth. What is she saying? You call this a kiss? It went right up to their lips? Now, in fairness, flower phase covers nature, joy, art, and beauty, and some flower classes genuinely do recover health by eating grass or by photosynthesis. But weeds are really hard to eat. Moreover, it wouldn't be very elegant to say it out loud, and her wriggling movements completely lacked the elegance expected of a ceremony. "Are you really not hungry?" I asked, because I had food in my pack. "No," she hesitated first and then answered firmly. "Okay," which did not surprise me, because in a place that unbalanced, very few people accept food from strangers, and when they're hungry, a lot of them would rather eat grass. Her ability to withstand hunger was extraordinary. I glanced at the wormhole and changed the subject. "Are you here to participate in this Rift event too?" "I'm a chef, and I'm wondering if I can make some money in the neighborhood." Because everyone who lived on that street had fled, and anybody still standing there was either going in or selling to people going in. "Chef, really?" She was startled and swallowed, and immediately pictured a delicious cake. She suspected that the other person might have already noticed that she was very hungry and was just teasing her. And then I noticed something strange. Because the cloak over her head developed slight bulges, moving ones, like waves. What's going on? Her hair is moving, or is it wriggling flesh? Because I immediately thought of every monster in every game that uses a cloak to conceal a terrifying figure. These monsters are all hidden boss-level characters, and on closer inspection, this person was covered head to toe. Arms and legs wrapped in bandages, hood pulled down so low you could not see the top half of the face. A very mysterious person. My curiosity got extremely loud. I genuinely wanted to lift that cloak. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough at the moment, and it would be impolite, so he had to suppress his idea of lifting the other person's cloak for the time being. Based on his gaming experience, the moment the opponent takes off their cloak, they are very likely to immediately start a terrifying second phase. She noticed the bulging too, and turned her head toward the wormhole and went mysterious. "It seems you're a newcomer to Rift. Just a heads up, unimaginable horror will unfold inside that rift." And then she dusted herself off and walked away. Huh? What's so terrifying? After saying a riddle, he ran away. Damn it, he's run into a damn riddle-solving man. Although from what had just happened, she was probably also planning to enter alone, and she was definitely hiding several things. Moonstone City is not short of people with secrets. Let's go and gather some information first. I took Alara's card to the newsstand, which was built next to a weapon shop in bad light, with an old man behind the window with a great deal of hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He squinted. "Sir, what newspaper would you like?" "The Witch Times, the freshly printed White Dove Times, or a men's newspaper about the lives of celebrities. Of course, we also have some newspapers that showcase the beautiful curves of the human body. I want some information about that rift." He adjusted the glasses. "Regarding the Rift newspaper, guests, it will be a bit more expensive than a regular newspaper, but it will be cheaper if you have a newspaper office membership." And he showed me 5 fingers. 5,000 shell coins. It's not expensive. I handed him the card instead. "With this business card, how many more do you need?" Because I did not know how famous Alara actually was, so I asked for a discount rather than a gift. He looked down at it and made a fist. "It's Alara again," and the kind old man's eyes went briefly resentful. I frowned. Judging from the other person's expression, Miracle reporter Ilara's reputation isn't as good as I imagined. After all, Ilara must have distributed at least 100, if not 1,000, of business cards. Even the best things will depreciate if there are too many of them. I reached for money because I feel more comfortable buying information, and he cut me off. No, sir. With a business card, there's no need for additional payment. That's the rule in our line of work. Even for little cute Ilara, rules are rules. Why wouldn't you make money even if you have the chance? I put the money away, because he could have taken it quietly and nobody would ever have known. This organization, called the newspaper office, was more disciplined than he had imagined. He put his head out of the window, checked the street, and lowered his voice. Rest assured, guest, newspaper office is always a trustworthy partner. According to our intelligence, the rift you're about to visit will be more dangerous than you imagine. Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. That's why the Black Rabbit Gang and the Wild Dogs were guarding the rift. Explain in detail. The rift you are about to travel to is called Hunting Ground, a blade aspect rift. The large rift is the highest level E-class rift, accessible to first-order transcendents, with a maximum capacity of 50 people. Additionally, there is one overseer who can join the monster faction. Rift will be available at noon tomorrow. Of course, this should all be information you already know. Hunting Ground. I noted it because I am extremely familiar with that type. The next piece of information will cost a little more money. According to the Dusty Archives, this rift was opened 10 years ago, when a powerful gang leader discovered a hidden treasure guarded by monsters inside. Unfortunately, the gang leader was too exhausted and ultimately couldn't defeat the monster guarding the treasure, dying in the rift. Later, the rift distortion level dropped to 0, and the system was permanently shut down, making the item completely unobtainable. The entire affair was gradually forgotten. Then he looked out at the street. And now, the tides have blown away the fog of time, and many things buried by history have reappeared. That's why there are so many people at this rift. Among those who went to the rift this time were quite a few experienced hunters. Based on my deduction, those lone travelers ahead and the mysterious cloaked figure you just encountered are all here for that treasure, just as I expected. I looked back at the wormhole. 30 gang members, 10 solo hunters, 40 people. Did you come for that treasure? Is the treasure you're talking about the same treasure I'm looking for? Because if they genuinely knew it was the Abyssal Seekers, the men standing guard would not be gang members. They'd be corporate mercenaries or Bay Country Special Operations. The treasure in the old man's intelligence report is most likely not the same thing as the one he is looking for. Is there anything else? Of course, we are professionals when it comes to intelligence gathering. Even the official intelligence organization of Bay Country may not be able to compare with us. Based on the information we've gathered, to obtain that special treasure, we must get a key from the monster we first encountered. As for the treasure location, key. The Abyssal Seeker's information does not include a key. It's very likely not the hunter's treasure. He leaned forward slightly and examined me. Guest, the information I'm about to share is the key point. This treasure location is known only to the chosen overseer. Overseer, which I have done before. Simply put, there is a werewolf character whose goals differ from everyone else's. He needs to hunt the participants to get a higher reward. So, beat the first monster for the key and ask the overseer for the location. It's quite troublesome. He adjusted his glasses and looked me up and down. Guest, the identity of this overseer has already been decided by the Black Rabbit Gang. The Black Rabbit Gang and the Wild Dogs have made extensive preparations for this rift trip. These two sworn enemies have now joined forces. The rift can hold a maximum of 51 people, while the Black Rabbit Gang is short-handed due to some issues, and they have a maximum of 30 people combined. In other words, you can completely ignore those guys crouching in front of the rift and get into the rift. If there's no issue with the number of people, then there's no need to wait in line here. I let out a long breath because that meant the toll booth was fake. Then he did the kind thing. Guest, you are outnumbered and outmatched. You are not well suited to compete for the treasure. Moreover, this rift has a high probability of distortion and upscaling, which will further reduce your chances of survival. But if you're just trying to get through the rift and you're careful, you should have a 50% chance of surviving. 50%, which is a rather low figure, and he'd said it after judging that I was stronger than a normal first-order transcendent. Because with the gangs involved and the distortion high, this rift is far harder to build than an E-class should be, and if anything unexpected happens, the number goes down. Thank you, I'll be careful. Because my objective was not their treasure, their intelligence was still extremely useful. Thank you, but do you really not need anything? No need, rules are rules. By the way, guest, if you have any useful information, you can submit it to our newspaper office. We will reward you based on the value of your information. If the value is high enough, we can even give you some rare weapons that are hard to find on the market. Take, for example, the appearance of that cloaked woman. My intuition tells me that her appearance under the cloak is anything but ordinary. There might be writhing flesh or a body that feeds insects. Of course, safety is always the top priority. Guest, it's best to keep a certain distance from her. I see. Your newspaper office only accepts intelligence. You don't accept anything else. Because many intelligence organizations also fence stolen goods, and I had a great deal of stolen goods. He raised an eyebrow. No, we don't accept anything else. Intelligence is what we believe in the principles of the lamp seek in this city. Lamp, and my eyes came up. Because in Bay Country, transcendents who believe in the principles of the lamp are rare. The lamp is hope, guidance, light, exploration. Unsurprisingly, the newspaper office behind Alara is a rather powerful lamp aspect organization. He picked up a newspaper. Wishing you a successful rift journey. I also wish you great success in your business. Hunting ground is a fairly common type, and although the terrain changes every time, the monsters and the mechanics stay the same, which meant I knew a special way to beat it. If we exclude human factors, this rift would be a piece of cake for him, because in hunting ground, you can attract the attention of certain monsters by eating food. So I went to the mall and bought ingredients, cooking utensils, and some poisons that might be needed. And if I got lucky with extraordinary ingredients inside, I could cook them on the spot. Then I went back to the boat and practiced body tempering all night, and my body started producing muscle lines, and my punches started making a small noise in the air, and I picked up 2 more points of strength. The next morning, I went back to the street, trash cans overturned, tables and cabinets thrown out into the road, clothes everywhere, more fresh casings. Rumble. I looked up. The wormhole was moving faster now, and the wall and the ground around it were opening. A gigantic maw connected to another world is about to open. Among the gang members, there was one extra man in light steam armor. Besides them, tall hunters with high-powered shotguns and heavy fur armor, and the cloaked woman from yesterday. Why is the weed still on her lip? Without exception, their eyes revealed greed and madness, because a single trip to Rift can change a person's destiny. Then a black rabbit man with a shotgun looked around at everybody who hadn't paid, because they needed an easy target. Somebody who'd only need a small entrance fee. You're the one. You look rather thin. He looked at the cloaked woman, saw a frail body, and started walking. Then he noticed the strange bulge in her hood and withdrew. That's weird. We can't mess with it. She let out a breath and glanced at me, because she was standing quite close to me, and once you're skipped, the next easy target is whoever is nearest. Here he comes. He's taken a liking to Lin Kai. He came over menacingly. Damn it. Hey, this is our rift. If you want to get in, you'll have to pay for the ticket. We've been targeted. I scratched my head because I hate gangs. They aren't strong. They are extremely good at outnumbering people. Hey, did you hear that? This is our rift. If you step onto our territory, you have to pay. We're charging 50,000. But you haven't shown us the respect we deserve, and with the added respect fee, you owe us 80,000. 80,000. He craned his neck at me. I lowered my head and let my eyes go cold. Rift is already open. You should worry about your life more than your money. Because the more vulnerable you appear to gang members, the more they will bully you. It's open? He turned around, and the mouth on the wall opened all the way and roared, and the ground and the wall came apart, and a wind went down the entire street. Inside the maw, you could see the outline of another world, and the instant it opened, everybody standing there felt the rift's inspiration. The intelligence was accurate. Within this rift, there truly exists something that can change one's destiny. And 10 fully armed transcendents ignored the guards entirely and went in like escaped bulls. I hate gangsters like you the most. 2 enormous hunters beat their way past the Black Rabbit men while swearing at them and squeezed into the rift. Because the 51-person cap was a lie the gang had invented to sell tickets, and under Bay Country's rift management law, no organization or individual may claim ownership of a rift without permission, nor arbitrarily promote or upgrade one. The Black Rabbit gang had recently received funding from an unknown source, which had made them stronger and had not made them qualified. Nobody wants to hand over money to gang members for nothing. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Gunfire. So because of one lie, the whole street turned into a battle. That's a really intense fight. I took the collector out of the backpack card, put it on my waist, and walked toward the rift at a leisurely pace. There are enough people. Even if he goes in last, it won't be a problem. And right in front of me, the cloaked woman strolled in, looking extremely smug about it, with light, quick steps. The 2 of us went in like tourists, sea breeze from somewhere ahead, then moonlight through leaves onto my face. You have entered the E-Class Rift, Inspiration Assessment in progress. The identification was a great success. Rift name, Hunting Ground, rank E. Description: after the Laughing Moon, all the wolves in the forest mutated and became the terrifying Red Wolf. So tonight, the old hunter has gathered you newbies to hunt the Red Wolf of the forest. Completion requirements: complete the old hunter's quest or survive for 3 days. Special completion condition: defeat the monster hidden in the forest. As you already know, this monster is the old hunter. Rift distortion rate, 31%. High distortion rate. This rift is more dangerous. Please be extremely careful. Level restriction, except for Overseer, level 1 and below. Nature, Blade. Inspiration. You see the old hunter staring blankly at Red Wolf's blood, his eyes filled with longing. Then, he slowly looks at you and raises his shotgun. Inspiration, Special. You inexplicably see a giant water sphere expanding in a dark cave at the very center of the island. 2 things mattered: the water balloon, which was mine alone, and which was the cache, and 31%. Because a normal low-order rift runs 10 to 20. 31 means this thing is far more dangerous than an E, and might functionally be a D. Simply put, it's a highly challenging elite level. And in Hunting Grounds, high distortion has one specific expression, which is that the friendly old hunter has a high probability of turning into a monster and shooting the participants himself. However, as the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The high distortion version pays significantly better, with a guaranteed drop of a rare card or above. The people ahead of me had gathered on a wide, flat area to take the quest, and while the old hunter was away, they were discussing. 2 hunters, 1 short and 1 fat, were discussing loudly. Damn, 31% distortion rate. Is this the level of distortion expected from an E-Class Rift? Rift distortion, such a low probability event, and we actually encountered it. Yes, can you feel it? There are red eyes staring at us. This is an unexpected emergency, and we may need to work together. Unity? It's just a mere distortion. I was prepared for it long ago. Prepared? What preparations have you made that make you so confident? Ha ha ha, I've already bought a large insurance policy in advance. No way, you didn't buy one, did you? Ha, what's that? I had already spent all my money and fulfilled all my wishes before even entering this rift. You didn't even spend all your money, did you? What kind of weird competition is this? Do you really plan to get out of here alive? How did 2 goofballs get mixed into this serious scene? Because, unlike a game, they had no idea about the distortion before entering. This was a genuine emergency to them, and they had chosen to compete on preparedness for death. I stood at the back, already knowing where my cache was. Then a tall figure came out of the tree line. You've all arrived. Judging from your appearance, you're all a bunch of newbies. 2 meters, wolfskin coat, hunting rifle, and a bone saw. May-aged face, bulging muscles, and scars that were all witnesses to years of fighting nature. The initiator of the quest, and the hidden boss, Old Hunter. He wiped his prized rifle with a cloth. Now that you've come here, you should know what happened in this forest. Bring me 2 live red wolf, and your hunting mission will be complete. You can leave this place. Obtain the completion quest. Hunt the red wolf. Bring 2 live red wolves to the Old Hunter. Because the distortion had converted hunt into capture, and every single face fell because their weapons were all heavy instruments of destruction. Capturing a living one is several times harder than capturing a dead one. A man with a scar across his face in light black steam armor stepped forward because he wanted to run the group. Are you sure it's a live wolf? Can it be a dead wolf? No, I need to hand Red Wolf over to the doctor to study the cause of their mutation. Only in this way can we completely eradicate the monsters of the forest. Okay. Leave it to us, the scarred man said it confidently. Old Hunter loaded his rifle. All right, in order to supervise you in completing your mission and not disrupt the balance of the forest, I need to select an overseer to work with me and oversee you. Which is part 2 of the dungeon. Select an overseer. The overseer is appointed by the Old Hunter, and usually the one who appears to be the strongest will be chosen. His eyes went wide, and he started going through 40 people. And the Black Rabbit executive who had been questioning me lit a cigarette and walked casually into the middle of the group. Nicknamed Grimjaw Hare, leader of the gang side of this operation. Everyone, there's no need for further explanation. I think you all know who the strongest person here is. And he blew a smoke ring, determined to be the coolest man present. I looked at him properly, because although he's a bit pretentious, This guy's equipment is pretty good. Under his clothes, you could see steam pipes with a very specific styling. Black Rabbit 3rd generation. Small steam armor out of the Small Guy's Workshop, which specializes in compact armor and improves agility enormously by implanting an exoskeleton into flesh and bone. Overheat that and the wearer moves fast enough to leave afterimages as graceful as wind. Black Rabbit. Except that series is on its 10th generation now, and the 3rd has fatal flaws. Easily predicted, high damage rate to the wearer, and it does not stop when you want it to. Speeding comes at a price. The armor of the earlier Black Rabbit models was prone to going out of control and could easily result in a fatal crash. Still, out here, good equipment. Good enough to be chosen. Of course, this is all predicated on the absence of the cloaked woman, whose strength is currently unknown. I turned my head and looked at her, standing quite close to me again, which was not surprising. Compared to the fully armed hunters, I looked much more amiable, at least from the outside, like somebody from a peaceful era. And at that moment, the cloaked woman curled her lips into a cold smile, and the wriggling on top of her head became more and more intense. Her hand gripped the collar of her cloak, then clenched into a fist, as if to encourage herself, and she whispered, "I'm ready. I'm ready." Elegant. Elegant. What is this guy saying? What are you prepared? Elegance. I got a vague sense of foreboding. This guy looks like he's about to take off her cloak. Under the moonlight, a breeze went through the leaves, and Grimjaw Hare, who considered himself the strongest man present, exhaled smoke and continued. "All right, everyone. You should know that only the Overseer knows the location of the final treasure map, and now this rift has mutated, which means it will be more dangerous than you can imagine. As an Overseer, I can give you information. I can protect your safety. I am your protector. After all, surviving for 3 days is also a way to pass the level, isn't it? All right, now, is there anyone else willing to pay for the ticket? This is the last chance. If you miss it, you won't have another chance." And his lips curled, because he was thinking about a large sum of money. Although his actions were arrogant and mindless, they were extremely effective. Because the increased distortion had changed a lot of people's goal from getting a full load to surviving, and paying an entrance fee means joining the Black Rabbit gang, which increases your chances of survival. And as long as enough people pay for tickets, the Black Rabbit gang can completely control the order of the entire rift. At that time, without lifting a finger, everything in the rift will belong to them. He held out a hand and made the money gesture. One ticket costs 500,000 shell coins. You can use equipment as collateral if you don't have cash. 500,000. I did not have that in cash. Nobody bought. And once they've made the first payment, they'll make a second. Money doesn't grow on trees. Why isn't anyone paying? His lip twitched, because he had forgotten to arrange for actors. There's no other way but to find an easy target to bully. He scanned every lone hunter present. That one is too strong. That one is too fierce. And oh my god, why is that head in the cloak wriggling? I choose you. You look so ordinary. You're obviously a newbie who just joined Rift. Grimjaw Hare has a keen eye and immediately recognized Lin Kai's potential. Among so many people, why would the other person choose to pick me out from the crowd? He came over and went stern. You came alone, right? It must have been tough for you. Give me that collector you have. Consider it your entrance fee. That way, you can become a member of our Black Rabbit gang. Isn't that a good deal? Good. Not bad, my foot. They actually wanted to trade a fake ticket for a gun. My eyes narrowed because I had no interest in joining a gang, and also, as a stealth player, I did not want to fight anybody in front of 40 witnesses. Once the crowd disperses, my advantage multiplies. So I was about to refuse, and then the situation changed. Get out of my way! You're blocking my view! Which bastard yelled at me? He turned around to beat whoever it was. And the man who had yelled at him was the boss of this rift. Old Hunter picked up his rifle and put it on him. Roll! And Grimjaw Hare's eyes went hard, and he said, You said get out, so I'll get out. He ground his teeth, his legs shook, and he obediently left my position, which finally let the old hunter get a proper look at me. Quite a good kid. You have the aura of a hunter and are qualified to become an overseer. Am I an overseer? Which I had not expected because the selection is based on equipment and physical strength, and unlike everybody else there, I had not taken the black knife out of my backpack card. I was standing there with a pistol. His selection was indeed somewhat unexpected. Was it because of Hunter's Ember? Everyone turned and looked at me, because being chosen by the old hunter is a public statement about your strength. Grimjaw Hare was completely dumbfounded. He spent most of his time choosing the easy target, only to end up choosing the most dangerous one. And before anybody could recover, the old hunter spoke again. However, there is another monster here that meets the criteria. It seems that we will have to add another overseer to this hunt. What? There's also overseer? 2 overseers? This is unprecedented in the hunting grounds instance. With a 2-pronged approach, who could withstand that? At which point, a lot of people were visibly sweating, because distortion was already bad enough, and now there were going to be 2 hunters on the monster side. They just wanted to participate in a regular rift and earn a normal amount of money. Oh, and Grimjaw Hare, previously disheartened, suddenly had a bright idea. Because there were 2 overseer positions. Is this spot mine? He straightened his clothes and had the urge to give an overseer speech again. I let out a long breath and turned and looked at the cloaked woman. Really? Because I had known she wasn't ordinary, and because she had been faintly smiling from the beginning. Old Hunter bent down, walked forward slowly, and spoke to her with a hint of respect. My esteemed lady, you are fully capable of becoming an overseer, and your power will be beyond question in our small town. However, could you please show your face beneath your cloak? A respectful tone. Everybody stared, because that tone was humble. The humble act of a small person bowing down to a big person. This is the boss of an aberration rift. Who exactly is this cloaked woman, and why is the cloak moving? Is there a hamster hiding inside? This guy couldn't be. I got a very specific bad premonition. Sigh. There's nothing I can do. She paused for a few seconds, the smile went, and she sighed helplessly. Then she walked over to a rock and tore her cloak open and threw it behind her. The cloak went through the air, and the instant it hit the ground, petals landed on my face, and my eyes went wide. Because underneath there was no writhing flesh, and there were no worms. There were flowers, exceptionally beautiful and extremely fragrant flowers. On delicate, fair limbs, there were patches of fresh, bloody scars, and out of the scars, roses were growing. Flowers bloom on the blood scars. She climbed onto the rock, turned around, sat down slowly, crossed her legs, and exhaled. And the face under the cloak came out. Flowers growing out of her head, covering the entire upper half of it. And from the lower half, and from that skin you could still tell there was an extraordinary, girlish beauty under there. What exactly is this being? Because the pressure and the beauty arrived at the same time, and made every person in that clearing afraid at once, silently. A terrifying aura, like a giant mountain, pressed down on them. People started backing up and did not stop. This is clearly not the appearance of a normal human, nor is it the spiritual pressure possessed by a first-order transcendent. Who exactly are you, and what do you need us to do? A tall, stern-faced hunter found his courage and asked, and regretted it inside the same second, because who dares ask a question of something putting out that much pressure? She tilted her head slightly. Well, there's no need to back down or be afraid. I'm just a pharmacist from a foreign land. You can call me the flower pharmacist. The breeze went through her hair and carried the smell of flowers across the clearing. She smiled, and the little yellow flower on her head swayed slightly. Of course, you can also call me by another name in Witch Sea, Bloom Enchantress. Bloom Enchantress. Why is the other person here? My mouth came open, and I could not hide it, and I did not try. Because I was looking at the bright red flowers growing out of that fair skin, and I was doing an enormous amount of arithmetic. Bloom Enchantress is wired into the Witch Sea main storyline exactly like the Black Whale group, and is a key figure in the whole region. This is the star of the Witch Sea section. In the early game, she's a noble third-tier transcendent, and before long she becomes a powerful fourth tier, and as the protagonist, her actual strength runs well ahead of a typical third tier. The main quests in each section are brutal chains of linked tasks, so in the early game, weak players never touch the witch, never learn her location, and have almost no information about her. Why are they here? How did they get in? And what are they doing here? Because although this thing was distorted, it was ultimately an E-order rift. If she were to make a move, she could easily wipe out everyone present. This is blatant fried fish. And I am just this poor, newbie little fish. Since Hunting Ground requires an overseer, her getting in at all was barely acceptable. But why would a Bloom Enchantress, a high-level transcendent, need a low-level rift? Her equipment is at least silver, possibly mithril or higher. Rift equipment here would be weaker than her own body. And there's a limit to how many skill cards a person can learn before their brain stops cooperating. Blindly using too many causes irreversible damage and eventually madness. Therefore, Bloom Enchantress wouldn't come to this rift just for the low-tier class cards from Hunting Ground. Could it be? And then I realized, because if there is anything in this place capable of attracting a witch, it is undoubtedly the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. Is he going to steal Abyssal Seeker's things from a witch? I'm fighting a witch for something. They could take on 100 of me right now. and a scene arrived, fully rendered. In this ruthless world of the supernatural, the even more powerful Bloom Enchantress smiled coldly, pulled out a grass whip, and forced him to hand over the Abyssal Seeker's treasure. If that's really the case, then there's no other way. He can only obediently hand over the treasure and swear allegiance. Consider it a way to gain some goodwill. Of course, there is also an even simpler guess. That Bloom Enchantress is participating in this rift simply to make some money. Could it be that Bloom Enchantress is so poor that they can't even afford to eat? Because on the forum, Bloom Enchantress seems to have always been quite poor. I shook that off and looked at her again under the moon. Because what had been under that cloak was not writhing flesh. It was a small flower that had nowhere to rest on her head. Since when the Bloom Enchantress is emotional, the flowers on its head change depending on its mood. Players have compiled statistics on this. Bright red roses when she's angry, little blue flowers when she's sad. Right now, on her head, a few little yellow ones were twitching, which mean pride and a touch of joy. The wind moved, and her lips curled slightly, and she glanced in my direction. Oh no, it seems she's fooled me. I smiled inwardly and let out a long breath. Because Bloom Enchantress is popular on the forums, and compared to the protagonists in other sections who are all bitter and resentful, she can be considered a breath of fresh air. In general, the other party is of the lawful good alignment, so as long as he doesn't cause trouble, Bloom Enchantress won't attack him. In my memory, she's quite easy to get along with. There's even a touch of cuteness and a touch of humor. However, if we exclude the perspective of a player who has traveled through time, at that moment, the terrifying aura, the absolute difference in strength, and her position as overseer even made me feel some despair. Witches are powerful beings worthy of awe. A gang member stepped back and asked in a low voice, "The Bloom Enchantress? Is that the legendary creature that turns people into fertilizer?" Because in the legends of the Witch Sea, the Bloom Enchantress is a powerful pharmacist whose touch makes flowers bloom and eventually makes you fertilizer for the earth, and then dust. Of course, according to the forum's decryption, this young Bloom Enchantress is not the legendary one, but a new witch whose age is no more than 20. Moreover, the other party is from the Goldfinch Kingdom, and before I transmigrated, my main account was in the Goldfinch Kingdom section. In a sense, Bloom Enchantress is also from his hometown. A sense of familiarity inexplicably arose. The Black Rabbit executive crouched down, afraid that making a sound would end him. Don't speak. Be quiet. Be quiet. Because in their eyes, Bloom Enchantress at this moment is a colossal beast covered in flowers, and nobody knows whether in the next instant she might impulsively turn them all into fertilizer. Rift Aberration, 2 overseers, one of whom is a monster that can easily crush them. She stayed silent, maintaining her mysterious and elegant demeanor, and then a long wolf howl came out of the trees like a call, and broke it. Roar! Clouds came over the moon, and the howling spread. Old Hunter handed one forest map to Bloom Enchantress and one to me. You have obtained the item, Map of the Island Forest, which marks key locations, safe houses with food, traps set by the hunter, special monster spots. These locations are very important, and are benefits enjoyed only by overseers. Everybody else silently drew weapons, because most of them had changed their minds. The difficulty had exceeded their expectations, and their objective had shifted from hunting to surviving 3 days. Old Hunter loaded his shotgun. Everyone, Overseer has been confirmed. 3 sleepless nights are about to begin. You either bring me 2 live wolves, or you become food for the wolves. I hope you won't disappoint me. Now, the hunt shall begin. He laughed, shouldered the rifle, and went into the dark. And before he was gone, he turned and looked at me with scarlet eyes under the brim of that hat. Because in his view, Lin Kai was the most likely person to capture multiple red wolves alive. After he left, 40 people stood in a clearing and complained because Red Wolf is not weak, and taking one alive by force is an extremely difficult task. And on top of a hunter who can shoot them at any moment, there was the mysterious Overseer. How can you play this rift? It's unplayable. The nature of the rift has instantly transformed from a hunting game into a survival game. Several of them immediately went to find somewhere to hide for 3 days, and I was about to leave when I felt a dangerous gaze, the Black Rabbit Gang. Because at Grimjaw Hare's signal, they had all put hands on guns. Because for me, the biggest surprise of this rift was becoming an overseer, and that was not a good thing. Their ultimate goal in coming here was the hidden treasure, and getting it requires beating the old hunter and having the overseer's map. And clearly they dared not take a map off the Bloom Enchantress. That would be suicide. Therefore, Lin Kai undoubtedly became their primary target. Are we being targeted by a group of rabbits? which was the first time in either of my lives that 30 people had looked at me like that. I took the black knife out of the backpack card because the Black Rabbit men value agility and enjoy submachine guns, and that clearing was open with no cover, which is where firearms win. My best weapon is a sword, which wants a smaller room. Even if you activate your skills to temporarily boost your strength and defense when facing a gun assault by dozens of people, unexpected events may still occur. This place is not suitable for fighting, so I walked, because in the dark forest my advantage multiplies. Boss, it looks like he's leaving. Should we go? Now is not the time. Moreover, we need to wait for the right moment. Wait to enter the forest. Wait for him to be alone. Because if they started there, they were very likely to be surrounded by both overseers at once and receive a terrifying mixed doubles match. And then all of them got startled. Because I was heading into the forest, and the direction I was heading was the direction of the Bloom Enchantress. That's a witch. That's the legendary high-level transcendent. Is he really not afraid of being turned into fertilizer? And on her head, a curious yellow question mark sprouted, because perhaps the other party had something to say to her. The flowers swayed back and forth, and her face was full of anticipation. He didn't mean to say anything. He was just going that way anyway. I walked past the Bloom Enchantress in silence and went into the trees. Well? She was stunned. Her entrance was so elegant, she thought the other party would say something. Then the gang members and the Bloom Enchantress all left too, and everybody started hunting for their own reasons. Moonlight through leaves. I moved weeds out of the way and followed a path to a cave. Based on inspiration and the markings on the map, this should be the place. It had taken me a while because, unlike everybody else, my objective was not a wolf. As expected, there was a huge deep-sea monster inside this cave. I wonder what kind of treasure could be found in a treasure that's only a fingertip deep. Phew, based on my inspiration, it should be a deep-sea monster, no need to worry. Lantern out of the backpack card, and in. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water off the stone. The cave was small. I hit the back wall in a few steps. No skulls, no rift lines, nothing. Only one calm pool of water. Something's not right. I crouched and looked properly. Bubbles on the surface, and some things that looked like blue eyes, and then I recognized it. Marsh beast, a mimic whose body is mostly water, which at rest looks exactly like a pool, and which when it moves is a giant slime water ball. Get inside its territory and it puts a tentacle out and pulls you into itself. To kill it, you have to destroy the core hidden in the water, otherwise it just grows new tentacles, which is a genuinely powerful monster, and at that size it could swallow 50 bears. Even the hidden boss in Rift, the old hunter, is probably no match for this monster. Glug, glug, and, sensing me, it changed. Water started gathering up out of the pool into the air and became a sphere, 10 meters, filling almost the whole cave. Two huge blue eyes came up out of the surface and darted around and locked onto me. Like a giant slime. Hello, I smiled at it, because in terms of raw terror, this thing could not compete with the wall of bloodshot eyes or the coastal overlord. Moreover, in terms of appearance, this monster is much cuter than both of them. It warmly welcomed my arrival. It jumped around happily about it. And then my eyes stopped, because inside the water sphere, floating, there was a small treasure chest. Abyssal Seeker placed the treasure chest inside its body, which is a lovely piece of design, because under normal circumstances, you cannot get that without a serious fight, and I only had to put my arm somewhere. It should be fine, I was just touching it, I swallowed. Because for the marsh beast, water is its skin. Going inside it is touching its skin. I put my hand in with some apprehension. No problem. So I held my breath, put my upper body into a monster, took the chest, and came back out. And as the chest left, the marsh beast made a comfortable sound. Ah. Then it bounced up and down, and the entire sphere, including the eyes, went slightly pink, and it wanted me to touch it again and come in again. You're out safely. I took a step back, because the friendliness of a creature that size is quite frightening. I sat on the lantern and looked at a chest the size of my palm. A treasure chest that's difficult to find with your fingers can't hold any good treasures. I opened it, and contrary to expectation, there were no weapons, no clothes, and no consumables. There were 7 tiny water balloons, each the size of a fingernail. What's this? Because it reminded me immediately of a childhood toy called Water Spirit, which is a thing that gets bigger when it gets wet. Deep Sea Water Spirit. Nature. Heart. Description. The sleeping beasts of the deep sea, when left at sea for a period of time, will awaken their true forms. Note, it contains powerful deep sea forces. This is a pet. I had not expected the Abyssal Seeker to bury pets, because heart is emotion and bonds, and it is also the phase most closely tied to beast taming, and the goldfinch kingdom is full of exotic beasts and specialist tamers. In Bay Country, almost nobody uses pets as a main force. They prefer heavy steam armor and Gatling guns that shoot blue fire. And I, whose main account was pet trainer, could tell at a glance. These 7 little pets are of a high rank. Under normal circumstances, to obtain these pets, one would need to possess at least Tier 3 strength. Nice one. For a Rift cache rated at 1 finger, walking out with a rare pet is a pretty good afternoon. Into the backpack card. And then, outside, growling. That sound, it's a wolf, because the hungry red wolves could smell human flesh. Now that we've got the treasure, it's time to deal with the Rift's mission. I looked out, because that cave sat near the center of the forest, which meant people and animals would come past. And the marsh beast not attacking me does not mean it won't attack anything else. And then an idea arrived. If he teams up with Marsh Beast and they play mixed doubles here, wouldn't they be invincible except for Bloom Enchantress? Even if the entire Red Wolf pack charges in, along with the Black Rabbit gang and the Rift boss. With everyone going all out and given his and Marsh Beast's strength, they might not be unable to fight. My lips curled. I picked up the black knife and walked out toward the wolf. This place might be a pretty good fishing spot. In the moonlight, a wolf was standing by a tree, staring at me. Bloodshot eyes, half its fur reddish-brown, and it was extremely hungry. Compared to ordinary wolves, Red Wolf has greater speed and stronger regenerative abilities. It took a few steps toward me, sensed something, and stepped back. Because despite the hunger, its instincts could feel what was in the cave. Simply put, this is a cowardly wolf. Aren't you going to get up, puppy? I sat down, put the knife where I could reach it, and took out the backpack card. Because although Red Wolf looks fierce, it does not bite indiscriminately, and under normal circumstances, it will not attack something stronger than itself. And between my strength and the faint presence behind me, the starving wolf only dared to stare. Red Wolf has real intelligence and real combat strength, which is why a lot of players who want to be Beastmasters at 2nd tier come here for one. I got out a simple grill, beef and pork, and barbecue seasoning, bought in Moonstone City, before entering. He plans to have a barbecue here. And obviously the reason for grilling meat here is not simply because of being hungry, because Red Wolf as a base monster pays almost nothing in points or rating. In Hunting Ground, the highest rating comes from defeating the Old Hunter and completing the hidden quest, which means there is exactly one key to this place, and the key is the hidden boss. Except that this is a raid instance with high distortion, and that makes the Old Hunter an extremely troublesome monster, but not for me and a marsh beast. Unfortunately, marsh beasts are territorial and will not leave their territory. So the only problem was how to bring the Old Hunter into the cave, and if I went and found him and lied to him, unexpected situations were guaranteed, because nobody knows when that man turns into a monster and points a rifle at a human head. The Old Hunter needs fresh Red Wolf to satisfy his insatiable appetite. Therefore, the best way is to fish. And if you want to attract a Red Wolf with a keen sense of smell to a fixed location, fragrant meat is undoubtedly a pretty good choice. I cut branches with the black knife, built a rough grill with charcoal, and put on high-quality beef and pork with a good fat-to-lean balance that had cost me a full 1,500 shell coins. Fire on. The outside went crisp, and the inside stayed tender. Salt, a lot of sesame, chili powder made from ghost pepper, and then the most important one, soul seasoning, cumin mixed with spiritual energy in one motion across the meat, and the smell of it went out across the entire forest. You cooked barbecue today and earned 80 spiritual points. It's done. I cut a piece of roast beef off with a 3rd-tier weapon and ate it. Slightly crisp outside, exactly the right amount of chew. Quite good. I ate another piece, and this series of smooth and skillful maneuvers completely stunned the starving Red Wolf standing nearby. That's not fair. It originally didn't want to get close to the dangerous Lin Kai, but now it felt that it would be willing to die just to get a piece of meat. Want one? Puppy. I cut a small piece and threw it. Food thrown by humans. It hesitated, then lowered its head and ate the beef. Then wagged, spun in a circle, and ran off into the forest. I wonder if this Red Wolf will call its companions over because of this meat. Not being sure, I cut the rest into many pieces and walked a circle around the cave, dropping meat on the ground. Because once the meat attracts the wolf pack, it's only a matter of time before it attracts the Old Hunter. Then I sat back down at the grill and kept cooking. Next, it's just a matter of waiting for the prey to take the bait. Some time passed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Weeds moving. Has it finally taken the bait? Wrong. I turned my head, frowned, and put my hand on the knife, because in among the weeds there was a gun barrel and jet black hair. Did you catch a rabbit before catching a wolf? Bang, bang. 4 black rabbit men came out of the bushes after a discussion. It's nice to see you again, Overseer. Grimjaw hair in front and covered in Red Wolf's blood, which meant they had actually been doing quite well at the mission. This newcomer doesn't seem friendly. I moved the collector behind my back and went cold. What is it? If you want the map of Overseer, then you must pay a price. Because I have no liking for a gang whose main business is selling people, and because that specific gang had sold this body. Cost? His lip twitched. How dare this lone individual demand a price from me? If the old hunter hadn't chosen him as the Overseer, they would have attacked the moment they met. He looked me over. No blood on me, so I hadn't fought a wolf. A grill set up, and a cave behind me that was probably a safe spot with supplies. It seems that the other party is nothing more than someone who chooses to live for 3 days and dares not fight Red Wolf. He smiled inwardly and took 2 syringes of tranquilizer out of his waist pouch. Overseer, it seems you know our purpose, but you should know that some things are too valuable for you to handle. Give us the map of Overseer, and we'll give you 2 syringes of tranquilizer. With these 2 syringes, you can complete the mission and get out alive. Imagine if you were targeted by the Bloom Enchantress and became fertilizer, leaving no trace of your body. And he walked toward me while he said it. Halfway there, he felt awkward, forced a smile, and secretly made a hand gesture. Of course, as long as you can give us the map, we can help you hunt wolves. And in the instant he smiled, a man behind him moved to a tree, quietly drew a gun, and pointed it at me. Bang! A gunshot went across the forest. What's wrong? He turned around, and the man he had positioned for the ambush was already lying in a pool of himself. You fucking ambushed us. A sneak attack? No, it was a perfectly legitimate shooting. I blew across the collector and spun it in my hand. If you catch a rabbit, you catch a rabbit. Good, let's get rid of these harmful rabbits. After all, the smell of blood is a good bait. He glared at me, wary of the gun, because the collector is a genuinely good weapon with a fast rate and heavy penetration, and his underling's armor was too cheap to eat a single round. However, his armor is good. He smiled inwardly, because once you know the enemy's weapon, your advantage is significant. I swept the ground out of the corner of my eye for a spot near the rock face where I couldn't be shot easily. And I did not go into the cave to play mixed doubles. Because with me and a marsh beast, taking down Grimjaw Hare is a piece of cake, but that produces signs of battle and a large amount of blood inside the cave. That might alert the old hunter. There's no need for Marsh Beast to deal with these Black Rabbit gang members. He can handle it himself. Overseer, you started it. That's unjust. He took off his outer suit and revealed a small, shiny black mechanical armor with an engine at the back that started rumbling. Overheat mode. Unimaginable speed. Then he picked up 2 small daggers and took a stance. Is this Grimjaw Hare actually a melee fighter? I put the collector in my waistband, took the black knife properly, and got my breathing right, because the 3rd generation Black Rabbit is genuinely better suited to close range, and at first order, strength is limited, which makes equipment decisive. He had body tempering and good gear. He was a formidable opponent. Before he moved, he spoke to the men behind him. Old Hunter's judgment was correct. He is indeed qualified to become an overseer. You 2 go and call for backup, the sooner the better. Boss, are you sure you don't need our help? No need. Although he's strong, I'm stronger than him. But you'd better hurry. They hesitated, not understanding why the boss, who was stronger, needed backup. But an order is an order, and the 2 of them ran off into the forest. Boss, he'll win. Phew, what's wrong? Aren't you going to make a move? I took a counterattack stance, because the correct answer to that armor is to read it and punish it. Steam came off him, and he delivered his last words. Overseer, you should have heard that. My little brother has gone to call the others. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the entire Black Rabbit gang. When the time comes, you alone will have to take on 20 of us. Now, lay down your weapons, and we might spare your life. This is your last chance. Because he had confirmed I had no companions in this rift, and I put everything into watching his legs. Because the reason Grimjaw Hare talks so much nonsense is because the opponent's armor needs some time to warm up. The instant the preheating was complete, call, steam, and then he was gone, and then he was in front of me. Bang. I drew to block, dagger on black knife. And then his movement changed, and he drew again like an afterimage. The first attack was a feint. Bang. He was on my left. This is the overheating mode. He's so fast, the other side definitely can't react. It's a success, he smiled knowingly. And then he sensed something was amiss, because the other party had anticipated his move and had already slightly shifted his body to the side. He thrust and missed, and because of the inertia in that mech, his movements went noticeably stiff. This is a huge flaw. And in battles between low-level transcendents, a single flaw decides the outcome. A black blade came up into his chest armor. Break out! Burst, everything into the edge. The blade opened the plate, and then black energy spread through the hole and tore armor and flesh apart together and took a great deal of blood out with it. Bang. Why? Because the instant he saw that black aura, a flood of images came up, including memories of Captain Grim Patch. The weapon in front of me looks like Captain Grim Patch's weapon. Why? He coughed up a large amount of blood, went down, and did not come back up. Done. I confirmed the area and sheathed it. Because although the Black Rabbit mech is fast, it can be predicted off the legs. However, he did not expect that the Black Blade's energy combined with the burst skill could actually break through the opponent's defense in one strike. Wearing mechanical armor requires exceptional physical strength, and Grimjaw Hare's physical condition did not meet the requirements. I looked down at him. Because he was a Black Rabbit executive and should be quite wealthy, another great gain. And then I did not loot because I looked in the direction the two runners had gone, and in the darkness at the end of their escape route, they could faintly hear the howls of wolves and the sounds of monsters. Here is what happened at that end of the forest. Two Black Rabbit men, one tall and one thin, ran at full speed for a long time, and the tall one started running out of air. Huff, huff. Is it necessary to run so fast? Isn't the boss stronger than him? Do we need to be in such a hurry? What do you know? Although our boss is strong, the opponent is still an overseer. If the fight continues, our boss will inevitably get injured. If he breaks his leg, it will be another astronomical medical bill. But with support, things will be different. We can easily take him down without any casualties. They might even be able to capture the person alive and sell them to the Black Whale Group's aunties. Captured alive, I see. Boss had thought so much about this. I thought he chickened out. Speaking of which, the Black Whale Group's matriarch does want some talented young people. This older woman's actions are much better than that stingy Captain Grim Patch. And a glint went through both of their eyes, because if they could sell somebody to the older woman, that would be another huge profit, and then everyone's equipment would be greatly upgraded. By the way, why haven't we found them yet? We've seen a lot of red wolf around here. They should be hunting wolves nearby. They pushed through the trees and started sweating, because the gang had come to this area precisely because there were so many wolves in it, and their team had powerful anesthetics, so there should not have been any major problems. They should have even managed to capture many red wolves. They didn't go the wrong way. But why is it so quiet around here? They slowed down and walked into the dim light ahead. Crunch. Crunch. Thick leaves and dead branches underfoot. And then their eyes lit up, because they saw red wolves tied up and the backs of their own gang members. We've finally found the main group. Everyone, the boss has encountered a monster and needs our support. Now follow us immediately. Monster? A deep, resonant voice out of the dark. Yes, that guy's strength shouldn't be underestimated. We must act immediately. And then they stopped, because that voice was not one of their gang members. The clouds moved and moonlight came down through the leaves onto the scene properly. And the red wolves, who should have been anesthetized, were dead, with fresh wounds on their necks. And their gang members, who should have been intact, had huge holes in their backs and were bleeding out. What happens? What exactly happened to the members of the Black Rabbit gang? Their hands shook and they stepped back. And behind the bodies of their teammates, a tall figure rose slowly, carrying a hunting rifle, wearing a hunter's hat, and covered in reddish-brown fur. Thank you so much for helping me capture so many red wolf alive. Then it showed teeth with blood on them and put the rifle on the two of them. So where is that monster? Is it right in front of you? Do you need a hunter to help you deal with him? They looked up at a thing that had changed shape since the clearing. Much larger. Long red fur over all of it. Because every time the old hunter obtains a live wolf, he absorbs its blood. And with each absorption, there is a small chance that he will evolve. And once it evolves, it can transform into a werewolf, at which point his aggression and dangerousness escalate to a terrifying level. They swallowed and completely forgot about supporting their boss. Because judging from the scene as they left, The old hunter had attacked the Black Rabbit gang members and absorbed a great deal of red wolf blood. He already showed the beginnings of a monster, and at that moment, every person in that rift felt a specific inspiration arrive. Old hunter has been distorted. Rift distortion increased by 5%, which in hunting grounds means one thing. The old hunter will no longer disguise himself and will become a true boss. He will continue to roam the forest, launching indiscriminate attacks on any human he encounters. The monstrous old hunter possesses incredible healing abilities and immense strength. Under normal circumstances, without a team working together, they have almost no chance of winning. However, now that the Black Rabbit gang is almost completely wiped out, the lone hunters have chosen to hide, making any possibility of cooperation impossible. Now the forest has become a survival game, and in everyone's hearts at that moment, the only one who could defeat the old hunter was the mysterious Bloom Enchantress. So a lot of people started praying that she would, and that he wouldn't find them. The two Black Rabbit underlings prayed too. Old hunter coughed blood and deliberately avoided thinking about the Bloom Enchantress. But now, he desperately needs to experience this powerful new strength. Red Wolf and the scum of the Black Rabbit gang are too weak. He put his rough hands on their shoulders and breathed blood at them. "I'll say it again. Where is the monster you're talking about?" And the two of them froze, and then instinctively raised trembling fingers and pointed in the direction where their own leader was fighting me. "Boss, I'm so sorry." Old hunter bared his scarlet teeth like a starving animal and walked over broken branches and dead leaves. "I'll go hunt him right now." Back at the cave, the clouds had covered the moon and the fire in my grill had gone out, and 2 or 3 wolves had run past. I was sitting in front of the cave, patting a carnivorous red wolf, because my barbecue had successfully attracted several of them, and several of them had gotten so invested in it that they had functionally become large pet dogs. And I had just seen the notification, which meant the old hunter was now a walking monster that attacks humans indiscriminately. The meat has been prepared, the wolves have been lured, but where is old hunter? I shook my head, because there was a real possibility that the Bloom Enchantress had found him and deleted him, which would mean my entire setup had been for nothing. Of course, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Once the old hunter is defeated, the entire rift will end prematurely. Returning to Moonstone City early to sell Grimjaw Hare's belongings along with the Abyssal Seeker's treasure would yield a decent income. And then every red wolf around my grill scattered like startled puppies. Rustle. Because animals are better than humans at a great many senses, and judging from their reaction, they had just detected an unprecedented danger. Rustle. Rustle. A tall figure came out of the dark with heavy steps and breathing like a low growl. "Finally found you." He loaded the shotgun. "Did you know that, according to my findings, there's a monster in this forest that's even more terrifying than Red Wolf? Have you found any trace of it?" I let out a long sigh of relief, because according to the hunting grounds walkthrough, you should say "I don't know" at this point. Then the old hunter will happily chat with you, and then suddenly tell you that he is the monster. Of course, Lin Kai has no intention of chatting with the other party right now. At this moment, he could no longer hide his joy. Because I had left roast meat all over this forest and pulled in the wolves and waited a very long time. The big fish has finally taken the bait. Seeing that I stayed silent, he showed teeth with wolf blood on them. "What's wrong? Did something happen? Are you afraid of something?" Bang. I picked up the collector and put a round through his face. A small hole opened up in it and started bleeding. He looked slightly surprised and glanced down at his own blood. How dare they attack him, the master of this forest? "Interesting. I wasn't mistaken. You have the aura of a hunter, and you are indeed more courageous than those cowards." He smiled, and then the wound twisted like a vortex for a moment and closed. Call. I blew on a hot barrel. As expected, as a raid boss, old hunter's health and defense are among the best. Using a collector causes negligible damage, which was fine, because the shot was not for damage. The shot was for attention. "You attacked me first. It seems you're prepared to be hunted." "Hunting? Are you hungry? Do you need me to feed you some roast meat, puppy?" I said it casually, with absolutely no respect. Then I picked up the lantern and walked deeper into the cave. How arrogant! His lip twitched, and something moved under his skin. Because he now had the body of a monster, and the other party dared to address him like that? He came in after me, because whether the opponent runs or sets a trap, they cannot escape his wolf claws. And he talked while he walked. "Humans, do you know that in my short life as a hunter, the more I hone my hunting skills, the more I realize the limits of humanity. its weakness, and its inadequacy? Then he stopped, because he could smell me. What a wonderful human presence. Tick-tock, water off stone. He got to the back and saw me standing near the pond, and instead of raising the rifle that had been with him for years, he broke it in half. He looked up, excited. Humans are ultimately weak creatures who can only rely on tools, so I'm not going to be human anymore. His face contorted, his back arched, and a tearing pain went through him. Muscles came up, claws came out of the bones. Thick, bright red fur covered all of it. A werewolf. Roar! He couldn't wait any longer. He was going to use this new body to tear humanity apart. I held my breath, because he had already found me. He opened a mouthful of scarlet fangs and charged. Humans, witness my monster, boom. And before the hunter could finish his line, a tentacle put him into the wall. He sat in the rock, stunned. What the hell is this? Because the marsh beast was condensing behind me and had already started. What is this? I put the lantern down and thought about how to explain it. Because marsh beast is a relatively rare monster, and if I said marsh beast, he wouldn't know the word. He probably doesn't even understand slimes. So, to be considerate of the old hunter's feelings, I thought about it and said, thoughtfully, "Let me introduce you. This is my hunting dog." Hunting dog? He got up out of the broken rock and stared at a 10-meter ball of water with 2 blue eyes in it. Because it had never occurred to him that a human would keep something like that. Roar! He decided the water was the problem and went for it. Whoosh! A tentacle came down and put him into the floor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then 2 more, and the cave started shaking, and stalactites came off the ceiling. And I stood 3 meters away, completely dry. Because a marsh beast attacks anything that enters its territory, and I had walked in and out of its body twice, and it had gone pink about it. Whoosh. A tentacle went past my ear and hit the werewolf again. Does this monster still have prejudice? We're all humanoid beings. Is it because he looks fierce? I looked at the old hunter, who was being beaten to death by a pond, and I felt a small amount of sympathy. Very small. Human, you cheated. He tore a tentacle apart with his claws, and the water reformed in half a second, and another one hit him in the spine. Cheating? I introduced you to my dog. That's called socializing. Bang. I put 4 rounds into the same knee while he was busy, because the correct way to fight a regenerating boss is to keep interrupting the healing in one place while something else keeps it occupied. And thanks to Hunter's Ember, I could see exactly where his blood was moving. Every time he tried to close the knee, I opened it again. Whoosh! Boom! He came apart from both sides, and blood went up the wall, and he started making a noise that was no longer language. Then he stopped. He knelt in the water with one arm gone and looked up at me, and the scarlet went out of his eyes, and for 1 second the old man came back. Ah, so this is what it feels like. What does? Being hunted. He laughed, and it turned into coughing. Boy, you have the aura of a hunter. I was not wrong. Stop. He stopped. I walked over and cut once, cleanly, because he had thrown away a rifle he had carried for 30 years in order to become the thing he hunted. And there is a version of that story where somebody drags it out for the drama. He deserved better than that. You have defeated the hidden boss of the rift. Congratulations. You obtained 1,000 spiritual points. 1,000. For reference, a night of body tempering pays me 8. The water sphere behind me collapsed back into a pond, and 2 blue eyes surfaced, and it looked at me expectantly. Yes, good dog. I patted the surface twice. It went pink again and bounced. Rift complete. Settlement in progress. Overseer, plus 20. Animal friendly, plus 20. Monster hunter, plus 200. Highest output, plus 300. Final blow, plus 30. Final rating, SS. For a first rift in a distorted E-class, that is not a good result. That is an absurd result. 2 card draws. White mist breathing. Description: inhale and the mist enters you. Exhale and you are no longer where you were. Unlocks the foundational path of Kai power, which is the thing every single Bay Country player grinds 3 months for, because Kai power is the gate to the 2nd tier, and I had just drawn it out of a wolf. Hunter's Eye. Upgraded to level 3. Dynamic vision unlocked. Meaning from now on, anything moving fast enough to be an afterimage would look like a man walking. I stood in a cave with a dead hunter and a pond that loved me, and I did the math on what I had just become. Then I put it all away, because the rift was closing and the exit had opened, and I had a boat to get back to. The warehouse on the other side was full of survivors, 22 of them out of 40, sitting against crates, bandaged, alive, and absolutely furious about their profit margins. The two comedy hunters were both intact, so the insurance was a waste of money. So was spending all my savings, and every single one of them was talking about the same thing. Did you feel it? At around midnight, that pressure, that was the Bloom Enchantress. Old Hunter was distorted, and then he was gone. Who else could have done that? I can already picture the scene. Old Hunter, that arrogant monster, being smashed into a pit and turning into fertilizer. A witch, actual witch. I saw a witch with my own eyes and lived. Because a group of low-tier transcendents had gone into a distorted rift, a hidden boss had turned into a werewolf, and then the boss had simply stopped existing. There is exactly one explanation available to them, and near the back, leaning against a crate with her cloak gone and flowers all over her, the actual Bloom Enchantress stood absolutely still. Because she had spent the entire night walking the forest looking for the Old Hunter, and she had not found him, and then the rift had ended. On her head, 3 yellow question marks bloomed. How did it end? I did not move. She turned her head slowly and scanned the entire warehouse, one face at a time, looking for whoever had done it. 22 people, all of them explaining to each other how she had done it. I picked up my backpack card and walked past her toward the door. The question marks followed me. I kept walking. Because a stealth player who takes credit is no longer a stealth player. Out in the alley, the sun was coming up over Moonstone City and the street was completely destroyed, and the Black Rabbit Gang's checkpoint tables were still lying in the road with nobody left to sit at them. Then I stopped, because there were footprints in the dirt. Bare footprints, small ones, going away from the street and around the back of the warehouse, and a voice from around the corner, low and extremely serious. This is the last warning. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for taking action. A shakedown. I put my hand on the black knife and moved along the wall. My potion is terrifying. Do you understand? Don't be ungrateful. She's threatening someone. I came around the corner ready for a fight, and there she was, crouched down in the dirt in front of one small red wolf, barefoot, flowers on her head, holding out one hand, and in the wolf's mouth there was a skewer of my barbecue. The wolf looked at me. The witch looked at me. Nobody said anything for 3 full seconds. Then the wolf bolted with the meat. She stayed crouched, hand still out, and slowly a small blue flower opened on the side of her head. Sadness. That's the sad one. And then, because she was a third-tier transcendent who had just been caught negotiating with a puppy over a kebab, she stood up, dusted her knees off, and reassembled her entire dignity in about 1 second. I wasn't just fighting with wolves for meat. No, I was reviewing our animal conversation lessons from school. It was part of the curriculum. Right. At the Goldfinch Royal Academy of Pharmacy, animal conversation is a required course. Sure, I got full marks. You lost to a wolf. He cheated. She said it with total conviction, and the blue flower closed and a yellow one came up. Then she looked at me properly for the first time, and both of us worked out the same thing in the same moment. Because in her hand there was a small stone chest from the Old Hunter's safe house, and in my pocket there was the key that opens it, which the boss drops. I have the key. She has the box. Her lips curled. It appears we have a business opportunity. Which is how I ended up having a picnic with the protagonist of the Witch Sea storyline. We did it right there behind the warehouse on the flat rock with my grill because I still had charcoal and about 2 kilos of pork left, and she kept looking at the bag. I opened the box with the key. Hunter's clothing, rank false, made from misty fox fur, nature, mystery, effect, when the wearer stands still in fog, mist gathers to conceal them. Beast Hunter pistol, triple the stopping power against beasts, 5 gold coins, half a box of bloodsaw grass. The coat is mine, I said. Take it. You don't want it? It's a hunter's coat, and I am a pharmacist, and you clearly need help. Which was fair, because I was wearing sailor clothes from a dead man's wardrobe. She took the bloodsaw grass immediately, both hands, like somebody taking a baby. Then I pushed the pistol across the rock at her. She pushed it back. No. It's worth 80,000. I would just sell it in a shop, which would only benefit those unscrupulous merchants. Said with real venom. Apparently the witch has history with the retail sector. Instead, she pointed at the bloodsaw grass, if you find herbs like these in future, bring them to me. I will pay properly. Better than a shop. Deal. Then the meat came off the grill and the entire negotiation ended. Because she had been maintaining an elegant and mysterious demeanor for 11 straight hours, and I put a skewer of ghost pepper pork in front of her, and the demeanor did not survive contact. She took one bite with extreme dignity. Then she took the whole thing off the stick in 3 seconds, like someone who had not eaten a hot meal in a very long time. It's not bad. She wiped her mouth. Quite delicious. On her head, 4 small pink flowers opened at once. I did not know what pink meant. It was not in the forum guide. I decided not to ask. She ate 6 skewers. I know because I counted. Then she sat back with her hands behind her on the rock and looked at the sky going properly light, and the flowers stopped moving. You are not afraid of me. Should I be? Everyone is. In the town, they say I turn people into fertilizer. Do you? Not on purpose. She said it lightly, and then she went quiet, and then she reached up and put 2 fingers on the stem of one of the roses growing out of the scar on her forearm, and pulled. I heard it come out. It sounded like fabric tearing. The scar underneath opened up and bled, and she pressed a cloth on it with the calm of somebody doing laundry. It is called blood flower disease, she said. The flowers grow from the blood. If I leave them, they take root deeper and they keep going, and eventually they reach somewhere important. So every 7 days, I remove them. That looked like it hurt. It feels like pulling a steel needle out of an artery. She said it in exactly the same voice she had used about the wolf cheating. How many years does it take? Nobody with blood flower disease has ever lived to 30. The sea breeze went across the rock and moved the flowers, and neither of us said anything. Because there is nothing to say to that. There is no line that improves it. I have spent 2 lifetimes being funny about things, and there is no joke that goes there. So I picked up the last skewer and put it in her hand. She looked at it. The bloom enchantress of legend, the one who touches and makes flowers bloom, she said. I inherited her title. I did not earn it. Everyone in the Witch Sea calls me by a dead woman's name and looks at me and sees her. Then she stood up on the rock, one bare foot on the stone, holding a pork skewer like a scepter, with the sunrise behind her and blood on her sleeve. But one day I will surpass her, and then I will give myself a new title. And I believed her completely. That is the thing about the Witch Sea protagonist that no forum post captures. On paper, she is a 4th-tier monster who kills a nation. In person, she is a 20-year-old with a fatal disease who lost a fight to a puppy and intends to beat a legend anyway. She finished the skewer. She wiped her hands on the cloth she had just bled into. I am leaving today. This town has nothing left in it. All right. She stepped down off the rock and walked 3 steps and stopped and looked back over her shoulder with the sun on the flowers. May we meet again someday. Sure, but you had better pray you never see me again. And she went around the corner and was gone. Which sounds like a threat and was not one. Because the Bloom Enchantress only appears where the Witch Sea's main storyline is happening, and the main storyline of the Witch Sea is a chain of events that eventually eats an entire region. If I ever saw her again, it would mean I was standing in it. Here is what happened after she left, which I did not see. She walked to the end of the alley and stopped at the trash bin on the corner and looked down into it. Because her cloak was in there, where she had thrown it the night before, in front of 40 people, elegantly. It was a very good cloak, foreign, expensive. She looked left, she looked right. Then a 3rd-tier transcendent, an inheritor of the most feared title in the Witch Sea, quietly took her own cloak out of a bin, folded it, and put it under her arm. And on the way to the docks, she got out the water balloon map she had bought for 400,000 shell coins from a merchant in Moonstone City, the one that had brought her to this rift in the first place, and she compared it to the actual island. It matched nothing. There was no cave, there was no sphere. The map was a fake. Her flowers went bright red, and one lamppost on that street was later reported bent. And then, at the dock, with the red already fading, she stopped again and realized something much worse. She had eaten 6 skewers, done a herb deal, and agreed to a long-term supply arrangement. And she had never asked the young man for his name, or the location of his shop. Back on my boat, I slept for 11 hours. Then I woke up, ate, checked the hull, and got out the little wooden box with 7 water balloons in it. Deep Sea Water Spirit. When left at sea for a period of time, they will awaken their true forms. Fine, we are at sea. I filled a bucket with seawater and dropped all 7 in and sat down to watch. Nothing happened for 2 hours. I went to check the sail, And when I came back, the bucket was gone, and there was a very quiet noise coming from under the deck boards. Chirp. I lifted the board. 7 of them, stacked in the bilge water, absolutely tiny, each about the size of a fist, translucent blue, with 2 round eyes each. The moment the light hit them, all 7 screamed and dived into the corner and piled up on top of each other in a trembling heap. Deep sea water spirits, awakened, powerful beings of the deep sea, contains the might of the abyss. Yes, I can see the might. The might is hiding behind a coil of rope. I put my hand down slowly. Number 1, the biggest, came out about 4 centimeters, looked at my hand, made a decision, and touched it. Then it went pink. Then all 7 went pink and came out of the corner at once and climbed my arm and sat on my shoulders and my head like the world's least intimidating hat. Chirp, chirp. All right. Let us find out what powerful beings of the abyss actually do. Number 1 grew to the size of a barrel and then went small again, which means variable mass. Number 2 got out of the water, hovered about a meter off the deck, and flew a full circle around the mast before falling into the sea. Number 3 put a tentacle in a rope cleat, braced, and the entire boat lurched forward, ship acceleration, and, when reversed, braking. Number 4 got cut on a rusted nail and closed the wound in front of me in 1 second. And number 5, sitting on my shoulder, formed a sphere of water about the size of an apple, held it up in a tentacle, looked at a floating crate 40 meters out, and threw. The sphere left its tentacle and did not travel straight. It curved. It went out, adjusted, came back in on the crate from the side, and detonated hard enough to blow the crate into 4 pieces and put a spout of seawater into the air. Then number 5 made another one immediately, out of nothing, because we were floating on the ammunition supply. Water bomb. Homing. Unlimited reloads. I stood on the deck of a 9-meter fishing boat and did the accounting. I own 7 homing torpedo missiles, 7 of them currently sitting on my head, going pink and hiding from a seagull. Chirp, that is a bird. Chirp, chirp, it is smaller than you. They did not care. Number 2 was already back in the bilge. And that was the moment I finally sat down on the gunwale with a cold moonlight fish and let myself look at the whole thing properly. 16 days ago, I woke up in the hold of the Black Whale Group's transport ship with a number written on my chest in grease pencil, sold by my own relatives, priced at 11,000 shell coins, which was less than the crew paid for the tarpaulin over my head. Tonight I own the boat, the coat, the knife, the pistol, an S-class clear, the doorway to Kai power, 7 abyssal war crimes with separation anxiety, and a standing herb contract with the strongest woman in the Witch Sea who thinks I run a shop. That is the good column. Here is the other one. I still do not have a hunter's license, which means every single thing in my backpack card is technically stolen. Captain Grimpatch is alive, in port, with 1 eye and a grudge and a very good memory. The Black Rabbit Gang's dead men said out loud in front of me that the Black Whale Group's matriarch is buying talented young people, and I have now generated exactly the kind of paperwork that makes a talented young person visible. And there is one more thing, and it is the one I keep coming back to. Tonight, when the sun went down, all 7 water spirits stopped playing at the same instant. They came out of the bilge, climbed onto the rail, lined up along it facing due east, and went completely still. Not afraid. They do afraid constantly, and I know what it looks like. This was attention. I stood behind them and looked where they were looking, past the reef line, out where the shelf drops away and the charts just say deep. And a long way out there, under the water, something enormous exhaled. The swell came in under the hull and lifted us and set us back down, and it was not a wave, because waves do not arrive alone. The wall of bloodshot eyes made room for me. The parasite refused to eat me and moved in. The coastal overlord came when I called it and left when I asked. A marsh beast let me put my arm inside it twice and turned pink about it. The 7 most dangerous pets in the goldfinch kingdom hatched in my bilge and decided I was home. Every monster in this ocean has looked at me and recognized family. And every human on the surface has looked at me and seen exactly the same thing. The newspaper Alara left on my deck ran the Rift story on page 4. Flower monster of Moonstone City. Nothing about a young man with a black knife. Good. Let it stay that way for as long as it can. because whatever just breathed out there in the dark is going to come and see me eventually. And when it gets here, I would very much like to be the second most frightening thing on this boat. Chirp, get off my head.